Danganronpa.
Raving yippies. Oh, we don't want to give them any ideas. We give them too many ideas, they might actually start thinking for themselves. And you know how it happens when you let little autistic creatures think for themselves. That's a joke, by the way. I know some people are probably gonna take some umbrage with that, but that is a joke. A joke that I'm allowed to make. I'm gonna be making a lot of jokes, as I always do. Every single stream. Tonight is, excuse me, not tonight. It's midday. Sorry, I get used to, one time of day, and, you just keep saying the same thing over and over again. Today, I feel like I have to say this. And yes, I know I've been switched over. Don't worry, we will soon. We will soon. Today, I have to put a disclaimer out in the beginning of the stream. Because if I don't, I know that some people will be upset and think that I'm going to be doing things that I am not going to be doing. Is the stream sounding robotic? My apologies. Congrats on 1K. Oh, thank you. I'm not going to gloat on that too much. I do appreciate... I was pretty happy to see that. But I'm not going to gloat on that because that's like it's like something that I kind of enjoy in private. Today is Funny Trash Can. Yes, that is tonight. But today I have to talk about something. And again, let me get to this disclaimer. I wish I wrote this down, but I was busy with some other things today. Quick disclaimer. Very quick disclaimer. What I talk about today, I will try my best to avoid ad hominems, nasty things in general, or I will try to avoid biased statements. I will probably not do the best on that, considering the history that will go behind the individual spoken about tonight, or today. But I will do my best to only give the facts and share the facts with you, the chat. Some of what I am going to share will have pictures attached. I have been given permission by the parties affected to share some of those screenshots. I also have a phone call that I will be sharing, again, with permission from one of the individuals on the receiving end. And we're just going to go from there. Hello, chat. I feel like I should zoom out a little bit. The hair really does make it feel like there's so much hair. Sorry I'm late. Hey, it's totally fine. This was decided upon this morning. So I have done everything I can to prepare for this. I wrote a small list of notes. I have them here. I actually wrote them on my phone because I was, I had adulting to do today. Because today is my day 1 off out of 3. I go shopping in the morning. I go do laundry. I had adulting that I had to get done today. It had to be done today because I needed some clean clothes. And so I did the laundry today. I did the shopping today. I did everything else. Also, hello, Temp. I should also, by the way, mention I will be having some guests come on. The individual in question that we'll be talking about tonight is allowed to come on if they want. They need to indicate it to me, either in the chat, or they need to have somebody reach out to me for the attempt of getting them in the call. I believe in a fair and as much as I can be, unbiased area. So if they want to come in and defend themselves against what we're going to be talking about today, I will 100% allow that. This is something that will only be allowed during this stream. Sorry, hold on a minute. I gotta silence my phone. Okay. Sorry, just give me one moment. There we go. No, we're gonna put Do Not Disturb on. There we go. Okay. Sorry. Where was I? I am going to allow the individual in question. I'll just say it now. Dawn is allowed to come onto the stream and talk if they would like. I know they have indicated on their Twitter that they do not wish to interact with this or talk about this. So if they choose not to, that is completely fine. I am just offering the good faith that I know I should be offering. Would I do a quick rundown? Yes, I need to get through this here. Okay. Well, okay. Since everybody's asked, I'll give you guys a very quick rundown as well. Oh, they might have deleted some tweets. That's funny. That's funny. I'm not going to say that for sure. Just, let's see here. Did they? No, they did not. Okay, good. Good. Anyway, what was I saying? Okay, so, Dawn, the individual we're going to talk about today. I have seen a lot of what they do in the background for quite a while. Some may ask why I have not mentioned or brought up them as an individual. Well, in tiny small ways in the past, I kind of have. Dawn is the unnamed nemesis. And I have, for a multitude of reasons, decided not to talk about them, which I will get into more in depth. They did, by the way, my apologies. They did not delete the tweets. It looks like the tweets are not deleted. It just looks like Twitter is fucking acting up again. So I will 100% right now, they have not deleted anything. As far as I can see, Twitter is just being Twitter. So, anyway. Dawn is somebody that I've known since before the pandemic started. So, almost 6 years. Almost. It feels incredibly retarded. And I am going to, by the way, if you are unable to sit through me saying some words that some people might not like, the door is right there. Okay? Door is right there. I do not expect everybody to be happy with me but when I say retard, but I am going to say retard at least once or twice during the stream today. Okay? Okay? It is kind of retarded, the amount of time that I feel like has gone towards seeing all of this background stuff. What am I gonna no. I will say that a lot of the time between me meeting them to now has been spent with me attempting to forget about Dawn's existence, because I do not like Dawn. They infuriate me on a emotional level to the point where it is dumb for me to focus on it. So I have done my best to move on. You can talk to Temp about this. Temp will verify that I try to not be pulled back into the world of another individual, because it does not matter. Because I'd be much rather pulled into the world of people that are grosser, I will say, than Dawn. So, with that in mind, why am I talking about them? Well, I have kind of hit a breaking point in terms of me not saying anything. Ever since our last blow up, which was like 1 to 2 years ago, I can't remember at this point. It's been so long that it's just, I don't know. Dawn has decided to say things about me. Some of them, I believe, are untrue. A lot, especially the ones relating to my situation with Lumi and Mizu back in September, October. That situation, I feel like, has been widely misrepresented, and I will share and give my comments on some of those. I'm going to try and leave that towards the end, though, because I have a section that I'm going to set aside for myself after I talk about the other individuals. But I have been quiet here. I'll tell you what. It's much better if I just bring up the post that I made on Twitter. If you're not on Twitter, if you're not terminally on Twitter, congratulations. Congratulations. You are thankfully not in the area of grossness. But I'll read my post here, because my post is probably the best way to summarize why I have decided to talk about this. Because again, some of the stuff we're going to talk about today, I have kept quiet on for a multitude of reasons. Anyway, I'm going to skip the first couple of lines here, where I say I've been keeping my mouth shut about a previous friend named Empress Dawn, who I've had a few falling outs, man, English, with over the last few years. And that is true. Dawn and I have made up and disassembled our relationship like 2 or 3 times. I don't know the exact number. I know it's enough for me to acknowledge that it is extremely stupid for me to constantly have tried that, because it should have been obvious to me from the first or second time that we did not have compatibility as friends. And I will say right now, chat, I take half of the responsibility, because, you know, responsibility is a two-way street, on some of the retardation that happened between me and Dawn. I will 100% do that. Like, if any of it is pointed out, if people point out and say, why'd you do this? I will 100% say, me and Dawn have had a lot of mutual retardation between each other. And so that is partially why I did not talk about this because at the end of the day, a good chunk of everything that me and them have fought about has just been retardation. And it has been personal opinions, and just, beef that really can stay in DMs. And because of that, I had decided not to talk about it. But that's not the only reason. That's not the only reason. So, as I say in here, I've kept quiet from mentioning them or trying to start drama recently because of a few things. Number one, I do not start drama, only report. And I try to maintain this as objective truth. Unless my tweets go viral, I try my hardest to not start drama with people. I comment on things, which is my God-given right, and I believe that me commenting on things is completely fine. I am always trying to reduce the amount of poking the bear that I do. I am better than I'm getting better than I used to be. I almost said better than others, but that's not true. I am getting better than I used to be. It used to be a lot worse a year ago. I will give much attribution to my friends and my manager, excuse me, who has assisted me in reducing the bullshit, basically. So there'll be times where I say something on Twitter, and then I'll get a poke saying, you might want to change that for next time. And I try and take that to heart. Okay? Just saying. I put all this out right now to say I'm not perfect. I probably won't be for a millennia, obviously. But I am trying to reduce the amount of shit stirring I do and reduce it to the levels that Mizu does. And I am trying to be very tactful in terms of how I make messages. Touching the poo. Yes, I try my best not to touch the poo. Okay, I try not to A-log. I try not to make myself look as bad as the other people. Because I have reached a size where looking like an idiot is unacceptable, both to me and to the people around me. I've seen quite enough examples of individuals that have way bigger platforms than me, act 10 times stupider than I do. More stupid. I don't know. Stupider, I don't believe is a word. More stupid than I do. And I would like to reduce that for myself. So, I try not to start drama. Only report. My job is only to report. Sometimes I give side remarks on my streams. They are my streams. But, like I said, I am trying to constantly refine to a point where I am a better reporter for mainly you, because you guys are here to watch me, and for myself. Basically, if that makes sense. The second point is I agree to keep the peace. I do not have the DMs on me. Plus, I do not really have permission from this individual to share those DMs. But there was a point where I had agreed with who I thought at the time was Dawn's manager or handler, or however they wish to go. Where I had told them I wanted basically to no longer talk about them and vice versa. And as long as that was kept, I would do my best to never mention them again. That was unfortunately something that was only one-sided. I don't really, again, I don't have the DMs on me. This is something I was trying to look for earlier, but I could not find it. So I will not report this as a fact, but I seem to recall that when I was going through one of my personal dramas, whether it was the Torkaru one or my drama with Lumi and Mizu, that Dawn was just like, oh, I didn't agree. I'm going to say whatever I want. And again, since I don't have the DMs, I cannot report that as objective fact. I'm reporting that only as something that I vaguely recall. And Dawn can deny that, and because I don't have DMs, where you'll have to accept the denial or whatever. It's up to you. Okay? So, I had agreed to not say anything. And up until literally the other day, I had pretty much done my best to do that. Occasionally, the mentions of the Nemesis did come up. For the most part, they came up with Temp, because Temp is also very deeply involved with this individual and used to know this person more than I did, and was friends with this individual longer than I was. So, because Temp and I were deeply ingrained in life with Dawn, he and I obviously share a similar bond at either laughing at or talking about some of the things that are goings on in our previous life. Beyond all that, I have tried my best to keep the peace. Not only for Dawn on behalf of their manager, but for Under the Tea as well. I have attempted very hard to do that because I know that Lumi and Mizu think that hard rages are dumb. Kind of goes into my third point here. But our goal has been to focus on news that does not revolve around us. And we don't want to start shit-flinging wars. And I want to say right here, right now, this is not a shit-flinging war. This is not me asking for a back-and-forth knockdown drag-out. That is not what I'm looking for here. All I am going to be doing today is talking about the experiences that I have seen a select few others go through. I'm going to be bringing at least one or two of them on. And then I will give some of my own comments as well. However, I am not asking, and I will reiterate again, that you should not try to harass this individual. Don't go after them. Don't poke at them. Don't say anything to them. Don't do a nasty single thing about them. And if you do, and I get evidence of it, whether from Dawn or other individuals, all right, you will be banned. Like, hands down, no cap. I do not care if Dawn is my blood enemy, which they're not. You are not allowed to harass people on behalf of or not on behalf of me. All right? The purpose of this stream is to share the experiences of other individuals, like we've done with other individuals, and to give education on the individual as a whole. Okay? Cool. All right. Moving on to point 3. I moved on and don't think about him. And for the most part, I don't think about Dawn. The only time, and actually, I'll just continue reading this here. I moved on and don't think about him. It's not my fight to rage an endless tard war with him. My goal is a channel with content I love, not fighting with someone else. And this is something I decided quite a long time ago. It is something that I have constantly tried to refine, and I've had friends assist me in trying to move on. Sometimes days are better than others, but I, for the most part, have moved on. I don't wake up thinking about this individual. I don't go to bed thinking about this individual, like some people do with Trump derangement syndrome. However, every couple of months/weeks, I keep getting messages from mutuals of mine with him saying that he has decided to keep talking about me, either behind closed doors or out in public. And every time it is him lamenting about how upset he is over me. I will bring up the examples. Well, we'll show the examples in here. I'm sure that if I decided to dedicate multiple hours of my life, which I'm not, I could find the tweets and messages that more than one person has sent me. Because, Dawn, just because you have attacked one individual does not mean that other people do not still send me things. All right? But I still continuously get messages about what you have said and what you have done. Mostly in regards to me or other individuals that you have harassed in the past. Now, I cannot begin to opine why he continues to do this. I know that Dawn on occasion has said that they have moved on from the situation. They have moved on to better pastures. Yet, every couple of weeks, when I see these tweets, and they have, in recent times, seemingly been increasing in stature and nature, they continue to lament about me. Continue to saying how much they hate me. Continue to saying how upset they are with me. And in this one, in one of these ones right here, in this one, where he is confused why I am able to repair my friendships with my friends. Now, like I said, I am not going to give ad hominems, especially because I know that it will be weighed 10 times more aggressively towards me because of my former relationship with this person. All I will say is, Don, just because you have issues with friends that for some reason continue to take issue with you and for some reason get upset with you and for some fucking reason end up coming to me or people that send them to me telling me about the ways that they feel abused by you, it does not mean that you can project that you don't understand how I am able to approach my friends in private, how I am able to move heaven and earth to leave a former toxic situation that I have outlined very specifically in my own streams. I think it is... No, not that one. Not that one. It is this one. Here, let me pull this up for you guys, just as a reminder that this stream exists, and I am not afraid for people to see this and dissect it and break it down. This stream exists. Why I left under the tea. This is holy fuck 6 months ago. All right? This is 6 months ago where I talk about in depth in over 3.5 hours what happened, where I went, what I sacrificed, and where I am now. The fact that you continue to say falsehoods that I have already talked about, okay? Or twist the situation to try and make it sound worse than it is. I am not going to opine if that is just you not recognizing that you are wrong, which I feel like could be, if I'm going to be the most charitable, that is the option. Or if I am to be less charitable, you are being scummy intentionally and intentionally trying to tell other people things about me, trying to get them to disassociate with me. I'm not going to say that is the truth because I don't know. And because I don't know, I am going to take the best faith towards you, despite the fact I know you will not take the best faith towards me, and say that you just don't understand how grossly incompetent your words are. I'm not going to involve my friends in this, especially because I know they don't want any part in my turd war that I am not waging. But what I will say is my mending of my relationship between me, Mizu, and Lumi, for the most part, is between me and them alone. You don't have to understand that I fucked up as an individual. The last couple of years have been really crazy for me, and I'm sure a lot of people can relate because the pandemic really changed a lot of people, myself included. But I would appreciate it that as somebody that used to know me, you take a little bit more to study and understand what went on before you baselessly make accusations and baselessly say things that aren't true. Anyway, moving on. My apologies, chat. If I sound a little upset, I am not. I'm trying the best to not get upset, all right? And I'm going to ask people to be as objective as possible. I don't want people to just say, like flat out that I am a victim, because I am not a victim, all right? I have caused hurt in my own life towards others, and I have been hurt, all right? I do not shy away from that. I constantly am looking to better become a good person. All I ask is, even if you hate me, you tell the truth. That's all I ask. Because I would do the same for you, even if I hate you. Anyway, let's continue. As I say here, I cannot begin to opine as why. I have theories, and again, I have bad faith theories, and I have good faith theories. I'm not going to say any of them because that is not my place here. And that distracts away from the intent of this. But I have thought long and hard about why Dawn continues to obsess over me. Long and hard. I can only assume multiple different things. But I'm not going to say them. What I will say is that this entire thing is tiring to me. As I have said, I have tried countless times myself to move on, to forget Dawn and the individuals around Dawn and move on. Not only that, I have tried to help multiple individuals behind the scenes in the privacy of direct messages, sometimes in phone calls or direct text messages, to assist people to dealing with you. There are a few individuals that I will not be naming because they do not wish to be involved anymore. They have been so emotionally exhausted from everything here that they want no part in this. And so, as due diligence, I will not be bringing them up, nor will I be trying to reference any of their situations. And I will be doing my best not to reference any of their situations. I can only ask in good faith that anybody on the opposite end would do so as well. There are a few others that will be coming out forward that I will allow to speak their piece, either in call or through some messages. And they can say what they would like. And I know that some of them are listening, and I would only ask that they keep the same rapport that I wish to. Anyway. Dawn, I don't know why you feel the need to constantly bring me up, despite the fact that I have tried to move on and leave you in the past. At this point, the only times I think about you is when another rat in your server or other people's who forwards me your messages showing how unhinged you're acting. I probably didn't, I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't write that very right. But in short, the only time I am forced to think about you is when you are brought up because other people show me what you say about me. Because even though I no longer want to know anything about you, I still will appreciate it when people show me things that are potentially defamatory. And that is all I've asked from these people. Because I've had periods where I've been like, I have told people, I don't care what Dawn is doing. If they're doing good, great. I don't care. They're doing poor. I don't care. I just want to know what Dawn is saying about me. I don't care that they complain about their parents. I don't care that they complain about X, Y, and Z. I just want to know about me. And it still comes. As I say here, the amount of times this has happened recently, and by recently, I am talking within the last 6 months to a year. The amount of times this happened recently is increasing, so obviously, I'm forced to stop what I am doing and answer questions from people DMing me about my and you's complicated former relationship, and this is true. Recently, I have, again, had to talk to people about what the fuck you're saying. Why the fuck you continue to talk about it. And I know for a fact that individuals in your server have often asked you why you just don't move on. More than once, I know it's happened. And I know that Lane has grilled you about it too. I know. And it upsets me that I have to continue to know. Because you are the lowest on the totem pole for me right now. In terms of what I am interested in covering, you are the last thing that I am interested in. Again, without any ad hominems in here, you are the least interesting VTuber for me to be interested in right now. A couple of years ago, it would have been different because I actively hated you. But now I just don't give a shit. So the fact that I have to continue to see what you say about me frustrates me in a different kind of way. I am not going to sit here and ask you to stop talking about me. It is your God-given right to whine as much as you can about somebody who does not care about you, nor do they really try to think about you anymore, period. However, clearly this is not reciprocated the same. My advice, if you're so butthurt about me, which, even though I don't know for a fact, I do believe it, you should make a stream detailing every little thing you hate about me. I am begging you to do so. Begging you. Alright? I am going to be live on this stream for multiple hours, hopefully ending by the time we hit the actual stream I want to do tonight. Well, it is going to end at that point tonight because I have put together that collab and I'm very excited about it. But if you really are this upset, I challenge you to give me a week's worth of content with any amount of streams that you want to give. Throw out as many screenshots as you want. Give as much content as you want. Allow other people to say things. I will legitimately stream every single day talking about it. Mostly just because, like, I'm done with this. And I've reached the point where if you seriously are going to keep doing this, I will just continue to categorize. And continue to watch. But if you're not, if you're just going to continue to whine in private, which I know you've done recently, as soon as I believe yesterday night in another VTuber server, which I still am getting DMs from as recently as a couple of hours ago while you were still awake. Like, if you're just gonna be a pussy, stop then. I just stop. I mean, like, eventually I just, at what point does it become obsession? Like, I genuinely wish to know what is captivating you so hard to continue to talk. Not just about, by the way, again, not just about me. I would like to reiterate that a couple of different times. I am not the only person that Dawn likes to obsess over, all right? Dawn's oldest friend, or one of their oldest friends, who I'm friends with right now, their name is Yami. Yami has given me permission to talk about them. I've met Yami IRL. Yami is a pretty decent dude. Works pretty hard. But I know that Dawn has, maybe not recently, but still in some small way, probably still obsesses over Yami. One of the people that will not be named, I know that Dawn still laments about them as well. And Asalfo, who is not a fake character. Well, their persona is based off of a fake character, but I know that they continuously think about them as well. And I don't get it. I know that Dawn likes to say that this is their trauma, that they have to work through things on their own trauma. But at what point, I beg and ask, as someone who has gone through personal trauma with family members that abused me, what point does your trauma turn into abuse of that person? At what point? I am begging for the answer. How many years and what period of time do you need to move on from people like you say you do, which I don't believe you do? Not with proof, I just don't believe you do. I'm genuinely curious. Because if I spend as long as you have hating on the people that you hate, I would be unable to create content. I would just be unable to do things. I'd be, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'm pushing it too hard here right now, but like legitimately, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyway. Let me finish off here. If you're so butthurt, make a stream. It'd be funny to react to, and we can finally have the blood sports you and I both know you want. Like I said, call's open. You can unblock me on Discord. Friend request me, and I'll let you in on this call. 100%. You can say whatever you want. I don't care. At this point, I am done trying to be sacred about this. I am done being afraid of trying to rock the boat. You are somebody that, minus all of the other things I know that I won't bring up because I don't have evidence and I don't necessarily believe, the trauma that you have inflicted on multiple other individuals, I'll say myself to a minor degree because I don't feel like I've had it as bad as others, is enough for me to say that I just, mixed in with all of your other stigmatisms, I genuinely feel like there needs to be some sort of parental intervention. Sorry. Not sorry. Not sorry. Excuse me. Not sorry. Hi, Mom. Hello. So, until then, I'm going to go back and making content and building up my foundation. That's going to continue. P.S. These were public servers at the time of writing. So, these screenshots that I've been given, I verified with the sources that I got them from. I say sources because there's more than one person. And at least at the point that I got them, which was 2 days ago, well, a day and a half. Okay. They were public servers. Okay. Okay. Just putting that out there. Okay. So, I put out this post. Okay. I was not planning to stream about this because I had talked to my manager, the good Mr. Rage, and I had told him that I just wanted to make one post because I had constantly been seeing this for a long time. Okay. And because of that, I wanted to just say, fuck off and stay fucked off and hope that that would be the end of it. Legitimately. Okay? But that is not the case here. Okay? Let me see if I can find my tweets here. I had added on to this. We're gonna switch back to this really quickly. And for those saying that I don't sound innocent, trust me, I will admit right here, right now, I am not an innocent person. Me and Dawn, Empress Dawn, have had a lot of mutual combat exchanges. Some of them unintentional, some of them intentional. I am sure on both ends. I am willing right here to say I have not been a perfect person and that I do take some responsibility for this. It is a 50-50 mutual transaction. Okay? I will not disagree that I have, at some points, egged on some of this, which is why my friends have asked me to walk away, which is why I have walked away. Okay? Sorry, I have to constantly keep moving. It helps me to think. I also have, because of my autism here, I like to think. And because I like to think, I've got a, my ember necklace in my hand. It helps me to think. It also helps keep my teeth from screaming on a daily basis. It does actually help. It's really nice. Anyway, I am not a blameless victim. Okay? And I'm not going to ask that people treat me like one. Okay? I'm going to ask that people look at this through the lens of somebody that fucked up, who realized that they got too personal in this. That's me. That's me. Walked away and just prayed that both could go their separate ways. And because one is walking away and the other doesn't, it's just not working anymore. Okay. So, let's talk about why the stream is happening. day after I posted this, was it a day? Yeah, it was about a day. Dawn decided to make a rebuttal. Now, I imagine, based off of what I've heard, that when Dawn found out, and we're going to hear this from the live stream that they have. There is a live stream that we will be listening to almost in its entirety. We're going to skip the part where they decide to stop talking about drama and get into gacha. By the way, I listened to the entire thing. It was fun. But they found out what I said, which I don't care at this point. If I have to find out, they have to find out what I have to say. This mutual combat at this point. And they immediately decided to blame one person over this. There is a video. I am going to bring up the video. This is their initial response. This tweet, by the way, has been deleted. They deleted it from the internet. However, I saved it.
You know,
I don't. Oh gosh. Shit. Okay, I forgot. That's the one where that has the double audio here. My apologies. Let me see. Excuse me. Let me see if I can find the original. I know somebody posted the original in another place, and I should have downloaded that one. I apologize. Like I said, I have been going back and forth on getting some information to this. I spent way too much time prepping for this, more than I wanted to. But you know, I feel like I have to say something, or I just have to continue seeing this in silence, you know? Let's see. This was... I'm going to have to scroll a lot. Let's... Oh, you know what? I should just... From... User... Oh, is it not gonna... Oh, let me copy. Sorry, I have to copy somebody's, If I can't find it, we will just do the original video, even with the audio issues. Oh, why is it not? It's legitimately not wanting to... Okay, there's the tweet. Alright, you know what? Fuck it. We're just gonna play the original. Am I okay? Yes. I'm a little tilted, but I am fine. A little tilted, but I am fine. Give me one moment. I'm gonna turn this down here so I don't ear rape you guys. Alright. Oh, hold on. No, I want to full screen. Thank you. And we're going to pause the Danganronpa music. No specific reason for that, by the way. And then I from my understanding, this has got a little bit of some audio issues, but you know, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
This didn't have to happen.
Oh fuck. Yeah, I wish I found that other one. I really wish I did. If anybody in the chat has the original one, I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Call Pupper tech support. No, it's totally fine.
This didn't have to happen because I want you to look at the very top of this.
Now, it is my understanding that when he is saying this didn't have to happen, he is referring to my post and referring to some of the stuff I have said. All right. Because immediately after I post my thread, this comes out like a day later, and I assume that there was some back and forth about what should happen, whether something should be said or not, and then this comes out. Bot got triggered by a word. Typical YouTube. Sorry about that.
Screenshot.
Listen, don't blame the audio issues. We're working with what we got. I would like the original, but it was removed. It was removed, unfortunately.
I shared it to my friends. Your apology? I said the good ending. I was happy you apologized. And honestly, I didn't even want an apology, Astolfo. I just wanted you to stop trash-talking me in other servers I was going.
Now, I will say, I will say, okay? Some of what we're going to be talking about tonight, similar to me, is a bit of mutual combat. I will be critiquing the individual or individuals when I need to, because I do not believe in being on one side. I believe in being critical of all parties if they do something dumb. Again, like I said, I've been critical of myself, and I feel like I can be here. Okay. Really quickly, Dawn is referencing an individual who uses Astolfo as the Fate Astolfo as their persona, basically. I can see the non-double audio right below your updated quote post. Oh, really? Oh, fuck. Oh, hell yes. Is it there? Hold on. Hold on. If I can find it. Perfect. Let me... Oh, gosh. That would be so much better if I could do that. There it is. Oh, fuck yeah. I thought this was gone because the person locked their account, but they unlocked it like a super chat. Awesome. All right. We're just going to... All right. Okay. Perfect. You guys can see the screenshots here. All right. We're going to show you the screenshots here. By the way, I also have permission from Astolfo to show some of their DMs to kind of give some more context to this. All right. I quoted it. I did. You know, Jim's rule, just watch, don't react. This is true. I should. But we're going to go as long as we can. I can't tell if it's the audio issue or that's just how they sound like. Well, this one should be original audio, so you can judge that for yourself. But anyway, so before we go forward with this, my apologies. Let's start over. All right. Dawn is talking about a message that they received from Astolfo on Twitch, it looks like. Yeah, so from my understanding, Dawn was streaming some Honkai Star Rail, and Astolfo saw that and decided to leave an apology. Now, I've already given Astolfo some grilling before. I think that, again, if there is some mutual combat that is happening, you should just fuck off and move on. I think that apologizing to somebody that will use it against you and constantly continue to re-abuse you, using your apology as a reason to do so, is a bad idea. But Astolfo understands now not to apologize to people that can abusively use it against you. And so because of that, they should hopefully not apologize anymore when they don't really need to. They just need to fuck off and move on from talking about Dawn. And Astolfo, I will say right now, some of what you have done did not need to be done, and I will accurately point it out. And they already know that I am going to point this out, and they have agreed to me pointing it out. I mean, even if they didn't agree to it, I told them that I was just going to be critical because, yes. Anyway, so I'm assuming this is in Dawn's server. I don't know where. I have not asked for updates, but I'm going to assume this is in Dawn's server. This is probably between them and their close personal server that I used to be a part of, where Astolfo says, deep sigh, even though you don't want to see me nor my existence, even though you don't want to see me nor my existence, I give up. I already deleted everything that I have against you as I have to you. I have against you as I have to you, just to apologize. I'm sorry for the way how I acted. Truly, I am sorry for the way how I acted, despite I don't appreciate being called the R word, which is retard, by the way. I am sorry for being a jerk towards you. I'm sorry for running away. I'm sorry for being that weakling fool. I am sorry for everything that I have caused. For now, I'm just shutting down and placing my head down. Have a good day. And then Dawn says, now, I would like to say really quickly, just kind of how fucked up this makes me, and how upset this really makes me feel, all right? It is very clear, if you read these messages, that Astolfo is fucking hurting right now because of everything that is going on. For a bit of context, Astolfo was ranting in another individual's VTuber server. My personal opinion, they should not have been doing that. They should have just moved the fuck on and just decided to leave it alone. All right, but they were in another VTuber server. They decided to rant about Dawn. Some shit happened, and either they left or were banned. It is up to them to say whatever happened. Okay, that happened. They started losing some friends, which, you know, I know that pain, especially as somebody who lost friends when they decided they weren't going to champion Dawn anymore, and they broke down, which I've also done in the past. Okay? I have done that in the past where I have given up. All right? When I still wanted to be friends with somebody that is going to show up when we go through their stream, I gave up and was like, fuck it. I'm just going to not talk about somebody that I felt like abused me. And you want to know what Dawn says? The good ending. The good ending. You have pushed your abused victim to silence. And by the way, I'm trying not to use victim too liberally here because I get very bored of how people use victim. But in all sense of the terms, Astolfo was a victim here. Dawn either intentionally or unintentionally manipulated them, isolated them from friends. And even though Astolfo made some stupid mistakes, again, I am not going to write off or give okays to anything that Astolfo did that I find to be objectionable and stupid. Okay? But Dawn thinks that this is the good ending. This is the great ending. That silencing somebody that is hurting like this is a good thing. You want us worse? His friends are okay with that. We'll show that. We'll show that later. Okay? Here, we're going to replay this here for you guys to listen to this, by the way.
You know, Astolfo, this didn't have to happen.
That's much better, by the way. Much, much better.
This didn't have to happen because I want you to look at the very top of this screenshot.
Here, I'm going to turn off my hair.
When I shared it to my friends.
Now you can see their model.
Apology, I said the good.
By the way, I am not, again, going to give ad hominems, even though I know I have in the past to Dawn. Some of them are unwarranted. But yeah, I want you guys to see their model in full and all of its glory.
Ending. I was happy you apologized. And honestly, I didn't even want an apology, Astolfo. I just wanted you to stop trash talking me in other servers I was going. It was
Which is very fair. Again, Astolfo, you should not be talking. Once you walk away, you should stay walked away. Period. With that in mind, this is still fucked up.
a simple
Red man here and close friend to Astolfo. I just pray that the conflict doesn't get worse. I am telling you, it will get worse if Dawn does not stop. He goes immediately to smug attitude. Yeah, exactly. Now, you see, I don't know if you guys are seeing the issue that I have here. Why I'm so fucking, like, why I had to step away from this motherfucker. Why I get so A-loggy against this motherfucker. You know what the worst part is? Nobody calls him the fuck out. Whenever they do, they end up like me and Astolfo. They are shamed. Sorry, I'm going to let this continue here before I go off.
Is that? But no. But no. Because we had a tiffle in one of our... Oh, I'm sorry. Used to be mutually exclusive because this...
I love how he's lording that over Astolfo's head. Talking about a former friend. And again, Astolfo did contribute to that. But I really, really, really think that this is a great, like, wow. This is just... wow.
Incident lost you them for good. Because we had a little tiffle there where I told you if you hang on to your hatred of me, you're gonna lose friends. Anyway, I'm so mad at this. I accepted your apology. I did. I was glad it happened. Except you left out the part, or you decided to do this before or after. I don't care. But sometime in between, before or after this apology, you tried to rat me out to someone that you know that we have mutual hatred towards.
That's me. But that's me, by the way. Okay, this is where I enter the conversation here. This is where I am going to show you some of my DMs. And I need to be careful because I don't want to give more information about this individual than I need to. So please bear with me if I am trying to curate because I don't want them to, like, get... Not even that I don't want them to get shit, but I just don't want to reveal private or personal information about them. So please give me a moment. I also want to hide, let me see if I can push this over. Yeah, that might work. That might work. Okay. So. Start here. All right? Start here. So my last message with them was on the 12th, and then the 14th is where they talked to me. Before this conversation, we were talking about the last time that Dawn had revealed, or not revealed, had said things about me. And they had asked me for their advice. And I told them that I can't really advise them to do much, except for if they want to talk about it, they should talk about it. Without my help, because I can't help, all right? Because if I help, it's going to make it look like, oh, Occo's trying to get other people to go against me. Well, I didn't help. So, on the 14th, this is at 7:30. Now, again, this is Eastern Standard Time, okay? Where Astolfo says, I surrender. And I'm obviously very... Now, by the way, this is in the middle of me at work. I was at work. I was in the middle of my shit, having a rough day, because work has been a little, like, hard lately. Trying to do the best I can, and I get this message, and I'm like, okay, what the fuck is going on here? And I know immediately who it was about, because we had been talking about Dawn, okay? And Astolfo says, keep the evidence with you, in regards to the recent DMs that they had given me. And then I asked, do you need an ear? And then I said, I can ask my manager if I can say something. And then he says, don't. Right, Dawn, he says, don't. All right? Don't say anything about me. Don't go out there and do anything about me. I'll be all right. Now, obviously, I'm very, freaked out here. Because this is a huge 180 from the person that I knew was way more confident, that was disillusioned and disenfranchised by Dawn. Okay? And they give me short answers, saying, I prefer if you just be you, don't worry about me. And I say, you don't sound all right. You sound like a victim being pushed to silence, because that's exactly what it looked like. With the limited information I had, I legitimately thought that Dawn and them had to talk, and Dawn had threatened them with something. And I don't know if it was physical, or if it was emotional, or if it was like with taking away something from them, but I knew exactly how that felt. I knew exactly how that felt. Because when I had beefed with Dawn, I lost friends. Whether it was him going to other people and telling them in DMs, or him telling me that I'm going to lose people if I don't stop because other people don't want to be a part of the drama. And I tell them, if you don't want to talk, I will not. I just don't want him to get away with it again. And by get away with it again, again, I'm going to count on my hand here. I have Astolfo, I have me, I have Yami, I have unnamed individual, I have my friend Temp, and I am sure that there's probably more than that I just don't remember or have been mentioned once and twice. There are 5 individuals that I can count on my hand. They've been emotionally abused by this motherfucker. And for the longest fucking time, I have wanted to say more. But I have not, because I wanted to obey the wishes of the victims. One, because there are individuals, again, there are people that I am not mentioning because they have asked me not to mention them. They are moved on. They are focusing on their own battles and their own struggles, and Dawn is nowhere near them. But I know they still carry some trauma that they are working through. And I asked them, I am thinking about talking about this. At this point, I had gotten permission from my manager to say one thing. And I had told him, I'm waiting to see what the others would like me to say before I say something. Because I don't want this to continue. I don't want another Astolfo to come in my DMs and make me fucking worried that I'm going to have to call the police. Because I was genuinely worried. And the thing that sucks is I don't know Astolfo that well. I don't know their personal name. So I had no idea how I was even going to begin to say, hi, I know this guy on the internet. I don't know where he lives. I don't know what his name is. But I'm worried that he's going to hurt himself because of something that happened online. And that fucking terrified me. Because I have been on the side of seeing that. Not necessarily because of Dawn, but I have seen that. And it fucking terrifies me. So I wanted to say something because I don't want this to happen ever again. I don't want any more hurt people. Astolfo says it's an unwinnable battle. An unwinnable battle that not single souls besides me, you, and another person can even make some impacts that others do to understand our story. Obviously, I disagree. I say I disagree, but that's just me. I don't want more hurt people. Okay? And then he says, listen to your guts and do what's necessary to accomplish your goals. And I said, not at your expense. Not without your permission. As much as it pains me to see you hurting, I will listen and respect your request. That's what good friends do. And then he says, I don't even know anymore. I don't know the choice anymore. Since I did what I got to do, surrender. And I did just that. And I say, what does that mean? And he says, I can't tell you, sadly. Give me a moment. I'm going to make sure that some of these are still okay. He says he can't tell me. At that point, and again, we've talked about this, but at that point, again, I had legitimately believed that Astolfo had been approached in private, either by Dawn or somebody else, and pressured into silence. I didn't know that they were talking on stream. I didn't know what the context was. Knowing the context now, I'm a little bit relieved. But this terrified me. For them, not for me. For them. And I say, I'm confused. You can tell me you've surrendered, but you can't say how. I'm really confused. Because legitimately, like if Astolfo didn't want to tell me, I was going to respect that. But I at least wanted to make sure that everything was okay. Because I asked, please tell me your life is not in danger. And then I shared this tweet because this tweet was shared later that day, where Dawn is sharing a scene from Drake and Josh showing what a 100% apology looks like. Now, I'm pretty sure this has nothing to do with the situation, but it still is disgusting. Disgusting. Dawn likes to preach about apologizing and making sure that things are okay. And talking about how much people need to regret and fix things. I don't care what kind of context you can put to this. This is fucking gross. I don't care who it's for. Give me a moment again. I don't want to reveal personal information. Okay, the rest of what I'd like to show is fine. It says no. And then I said, be honest with me, you're merely making it sound like you took a deal with the devil and now you're afraid to admit it. I'm not going to prod, but you really have me worried. I was at 8:10, this is at 8:44, 30 minutes later. Again, like I said, this is after I had gotten permission and I was starting to draft what I wanted to say. My manager has given me the okay to say something. If you don't want me to say anything on behalf of you, all I want to know is this. That rant he made, it's not from one person to another, right? Because I'll be saying it on behalf of me. Just me. Just you. You got it. And then I give him arguably one of my favorite emotes. I need to get this done as Occo one day in the future. And then I say, I'm here for you. Whatever you need, I'm here. I'm going to watch anime with Mizu. You're welcome to come and join. And then he says, I'll think about it. And then the day ends. So, Dawn, if you want to say that Astolfo went after you, he didn't. You owe him a fucking apology. You owe him a lot of things, honestly. You owe a lot of people a lot of things. I'm not going to force you or tell you to do that, but you owe a lot of people a lot of things. Okay? We need that emo. We'll look into it. I got to find somebody that can do it for me. Sorry, I was planning to make pizza. I made it. It's like a weird off-brand pizza that my store sells. And it tastes nasty, so I didn't really get to eat. So I didn't really get to eat as much as I wanted to. Sadly. Anyway. I just wanted to put that out there. And again, I made expressly sure with Astolfo that I had their permission to share that. Because I want to show proof that Dawn is not only wrong, it almost sounds malicious. That they had decided that because I had said something, I decided to speak out after multiple years of just trying to move along. See, because I had already surrendered. I had already decided that I was done. Not just because of Dawn, but because I had things that mattered more to me. So this is all over an assumption? Yeah, pretty much. A good chunk of it is. I decided I was done being quiet about this. But they went after Astolfo after, admittedly, again, Astolfo should not have gone into another VTuber server and ranted, especially a VTuber that I know is exclusively loyal to Dawn and will do anything that Dawn says. Is my belief that is probably a really big mistake. Shouldn't do that anymore, Astolfo. Just putting that out there. But yeah, that's what this is over. Anyway, we're gonna finish this video here.
You tried to stir things up just to hurt me. And you want to know what it was? It's you just sharing screenshots that I don't like this person. That was it.
In reference to one of the screenshots in my tweet. I will again reiterate. Dawn. Okay. Here, I'm not trying to be theatrical here, but I just want to make sure that this is said. Dawn. Multiple people over multiple years have sent me things that you have said. I will not name them because, unlike you, who I know shames these individuals into silence, I respect them and I appreciate that they are trying to get out information. Astolfo is one person who has sent me a couple things that you have said. Once they left your server, my contributions from them have been next to nothing. I will let them take responsibility for whatever they want to take responsibility for in terms of what they have sent me for you. But you should just know that I still have people sending me stuff. Because they find what you do disgusting. And they're terrified to speak out. Because they don't want to be the next Akko. Or the next Astolfo. Or the next Yami. Or the next Temp. They don't want to be the next person. They just want things to be better. And the only way that they feel like they can do that is to share it with me. Sounds like high school BS? It is. A lot of it is. Trust me, it definitely is. Which is why the VTuber community community. It's not a community. It's a medium. It's why the VTuber medium needs to be fucking torched to the ground and rebuilt. And we need to gatekeep motherfuckers like this who don't know how to act on the internet. Who don't know how to be normal people. Who don't know how to not fucking abuse people. All right? Anyway. Dawn, you're stupid if you think that one person is sending me things. It is, in fact, it's not just two. It's multiple people.
That was your big move to try to hurt me, that you had been saying, oh, I'm fighting against the temptation all the time. You had no power to begin with. You never had power.
Damn. No power. That sounds a lot like something an abuser would say.
Power. And it was never about that. Because it was about being a decent person. Yes, a few times over the months I mentioned I disliked you, but I never tried to do anything to intentionally hurt you. Because of you, I have now witnessed the worst apology of my life, because you only did this apology because your filthy conscience finally got to you.
And he's wrong, by the way. He's wrong. So, we're not even to the stream yet, chat. That's 3 hours long. I might need to make a part 2 of this. There might need to be a part 2. Do I have anything? Hold on. Am I doing anything tomorrow? Let's see. What is today? The 16th? No, tomorrow's UTT. What about Friday? Yeah, there's nothing on Friday. You know what? If I have to make a part 2, it's on Friday. Because I'm going through that stream, and you can't stop me. And if you remove it, I have copies. Filthy conscious? Yeah. What's funny is, Astolfo apologized before I even decided to say something. I said something because I saw the abuse, and I was like, I'm done. I'm done being lied about, and I'm done seeing more people be abused. Is this too much for me? No. Trust me, it's not too much for me. I'm going to get a little Maddie. Trust me, I'm definitely going to get a little Maddie. And I, again, will be trying to reserve, all right, my, I'm going to be reserving my ad hominems as much as possible. Okay? But I'm just fine. Anyway. Because trust me, Chad, a year ago, I would have been way more filthy than I am now. If I listen, you guys, thank Mizu and Lumi for helping to refine me into what I am now. Because if I had made this a year ago, it would have been horrible. I would have said all manner of things. Anyway, continuing on. So, an update from my previous post. Now he's attacking other people who gave him screenshots of his behavior. Unfortunately, Dawn learned of who did, and they received harassment from Dawn, and now Dawn has made a video. This was what we just watched. This harassment you should expect from Dawn. The victim in question, Astolfo, has made a thread here. So, Astolfo made a thread. And I believe that some of these tweets have been deleted by Dawn. Dawn did eventually delete them. And unfortunately, I did not really get to tag them because, again, I was busy with other things and I didn't see this at the time. I kind of saw the afterglow. So if some of these are removed, we can't really speak to that. The two fish helped you? They didn't help me with this. No, this is all being done on my own. I worked on this today. What I mean to say is they helped me to become a better version of myself. If that makes sense. If that makes sense. Hold on. Anyway, so this is the thread that Astolfo made. And again, I am going to do my best to be fair to both parties, even though one definitely upsets me more than the other. I'm going to be fair to both parties. So if I see something that Astolfo says that is cringe, I will point it out. Anyway, Astolfo says, I thought I was going to chill, but I'll just say what I have to say. For starter, I didn't manipulate my friend. My friend manipulated me. And I'm dead ass serious. I'm assuming he's talking about Dawn there. And I'm dead ass serious since I'm positive that they told you this, but you choice to not gonna bother to do anything about it. Secondly, I did mean it with my apologies. I didn't do it with the intent on hurting you when Akko made that tweet, but since you insist on believing a one-sided story, then that's fine. By the way, Astolfo said this and then the stream came out. Holy toxicity, Batman? Yes. Because here on out, I'm not going to limit myself anymore. And so for now, continue this. Then I ain't going to be afraid to show people my side of the story and only let them have their choice, own choice to decide. I tried to be nice. I tried to at least hold myself back. And I tried to be passive aggressive. You want to make me a bad guy and go on ahead and do it. Want to keep on spitting, smearing, and pretty much drag me in the mud? Go on ahead, because once I had just about enough of this game, some lies you put into your own narrative, I promise you that I'm not going mercy on you anymore. Astolfo, you might want to work on some of your spelling. I'm not trying to be mean, but I want to read some of these before you post them. Just, that's all I'm going to say. Don says, I'm going to make this very clear, Astolfo. This is my one post I'm making about you. It wasn't. And then I'm done. But I do want one definitive answer. Don does this a lot where they're like, you must answer. You must answer this question for me. You must tell... Sorry, I don't want to... I need to treat this chair better. It's like $500. You must give me the answer. I can do that to my desk. My desk was like $30. I can get a new one. I kind of want a new one eventually. Why did you apologize to me and still either the same day or after try to start shit with another? And I'm going to make this very clear to you, Don. Smear and dragging me into the mud. I ain't afraid of fighting back without mercy. For your record, I genuinely did apologize just to bloody move on, but consider this, ? Only time will tell. Tell me this now if you want any hope of any kind of peace. Why did you apologize to me? And then tell them, referring to me. Chat. I'm going to be playing this a couple of different times here, chat. Hold on a moment. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. I need to find this here. I need to find the exact moment. Okay? Okay? I think this is the exact moment. Now that we've watched... Chat! Chat! Say my name! I'm going to be using that a couple of different times here. Alright? Anyway. Whenever they say them, that's referring to me. Okay? Well, not always, but... Because that's what I'm upset about the most, more than anything else. Clear that up if you want any hope of peace. I just told you the answer because I wanted to move on. Besides, you did piss off Occo so much that it was entirely up to them. I was depressed that day as well, so take it as a grain of salt. Again, Astolfo, you probably need to work on your debate skills just a little bit. I'm not going to, I will be harsh on you as much as I can be, but, please read your tweets before you post them, all right? I popped in to see what's going on. Hello. Welcome. But, yeah. Then Dawn says, so you consciously made the choice to apologize and tell them the same day? Again, do we have to go back to the DMs? I had to kind of pry out of them what was going on. Mostly because I was afraid that Astolfo was going to do something stupid. So, you know, you can take that with a grain of salt if you'd like. You only apologize because your own consciousness made you realize you went too far and you wonder why I'm hurt? What's fucking wrong with you? I don't know, Don, maybe if my own sanity wasn't broken because you could have at least taken back with the R word. Again, talking about retard. As a quick aside here. I'm not going to call Astolfo the retard. I'm not going to call Astolfo that because I only call people that act like retards. If people are socially or even physically having infirmities, I try to be as respectful as possible. So, I'm not going to call Astolfo that. Don is acting like a retard, 100%. So, social or physical infirmities aside, Don, as much as they like to pretend, is acting like a retard, 100%. Don's treating me like Voldemort? Yes. I gave you what you wanted, a genuine apologies, and a sign I moved on. Then Don says, I never, ever wanted a fucking apology. By the way, if this is how they act in public, chat, what do you think they act like in private? Do you understand that? All I wanted was for you to stop smearing my fucking name everywhere you went. This video is my payback for what you did yesterday, on top of the worst apology anybody has ever done. You don't apologize and do that. My gosh, I can't read it, either of their stuff. I'm sorry. Again, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Christolfo. Please review your stuff before it's ending. Okay? Okay? Christolfo says, alright, then fine. Then next you want to drag my name like this again, then I promise I'll tell everyone my own side of the story as truthfully as possible. So go on ahead and continue making me the villain, and I promise you, it's just me who's going to give you the payback. Other. No, Astolfo, I meant it when I said this is the only time I'm posting this. Again, this isn't the only time this has been posted. Otherwise, I'm never bringing this up again. It is brought up again. I do not want war, but I will not be silent as the scummy move you did. Can I just say, I feel like I'm watching an episode of Dragon Ball. I don't watch Dragon Ball Z, by the way. I don't, because I haven't had time to. But it kind of makes it feel like I'm watching an episode of Dragon Ball Z. All right? Like, who is Goku and who is the... You guys are gonna hate me for this. I don't know what the bad guys are. Fuck. Wrong example. Like, I don't know. These guys are fighting like it's an anime. Well, Dawn is definitely treating it like an anime. 100%. This is definitely acting like an anime right now. Like... Shout, I need you to cool it, alright? Like, Dawn is a shitheel. Agreed. Let's not. Okay? Piccolo? Okay, yeah, it's like Goku and Piccolo, alright? Only, Dawn is Piccolo or whatever. Dragon Ball is sacred? Alright, sounds good. I won't use Dragon Ball. My apologies. When I watch it, I'll give the example then. But by that point, I just hope that Dawn is fucked off and never talks about any of these people ever again. Latino status for vote. Well, I'm not Latino, so that's okay. I'm Italian. There's a difference. Is this the person you quote-unquote debated? No. We don't talk about that person because that person is an attention whore. Okay. Astolfo says, and I want the same thing as well, and I ain't gonna get silent by your lies anymore. At least I did expose the mole for you since I had to show I'm innocent, and considering the results, my limit is nearly gone at this point, so continue onward with making me a villain. And they're talking about the individual who sent Astolfo messages that then forwarded some of them to me. I gave them the name Chiyomaru. It means 1,000 shits. That's a funny name. I'm not gonna call Dawn that, but that is a funny name. Anyway, continuing on. I told you, and I'll tell you again, have my word. This is the one time on my account I'm going to do something like this because of the sheer pain your apology and stab in the back did. If you let me have this, it's done. I'm not deleting it, and I won't mention you here either again. Again, this is not the one time, and I can guarantee you it will never be the last. Dawn will do this again and again and again and again and again, like legitimately. Here's what's gonna happen. If Dawn actually moves on from Astolfo, alright, they're gonna find a new victim, alright? I don't know who the new victim is yet. I hope that there's no more victims. I have heard of some people that he has treated very poorly in DMs with after Astolfo, but I hope that there's no more new victims. And if there is any victims, please stop talking to Dawn. And my DMs are open if you want to talk about your grief. I will not share any of your information in the public. But I am offering counseling because I do offer counseling for people that have had to deal with Dawn's shit. And I'm not asking anybody to out themselves, but I have offered counseling to some people, a couple of different sessions to different people that have asked for it. Anyway, let's continue this here because I really want to move on to the main meat of the stream that made me want to do this. Excuse me. How long does this go for? Alright, we're just gonna read. Just gonna read. Let's see. Do me a favor, and for once in my goddamn life, stop lying on some part like me got banned because I told you this, that I left the server before I got the ban. Leave me alone. Do all that, and I'll gladly get off your back, plain and simple. Now I'm going to keep this up. You're not going to start any shit with me, and I won't start any shit with you. I don't care if you say you hate me or dislike me to others. I genuinely don't. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, because you can't. This is... Literally, you can't stop. Just as I am sure you won't care if I say in passing, oh yeah, I hate Astolfo. That's not how this works! Oh. Fine with you. Who said I hate others? The only hate right now is you, a person who can't handle the truth. So now you understand, correct? If you continue to do something like this, or I somehow catch wind about it, I'll go no mercy. Otherwise, you have my word. I'm going to specify, listen, I don't care if you tell others you hate me. I seriously don't, but don't bring up our personal dirty laundry anymore. Because as far as I can tell, even I haven't done that to others about you. That's not true. I'm pretty sure that's not true. You continue to talk to other people either in DM, and I will only talk about my own personal experiences from DMs I've received from others. From either in your server or one-on-one. I know for a fact that even though you say you will not bring up personal dirty laundry, you fucking do. Though my server hating on you is for how you acted. Oh yeah, fun facts chat, by the way. When Don discards you, all of his fans just, now this happened to me at a smaller extent. I did lose a couple mutuals because of it, but when Don's server catches wind that he hates you, some of them will try to attack you. I've had people that I've had to either block or mute because they have constantly came into my DMs trying to stir shit about Don. Don is a man. Okay, this isn't really a controversial thing. Don is a babaniku like me. I don't think they go by that term, but Don, as far as I know, unless this has been changed as of like literally 24 hours ago, Don is a dude. All right? Don is a dude. Don has always been a dude. They have never even used a voice changer like I do. And so, they are a dude. I know that they have wanted to be a woman, as a lot of men in their lives. Occasionally. I'm sure that every man can relate to maybe wanting to touch boobs one day. But they are a man using a female avatar like me. I treat them in the same category as I treat myself. A babaniku. That's all that there really needs to be said about it. Sorry to deal with this idiocy. Hey, listen, at this point, dealing with it is funny. It's gone from it sucks. It's gone from it sucks to it's depressing to it's angering me to I'm all the way on the other side. It's just, this is fucking funny. Like, here, let me give you an image to show you like how I'm feeling right now. Let me give you an image to show you how I feel right now. This is perfect. This is absolutely fucking perfect. This is how I feel towards Dawn now. Whenever I see their stuff, it's like, man, that retard is still talking about me. I use a voice changer. Yes. I turn it off when I use my normal model, though. I think that's the deal that we've came up with. Some people tell me they like the normal voice. So we're going to keep it on the normal model. Anyway, let's continue. Can I be honest? Why does anybody take this guy seriously? I'm not going to, again, give ad hominems, even though I'm sure that I have in the past, in my private sense, or even with a couple of private people, given ad hominems about what I think about some of Dawn's fans. I will not, because some of those people are still people that I like. I don't know. I don't get it. I'm not going to opine. We're just going to leave it at that. Okay? Okay. Cool. I don't want people to think I'm a transphobe. Hey, Dawn is not a woman, IRL. If Dawn says that they are trans, I would respect and call them a woman. But as far as I know, literally I would need it to be confirmed by them or a friend of theirs. Dawn is a dude that uses a female model. Okay. I can't. No. Where is that? I don't like that whatsoever. You can't. Okay, did you remove it? I am assuming you removed it. Yeah, don't say that. You cannot say that, alright? I'm Romanian, no, I'm Italian. Anyway, let's continue on here. I hope you like the Danganronpa music, by the way. I chose that for a reason. Actually, oh, you know what? We need the there's another one that I really, really, really like to use. Let me switch over to that. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, that's it right there. All right, cool. And this is my favorite song from Danganronpa V3. It's a good song. Okay. You're annoyed? Yeah, no, chat. If you leave demeaning comments, you will have the comments removed, and if you continue to do it, the mods are instructed to time you out, then ban you. Don't leave demeaning ad hominems. Alright. I wonder why people hate me, because not only a one-sided story, but also I don't want to attest, at least listen to my honesty. And for the record, you should have moved all our beef with me to the DM instead of the TL, because I feel bad right now with your friend at the moment, genuinely. No, Astolfo, that's their personal issues for how you were in the server before we had beef. That has nothing to do with it. Anyway, are we done? I could ask you the same thing, because it looks like you got your hand full at the moment, and I prefer looking on friends that dragging into crap like this, and I hope you realize that. I'm making sure for certain that once I let out my feelings, move on from this. They don't do that. And from this, and not have to worry about this anymore. Seriously, are we done? I'm leaving this up, and I'm done speaking with you. I mean, I can ask you the same thing because you still want to keep replying, and I prefer tending to my friend's mental mind than exploding all over Twitter of all people, because let's just say you've done it worse now since Peeps can use that video against you, just saying, and that's it. That's it. That's all they say. That is their debate on Twitter. Okay, so I have to be careful because Dawn retweets a lot of porn. Like, all Dawn does is tweet porn, roleplay, and then have drama when they're not talking about being a VTuber. Scrum Debate? Yeah, this is the best song, in my personal opinion, from V3. Okay. We can start. Let me just look. Okay, cool. We can resume. Let me switch sides. Alright, so after this all goes down, they say, still down bad for Astolfo, the character. And then they eventually say, deleted it, done with it. Then they say, I've got such a headache. Then because Gaguro is graduating, obviously, you know, very appropriate to be upset about Gura. I'm sure you know, but Dawn already knows about the stream. I don't care. Again, Dawn, if you want to come on and talk and defend yourself, please do so. My door is open. Literally won't be open after I'm done talking about you. What's the cliff notes? We're talking about abusive individual. That's the cliff notes. It's kind of hard to sum this all up in one sentence, so you'd have to go back to the beginning. I'm sorry. Okay. So, after this, then they say, 2 hours later, if I'm going to be denied a way to expose the pain I've been dealing with... By the way, the denying a way to deal with the pain is them tweeting about it or them talking about it in DMs. By the way, Dawn, this is not how you deal with trauma. Do you want to know how you deal with trauma, by the way? I know how to... You know how I've dealt with trauma? I've gone to a fucking therapist. I've talked to therapists. I still talk to a therapist. I talk to a life coach right now. I know some people that are therapists. I talk to professionals. Because guess what? And I'm sorry. Like, I genuinely am sorry for people that will be upset by this. But Twitter is not your hug box. Twitter is not the place where you try to resolve your deepest, darkest, shitty situations. It's not. It is, it is a hug box. Need to play Rhythm of the Night. I don't want this stream to get claimed. More than it probably already will. But Twitter is a hug box where everybody's just going to agree with you. Dawn, you need pushback. That's what I was before you removed me, because you don't like pushback. Okay? You know what? Sparky, send the song to me. I have an idea. But Twitter and Discord should not be the place where you vent how upset you are with people. You go to a professional behind closed doors where you can discuss with them the issues that you are suffering with. You don't do it out in the open with a bunch of other people that can see and point and laugh and say, what a fucking retard you are. You can't save the world by scrolling Twitter? Yes. So, continuing on. Another is going to try and publicly humiliate me. That's me! That's me! They're talking about me, chat, because they can't reference me directly. They have to just use side handles. We're going to discuss 4chan. We'll discuss that on Under the Tea, I'm pretty sure. That's on Under the Tea, not today. I'll just stream it. Talk about it all. After they said they were done. After they said, I'm gone, I'm leaving, I'm just gonna leave it alone. They can't leave it alone. They can't stop. They will never fucking stop. Stream in 4 hours. I don't care anymore. I just don't care anymore. I'm tired of... I've done this, by the way. It is very cringe. Very, very, very cringe. Where when you're trying to make a thought and you leave 3 dots, making it sound like you have to... Making it so everybody understands that you're pausing IRL. It's very cringe. Trust me. I should know. I've done it before. Will I continue to do it? If I roleplay. I'm going to try not to do it IRL because it's fucking cringe. Return. Welcome back. Let's see. Oh, I need to replay that again. If I'm already going to slander it even more... By the way, he thinks that I am slandering him. He thinks that by what I said earlier... Here. This. He thinks that this is slander. Number one, this is not slander. Objectively, everything that I have said has been true. You have not disproven what I have said, Dawn. You have not disproven anything I have said, which is kind of dumb. But you have not disproven anything I have said. Also, side note, I did not slander you. All right? Slander is spoken. Libel is written. Kind of have to put that out there. You are not saying the right thing. Slander is spoken. Libel is written. I'm splitting hairs, but at the minimum, it would be liable, which I am not doing. Okay? Cool. Then I'll tell everything if I'm being denied the right to be hurt and angry at it. Talking about saying that you can't talk about it. Again, you can talk about it. You should talk about it with a therapist. A professional. Then he continues on by saying, I want you to know this, Astolfo. This is your fault. If you had allowed me to just leave that video up without you threatening me after the damage you did with your apology followed by backstabbing, it's also a chain reaction of consequence of what you did yesterday. I feel trapped, that I can't be mature with this anymore. So subtlety be damned. I'll be streaming in 4 hours. I'll tell you now, it's not going to be a vengeful stream. I'm going to be highly emotional and have a lot of emotional screaming and crying. He didn't actually cry at all anyway. Because I'm so tired of this. Emotional support stream tonight in 3 hours when personal beef involves others. I'll warn you now, I'll absolutely be crying tonight. And he retweets another person. I'm not going to read their thing. Going live very soon in 15 minutes to talk about something I've been dealing with all year long. And at this point, I feel trapped. And I feel I have to say something or this will never end. Slight delay, waiting for Lane to get home, and then going live. So that's where we're going to end off the Dawn tweets. And we're going to move on to this. As far as I know, the stream hasn't been taken down. We're not going to chance it. However, I do have at least 2 saves of it local on my hard drive. So I can use it if it is for some reason removed. So we are going to go through this. We're going to go through this entire thing. Well, not the entire thing. The last 45 minutes is just them playing Honkai, all of the Honkai games. He's playing Honkai Star Rail. He's playing ZZZ. He's playing Genshin. Like, okay. I understand a lot of people do this. But as somebody that is severely autistic themselves, I don't understand the grind to sit down and play 5 or 6 games every single day for 15 minutes and then move on. Can I just, like, I don't blame, like, if that's your thing, go for it. Do it. If you love it, great. Fan-fucking-tastic. I don't understand it. And I think it's kind of weird. But if it makes you happy, it doesn't matter what I think. All right? Seriously. Like, legitimately, seriously, do what makes you happy. I just find it kind of weird. But listen, I'm into crazy things, and people find me kind of weird. So I have nowhere to judge, so I won't. Anyway, we are going to watch this. We're going to be watching it at 1.5 times speed, because otherwise we would be here all fucking night. Actually, we're going to start at... Yeah, 1.5 is good enough. But... my apologies. Dailies, yes. Again, I will not judge you. I just find the practice to be just slightly weird. All right? Just slightly. Before we do this, I have to pee really bad. I have to pee really bad. So we're going to take a break. We're going to take a break and play a song that is definitely going to get claimed. We'll edit it out in post. It should be fine. But this song was suggested to me. Some of my friends, after seeing the thread I made, shout out to Sparky's Tech and the Gamer Gator, said that Dawn sounds like another individual that they are very familiar with on the internet, King of Pole. So we are going to listen to the King of Pole's AI version of The Rhythm of the Night. And then, when I come back, we'll continue.
This is the rhythm of the night. The night. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the night. This is the rhythm of my life. My life. Oh yeah. The rhythm of my life.
I'm going to be honest with you, I don't see it very much, but you know what? That's just me. That's just me, personally. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Now, I know that some people have left super chats, and I am not going to be reading them till later. But if you send them, I will acknowledge them. So we'll just I'll just leave it at that because I appreciate them, but right now I feel like this was a little bit more important. Hope you enjoyed that, by the way, chat. Hope you enjoyed that, by the way. Anyway, sorry. Something I was looking at. I was planning to bring on Astolfo for this part right here. I think, again, I'm going to leave it off for the moment. I'm going to leave it off for the moment. If I have questions for Astolfo, I am going to bring them on. I feel bad because I asked him to, or I asked Astolfo to get me anything he wants me to look at or add context to, and he did get a lot of things for me. So I'm going to try and use them to the best of my abilities. Again, because I am on a bit of a time crunch here, I'm going to try and just do this the fastest and most eloquent way possible. So if I don't get him on, I apologize in advance. My deepest and most humble apologies. Actually, since this is a reaction stream, okay, you know what? I'll ask him. All right. All right, I'm gonna hold on a moment. Temp, you want to join in on this cringe? You want to join up on this fucking cringe? I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Let me add both of you. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna get them up here. Hello.
Hello. Oh.
I might need to add my other self here. How's it going?
There we go.
Perfect. I'm adding my alt account just so that I can bring up Fugi Tech. Okay, this will be very fun, chat. Doink. There we go. Now Temp can show up eventually. Okay.
Now you get the dog.
We get the dog, yes. And then we're gonna get the okay, I haven't actually watched Fate, so is Astolfo like a twink or something?
Yes,
okay.
I am the femboy.
The femboy, yes. Now, really quickly, I did just want to let you know, Astolfo, if you have to jump out at any point at any time for whatever reason, you just need to let me know, or you don't have to, and then just jump out. It's completely fine. I understand. Life is busy, and I'm sure it is for you too.
Understandable. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Doggo is here, yes.
I am so sorry for having you suffer with that double audio part.
It's completely fine. It's completely fine. I don't mind whatsoever. I just need to... Oh yeah, I just need to get your Fugi up, and then we are good to go. We'll see if Fugi Tech is going to work for me here.
Oof.
Fugi Tech. Discord reactive. There it goes.
Oof.
There it goes, there it goes, there it goes.
Yeah.
And I will be streaming this to the Discord for you guys.
Oh yeah, Alto, by the way, Dawn made another sub-tweet.
How recently?
Very recently.
Like within the last 2 minutes or something?
Trying to check. Using my super secret account.
You don't have to. You can view people when they block you.
True. Let's see. Oh, okay. So they delete that one subtweet about me, but they did tweet out about the whole thumbnail.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
That one.
I saw that. Yeah, chat here really quickly. I was planning to show this afterwards. Low pitch temp. Oh, my apologies, chat. That's a temp thing. Here, let me turn up both of you. Alrighty.
I don't know how it's low pitch, because nothing's changed.
Oh, I can see the screen.
Yes. Even if you don't see the screen, you should be able to hear it.
Gotcha.
All right, here, chat. I'll bring this up. So when I announced that I was going to do this, Dawn is just upset. Dawn's just upset. We're not going to mention anybody that replies to this. I don't want anybody to catch any strays, but yeah. Again, don't bother any of these people. Don't bother these people, especially Dawn. I love how Dawn's like, I genuinely believe this thumbnail alone has destroyed all credibility towards those who trying to convince others that I'm this abuser for wanting to end friendships with people that treated me like shit. I really quickly, I just want to make sure I understand. You're, are you in the chat, like in the YouTube chat?
Oh, me?
Yes, like, are you Omega Almighty in the chat? Just double checking.
Yep, that's me.
Just double checking, just want to make sure, because I thought that was you. I don't like assuming, so that's why I asked. Anyway, Dawn is coping and sneezing, saying that they're not going to say anything. Chat, I fully expect that after I do this stream that Dawn is going to do a reaction stream where they talk about me. Fully 100% expect it. And you know what? I welcome it. I welcome it. Do they stream? I would like... No, I don't think you stream. Do you, Astolfo?
So far, they didn't say anything about they're going to stream yet.
No, you. Do you stream?
Oh. No, I don't even stream on YouTube.
Okay. I figured. Somebody asked, so I was going to ask. Okay, so, chat, we're watching this on 1.5 times. Actually, I'm going to lower it to 1.25 because I did watch it on 1.5, and that's a little too fast for people that want to get more out of it. So we're going to watch it in this fashion, and we're going to continue. I will let you know, in this stream, you're going to have Dawn. You're going to have, I believe, Dawn's partner, and you're going to have Lane. Lane is one of the most long-standing friends of Dawn. To date, Lane was also friends with me for quite a long time, even after my falling out with Dawn. So I'm going to definitely have choice words for Lane as well because of how I felt treated by them as well. Oh, yeah, really quickly. I figured oh, fuck. We're going to not let that stay paused. All right. Dawn likes to use Persona music, and I don't know... If you're a long-standing follower of the chat, you know that I hate it when people use Persona music. Not just due to the fact that Persona music sometimes gets claimed, but due to the fact that any VTuber that uses Persona music just ends up sucking. Meriwether's a good example.
The problem is they always use it too loud. And always the wrong type of music.
I think that Dawn doesn't have it too loud. Thankfully, Dawn uses the instrumental version, so that's good, at least. At least. Yeah. All right, let's do this. I have to turn them up, too.
I should make you bigger. Should I have the Persona 5?
Oh, yeah, they have an echo chat, by the way, and... no ad hominems. No ad hominems.
Music in the background, or no?
Lane is initially louder than Dawn is. It's kind of annoying.
It's very low volume. And as for you, I need...
It is louder than him. Oh, my gosh. Oh, by the way, it's that song that Meriwether used when I criticized him as well. That's how bad it is.
There it is.
Ah.
Man, this is gonna look like an abomination if more people end up joining out of the blue. I guess I don't need a screen share or anything with you, so yeah.
Oh, there we go.
No.
Okay. Oh man, just...
You're telling me Dawn does this an hour after we're done watching Breaking Bad, and I'm like, fuck, I kind of want to watch this live so I can laugh at it. But by the same token, I love sleep. So I had my computer set up.
I even told Akka I was tempted to stay up.
I didn't.
To watch it, but
I didn't. What ended up happening is I took a nap till 4, then 4:30 because they pushed it back. And then when they started, I hit the download on my media recorder because my media recorder can download videos as they are still going on. So as the stream was going on, it was downloading in real time bit by bit. And then when I got up, I re-downloaded it again just as a second one. So I was able to, I just wanted to get the beginning of it when it was out. And again, I was tempted, but I decided not to stay up because I was like, my sleep is more important. My sleep is more important.
5. All right, there we go. That's the right alert. And now your face is bombarded with Hibari and Haruka ass.
I'm not complaining.
You're just like, I wish I could feel that.
No joke, I legitimately wish. Didn't help that I've been trying to seek comfort in...
By the way, if either of you want me to pause, just start talking and I'll pause it, because you are both as welcome to that as I am, obviously.
Play.
Okay, I'll let you know if I need to.
Yep.
Same here.
I can't blame you. All right, I guess we'll start off with this. We are obviously...
By the way, Chad, this is 1.25 speed. They talk extremely slow, which, again, that doesn't really matter that much, but, like, it is just... We're on 1.25.
Astolfo is the topic of everything, but we're not encouraging anyone to go after them or anything like that.
Good on you.
No going after anyone, like, involved with any of this.
Yeah, we just want to get...
Good on you.
Both the truth out, as well as, you know, this is like...
Truth you say.
By the way...
Truth you say.
Yeah, by the way, this is after Astolfo had said that they did not apologize and then come give me information and then apologize. Like, again, that Dawn is still running with that falsity. And I imagine that they will run off with that falsity for time immemorial unless they see the stream. But Dawn is still under the assumption that Astolfo had given me information to leak and then apologized right after. Watching the video at 0.25 speed for more pain? Absolutely fucking not.
No.
No.
We will up it to 1.5 if chat wants it to go that fast. I felt like it wasn't watchable, but like if you guys want it that fast, we will.
Catharsis for me, because I've been dealing with this for so long.
I need to say the quote, Dawn, you're not going to feel better until you get this thing off your chest.
Which episode was that from for SpongeBob?
It's like one of the very first episodes.
Oh.
It was the first boating school episode.
Was it?
Yeah.
Huh.
Or actually, no, not that one. It was the...
I will say Dawn and I can compete for who gets sidetracked the most. Please, 1.5, please. It feels like I'm in a special ed class. Okay, that's mean. I will up it to 1.5 though.
It was the ugly episode. I'm ugly and I'm proud.
Okay, yeah, that one sounds more familiar. Okay. As well, if Astolfo does jump in here, and mods, if they try to mention a certain
boss.
someone's name...
Because you did eventually jump in.
I did jump in at near the end before Dawn gets on Honkai Star Whale and do a daily, which, don't worry, we'll get to that part soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's a couple hours in there, but yeah, it's funny. It's really fun. By the Chad, do you want to know how many people this was streamed to? Do you want to gander how many people saw this stream? Because I saw it when it first went live. I'm sure that this like maybe got up to 10 viewers. I don't know. I'm not gonna shame people for how many viewers they had. Go ahead.
I do know.
You do know.
I remember when I was staying up. I remember I saw only about 7 people on YouTube watching, and if my memory served correct on Twitch, I think it was only about 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not going to view shame here, chat. Everybody is perfect at their own size. That's not a fat joke at all. All I'm going to say is more people, 10 times more people in my chat right now are watching this video than watched it when it was live. That's all I'm going to say.
Who I don't want getting dragged into this, delete it immediately.
Yeah.
We do not want any stray shots fired.
Yeah,
life is stressful enough as is.
Yeah, this is not a dunking session. This is not a thing for vengeance. This is purely just Dawn's side of the story, our side of the story.
Okay, so I have to pause here because I get really fucking upset. This is something that will become apparent as the stream goes on. Lane is unintentionally Dawn's handler. Dawn, unfortunately, cannot articulate themselves without breaking into a mess, as you have seen on Twitter. Lane is the person that keeps them wrangled. Whenever you see Lane somewhere, it is because they are Dawn's wrangler. Again, probably unintentionally. More probably, definitely unintentionally. But Lane will keep Dawn in check. Dawn will often, and will be seen in the streams, and I will definitely get mad when I hear some of this, but Lane will often be referred to as the moral compass here, the person that Dawn refers to and relies on as the person for morals. With that in mind, I want you to ask yourself, and Lane, I want you to ask yourself this too. If you're the person that Dawn looks up to for morals, why the fuck did it get this far? What the fuck should I be worried about? Like legitimately. Either you need to wrangle your tard better, or there's some deep introspection that I need to have done here.
And I'll probably get mad a number of times.
Yeah, that's one reason I'm here.
I'm getting more mad,
okay.
I know.
How should we even start with
He even admits it,
Should we lead
actually.
into
Yeah.
why things got so bad, or how it literally started?
Let me know, chat, if you need it to be louder.
Honestly, I don't even really think we need to go like as far back as to when it literally started. More just like
I'll give a quick summary. They were a bit of an asshole, and I, alongside you, tried to help them realize when they were being mean to others. Is that not true?
that is true. Honestly, okay, to go in a little bit more detail, after having different dramas go in and
Again,
out.
you'll see this a lot, but Dawn will oftentimes say something and then look to Lane to back it up. They will look to Lane to basically say, I'm right, right? I'm right, right? And either... It strikes me as very much Lane is the person that has to say yes. You're gonna need aspirin? I don't take drugs. No drugs, kids. Needs to be louder. I'll make it just a tiny bit louder. Just a tiny bit.
Okay.
The server, Astolfo became very jaded towards us.
Extremely jaded.
To the point where almost any comment that was made by them came off as antagonistic.
Yeah. Oh, I do want to say this. That doesn't mean they weren't a good friend at times. I will...
Now, Astolfo, since you're here, I would like for you to say before God, angels, and these witnesses why you had become more quote-unquote jaded towards Dawn. I feel like we all need to know this. Give as much detail as you want.
Okay. I will say this, and I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna freaking lie nor sugarcoat things. I do freaking cause some trouble here and there, and I do sometimes, freaking regret my actions. All the reason why they say that I'm nothing more but a troll maker to their eyes is because they think that I don't apologize. I don't even put some effort into at least make some effort to change, which despite I freaking do my best to change, despite I keep going back to square one, and so far I make some progress of it, and next thing you know, I stumble and I went back to 0.
Mm-hmm.
So second part is the fact I do a bit little trolling here and there. I do a bit little tease because I like to be freaking a goofy guy. And I think that's pretty much I can recall what I've been doing.
What they're saying is there was a point where you had decided to act less involved and was more passive aggressive towards them. And I remember when I started talking to you, you were kind of in the middle with that already. And you were kind of in the, I'm gonna help Dawn see the light one day. You were basically just telling me you were gonna help Dawn out. And I noticed that you kind of started to get more and more jaded over time. Or just more disillusioned, I guess is probably the right term. Why?
Yeah.
What did they do is what I'm asking.
In all honesty, if I do remember, is despite I wanted to at least try to get Dawn to truly understand hey, I understand you hate this person, Dawn, but there's time and place that you could just move on, instead of keep on bringing them up every time. I point that part out on her to the point she got, freaking mad about it. Yeah. Secondly, as to why I have that belief that, if I still fight this, I know Dawn can change. I always have that stupid mindset of mine, and I always have this stupid beliefs of mine that, honestly, to just say I still have that belief that I know people can change if they try, even if there's a glimmer of hope within all of us people, a glimmer of light that they can understand what kind of action they cause, and they can honestly turn it around. And so I've been really honestly try to go from doing a little nudge, or I even point things out, to going for passive aggressive approach, which we all know how that end.
I will say, and I had to learn this too. I learned this a while ago. Sometimes trying to help people doesn't help them as much, and I think you probably realize that. But I will just say specifically just to you, and I do think that at times I tried to help you see this as well. That yes, people can change. They have to want to change. And if you try and force change upon people that like to live in the situation they're in, they're just going to hate you for it. That's a lesson I had to learn, or in the lesson that some other people have had to learn when it came to me specifically. And so because of that, like, if Dawn wants to remain the way they do, you just got to be okay with it. You know what I mean? So I think that maybe the biggest lesson for you, and I'm probably going to say that a few more times, I don't know, is not everybody can change. Some people just have to remain in the squalor that they choose to live in, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I agreed.
Anyway, let's... Oh, sorry, did you have something else?
Nah.
Okay.
I was coughing a bit.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
Give credit there, but, we'll
rewind 10 seconds.
By them came off as antagonistic.
Yeah. Oh, I do want to say this. That doesn't mean they weren't a good friend at times. I will give credit there, but,
To give you credit, you were a good friend sometimes.
The more antagonistic comments we were getting from Astolfo.
Yeah.
I think the beginning of this really was... That's right. It was with that insensitive comment towards Josh's family, I think.
By the way,
that one.
I will say they are going to mention a couple of different people. Josh is one of the members of their little friend group that they have. Their little VTuber group. So if they mention first names, it's them. Anyway, go ahead, continue.
All right. So context of that one. So this happens when Josh was venting about his father, and everyone was, cheering Josh up. And apparently, for me, to Don's eyes, I said to Josh, and I quote, "At least you weren't in my shoes." That apparently made Don mad about that. And when I go to DM, I told Josh, like, hey, did I say something, sensitive? Josh did respond and tell me it was sensitive a little bit, but he understood that. And I brought that one up during that second DM group, and yet Don just don't give a damn.
Yeah. Okay.
You remember that?
I'm trying to. I think I know what you're talking about. But
it's been so long that I kind of admittedly struggle to remember it as well. Also, I'm just saying this now, other than a few recent things, I'm not pulling up, like, well, I'm not going to put screenshots on it, but I'm not looking up screenshots.
He's not going to look up screenshots because, now, to be honest with you, it is a lot of work to put up screenshots. I did spend some time doing this myself. I know that Astolfo spent quite a lot of time looking up screenshots as well. He spent like 3 or 4 hours doing that. I deeply appreciate it, and I feel bad if I don't use all of them, but I know I'm not going to be able to. But Dawn's saying, I'm going to stream in 4 hours. We're going to talk about my truth. And then they walk into the stream saying, I'm not going to pull up any screenshots. It just strikes me as bad faith. Dawn doesn't want to show the context. Doesn't want people to even have an idea of what was said. Doesn't want people to know what was going on. So anybody's allowed to make their own conclusion whatsoever. And thank God I've got the individual here that is able to give their own side of the story. But man, if I legitimately didn't have that, I could assume the most horrible, heinous shit I wanted to possible, Dawn. And because you didn't provide screenshots or aren't willing to go back, you're going to have to be left on the defensive.
As well, it's just like... there's also the fact that loading images on OBS takes a while.
It doesn't. You drag and drop them.
Fair enough.
You drag and drop them.
Also, started becoming not just antagonistic.
Here, do you want me to show you, chat, how easy this is? I'm going to do this right now. Well, you won't see it, but I'm going to do it right now. But, oh my gosh, look at that. Holy shit, I could just put that on the screen right here, right now. That took less than a second in order to do. Oh my gosh. Oh, fuck. My apologies. I'm just, a clown. Yes.
You're good. You're good.
Yes. Oh, hold on a moment. Give me 1 second. I have somebody at the door. Give me like 2 minutes, chat. Oh, fuck. Oh, gosh.
Ow.
All right, sorry about that. Door-to-door salesman. Yeah, it was a door-to-door salesman. He wanted to sell me something. Okay.
But just so super insensitive to others.
Very, very insensitive to others. It primarily went down in...
Okay, I should probably say it right now, chat. Dawn and their ilk and their chat, some of the most... I don't know, clean freak isn't the right word. They're the most sanitized individuals on the internet. Like, Chad, I think back to when I was like a child and I was, quote unquote, censored from the internet by my family. God knows that if I had lived the lives of Dawn or Lane or any of these other individuals, I'd be fucking terrified whenever somebody called me names on the internet. Like, legitimately, these people are so fucking terrified of the internet. I don't understand why either of these two people are still here. At all. Like, legit, like what Astolfo said was so, like, again, you're gonna, right now it is a he said, she said. If you had the DM, do you have the DM on you? If you did, I'll pull it up. But like, legitimately, if all you said was literally, you would need to be in my shoes, holy fuck. Dawn, I hope you never step outside of the house because you're gonna fucking burn in the sunlight.
Let's see.
You look for it, I'll continue.
In rant.
Yeah, because we try to funnel like any actual like negative stuff into one channel rather than have it spread out through everywhere.
By the way, chat, I will say you should never have a rant chat. The rant chat is the worst thing you can have in a server. I know some people that do it. I tell them it's a potentially bad idea because it leads to situations where people fight. That's why I don't have a rant channel. I have a channel for more freedom of speech, but if people start to eat each other, I tell my mods to moderate it. But rant chats, more often than not, will devolve into shit flinging and hatred. They all sound so whipped. Yes, they do.
I've had to clean up many a rant chat before,
yes,
including theirs at one point originally.
Mm-hmm.
I unfortunately do not have the screenshot of the
all right.
thing.
Only the... Oh, you're good.
Only the DM with Josh.
Okay.
Is all.
Okay. From what I heard about Dawn, heard and read about Dawn, I have opinions. Hello, Lumi. But yes. Because you don't have the screenshot, we're just gonna have to say it's a he said, she said at this moment. Believe it if you like. I will leverage everything else I have shown you already on this stream to kind of give you, let you make your own opinion. But like, yeah, at that point, it's gonna hold less water until you have or don't have the screenshot. But like, yeah, we're just gonna continue. There's going to be many more opportunities for me to show stupid shit, including this phone call, when it gets to that
was
point.
One of our best decisions. Okay. I think if I remember correctly, what Astolfo said had something to do with something going on with Josh's family, and they undermined it by saying, "Oh, it's not as bad as what I went through," or something like that. I think.
Oh yeah. Now I remember.
Okay, so he basically says the same thing.
It could be worse.
Yeah.
You could have.
Don used to stream with you. Back when I started streaming, we did a few streams together. I was going to reserve this more for the end, but for those that do need to know. Very briefly, when they were a brand new budding streamer, I was not only a friend, but I was a fan of theirs. I watched some of their stuff. I watched them play all of the Danganronpa series, which is why I played the soundtrack, by the way. I watched them play Persona 4, and I've watched them play quite a few other things. And so because of that, I do have a history with them, which is why I'm trying to be as unbiased as possible when I describe how things are going. I'm only going to go off of mostly the experiences of others and some of the stuff I have observed from myself. But yes, I did briefly do a couple streams with Dawn, I believe.
Went through what I went through, and it's like,
and I know I've showed up on a few of theirs.
Someone who's literally going through shit right now.
Yeah, because again, we don't remember it off the top of our heads, but we remember the feelings of it. And me and Lane do not lie.
I don't know what it was said. I just know that I hated what you said, and that's all that fucking matters to me. Oh my gosh!
By the way, the update on that. I did say something, but problem is, Dawn freaking deleted the damn thing.
Okay. Again, because you don't have a physical, we're just going off of the you said, he said kind of deal. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's how it's going to have to be left.
Yeah.
We do not lie about this type of shit.
Phone call. Yeah, there's a certain point where we're going to pause and listen to that phone call, chat. And let me tell you, if you're not mad now, you're going to be fucking upset when we get to the phone call. Because I was in the middle of work when I heard it, and I wanted to crush something. Thank God I did. And my job involves me delivering, so I had to work really hard not to crush something. Sorry, go ahead.
And trust me, chat, you'll freaking understand why that freaking phone call part pissed me off, and I laugh at the same time because of that.
Yeah. All right. I'll continue here.
You may misremember, but we try our best to not lie.
Exactly.
To not lie.
Exactly. And
okay.
I think it was after that they said something particularly insensitive to you too.
Again, I have copies, Dawn. You can't delete this.
I don't think you were super upset about it, but others were.
I have copies of the phone call too.
Like, it was one of those things where you know it was bad, but you were just so numb to it.
Well, that and I usually don't take, like, super personal things to heart.
Yeah.
Like, it's always been a philosophy of mine to, like, not let something get you so mad if it's just something you can brush off.
Yeah, Lane is, like, one of the better ones in this kind of situation.
The hostility got worse because of mutual friends me and Astolfo had. We're not going to name names.
Pretty sure they're talking about me or the other individual that will not be named at this point. Pretty sure it's one of us too.
But again, some things, some friendships did sour for my own personal reasons. And to put it lightly, Astolfo did not like that. And cast
Never mind, it's the other person.
Very heavy judgment on me and the KGE admins as a result. Okay, should we get into when all of us as admins came together and wanted Astolfo to apologize? Well,
yeah,
primarily I did, but I also wanted you guys to be able to get your say in, because I knew you guys were frustrated with him too.
So basically, because of all these issues we were having with Astolfo, we made a group DM with a few admins, Dawn and Astolfo.
Yes.
Three DMs group.
Basically, we were trying
Three group DMs?
Yep, the first two only has the other admins, and the last one only has just one admin because, Lynn don't want to be involved.
Name them? No, chat. The other individual party has asked to remain out of this, and for respect out of them, because I don't do that to people that don't wish to be named, I'm going to keep them out of it. Just saying, we're not going to name people that have asked to be remained out of this. That is how bad Dawn's abuse goes, to the point where they just wish to be left out of it.
make sure that this wasn't like a whole public thing. Like, we're not going to do a public lynching on that front. We just want to understand what the fuck was going on. Because at this point, we had no idea that Astolfo had, like, been harboring all of this.
Yep.
Like, we were just wondering, why was he acting so, like a douche?
I wonder why.
And that's when he came out and said, like, his feelings about all of our situations with how Dawn handled certain friendships, how certain people in the KGE were handled.
Let me preface this by saying, I just learned when to cut my losses when it came to people that are mentally unwell, and I can't reason with them anymore.
Dawn can definitely talk. Dawn can talk. Holy shit.
I like the fact Dawn talked big, but never, for once, never bothered to show anyone her screenshot at all.
Chat, you want to talk about mentally unwell? I'm going to glow a little bit here. You want to talk about mentally unwell? Dawn believes that they are so autistic that they can't go out and get a job. They can't go out and provide for themselves. I know that there are people, okay? I know that there are people that do suffer, IRL. I know that there are people that are autistic that, unfortunately, their infirmities of what they were born with is so bad that they can't work. I know that. I know it exists. Based off of how I see Dawn act and how I see how they feel, there's two choices here. Either they are lying and they can do it, and to some extent I do believe it, or, and this opinion of mine is funnier, they are worse off, like they say. However, Dawn, if you are that worse off that you cannot act with regular society, I don't want you on the internet. I think that you need to be supervised by a caretaker 24/7. If this is how bad you say that you are, that you cannot converse with regular society, you should not be on the internet. You need to be watched 24/7 by somebody. You need to have things regulated, and you need to have specific times to be let onto the internet. Because if you're saying you're this mentally ill, you do not belong here. Are they actually autistic? I believe that they are. I believe that they are. The way that they act and the way that how they talk and their cadence, yes, I'm pretty sure they are autistic. But Dawn, if you are as mentally ill as you say, get the fuck off the internet. All right? You don't deserve to be here. There are people that work their asses off, that do have mental infirmities, that do have things that they are working towards. I'm not even going to bring myself up in this. But I know lots of people that work very fucking hard with the infirmities that they have to live. And Dawn gets up on a screen occasionally and says, woe is me. Woe is me, and I can't work. I'm so infirmed. My only chance of success is the internet. My only chance of success is just streaming to people on the internet. Because if I can't do that, my family is gonna do X, Y, and Z to me. Woe is me. Feel bad for me. Feel bad for me. Give me money, which he does often, by the way. So I'm not gonna say anymore because I'm getting mad again. But like. Two options. Either he's lying or he shouldn't be on the internet. I'll let you choose. I'll let you guys choose which would be better.
And I know from past experience that it's best if I just cut it off as is and go live about my life. And that was a lot of Astolfo's reason for hating me, even now.
It's basically like trying to move on or past certain things.
Yes. He says all the time, oh, I don't stab my friends in the back. It's like, I'm not stabbing them in the back. I've reached my limit, okay? And he literally just could not accept that. You know what? I'll let you talk on that for a minute, Lane.
Again, I don't understand why Lane is even allowed to talk about this, because this isn't Lane's trauma. This is Dawn's trauma. Dawn is the one that wants to get up here and talk. Lane is supposed to be the guy in the background, but Lane is actually coming up here reinforcing what some of he says. I genuinely believe, and again, this leaves more credence that I don't think that Dawn should be on the internet. I think that Dawn doesn't know how to articulate themselves, so they're waiting for the person right next to them, their tard handler, to come and say things for them. That's what I believe. I genuinely believe that. And I say that with both good faith and a little bit of malice as well.
Yeah,
just a little.
There are definitely limits when having to deal with issues. There's always limitations for what you can. Exactly, Anna.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There are limitations to what you can handle.
Go ahead and pause it real quick.
Yeah.
This kind of behavior would be like Occo asking me to do all the talking.
technically you sometimes do that on Sundays, but that's just because you and I.
But that's different though. Like in this circumstance, Lane shouldn't be doing most of the talking.
No.
Lane should be keeping them on a leash and target wrangling them.
Lane shouldn't be here at all. If Lane has to be here at all, he should not be streaming.
Very true.
Lane should be putting out a very short video talking about the issues.
Ava's another good example of that.
Ava's a fantastic example. Ava is a trooper. She was diagnosed with autism and ADHD. She works really fucking hard to maintain herself and maintain the people around her. I don't know what details she's revealed about herself, so I'm not going to say for her. But I know she works damn hard. Damn fucking hard with the infirmities that she has. And Dawn is an insult to every single person that works their ass off in life. Every single person. And I hope that they know that.
Yeah, and like even someone like me who has like tried pushing on limits before with a lot of other people, sometimes it leads me to darker issues.
Yeah,
especially when it involves darker issues.
Yeah,
that I myself can't handle. But regardless, sometimes there are times when you just have to say enough, and things need to just move on, whether or not it's going to reach a better conclusion or not.
Yeah, you can't have a toxic relationship on one side or both sides and have it go on for too long.
Yeah. But and that was the issue that Astolfo was having. That
I am a partial mute autist and I work at a job that requires me to talk to customers. That sounds like pure cope. Yeah. Like legitimately, if you want to do something in life, you can actually do it. I just don't think Dawn amounts to want to do anything at all. From the time I was a friend with them, all I feel like Dawn wants to do is sit and play gacha games on the computer all day and just live and survive. That's all Dawn wants to do. And hey, guess what? Awesome. Cool. Fantastic. If that's what you want to do, go right ahead. You know what I want to do? I want to live stream every single day. But you want to know how I'm able to maintain that? I go out, I do a job, and I work my ass off to try and make enough money so that I can get back on the computer and do it. Dawn doesn't want to have to do all those other steps in between. They just want to sit and do things on the computer all day. All right? That's all they do. And I'm not trying to reveal personal information about them. One, because I don't believe in revealing more than is already out there on the internet. Two, because Dawn and I used to be friends, there is some personal information that me and them know about each other. So I'm not going to be revealing like intimate personal details about this person. But what I will tell you is, as a dude that is on the internet, that depends on family members to do stuff for them, and sits in their house, lazing about all day, doing nothing, not even attempting to live a good life or to live a productive life. I don't know. I'm gonna stop talking because it's just like I don't see how people don't look at this and say you're a fucking lazy asshole.
Because these relationships didn't end with the fairy tale ending or the continuation of trying to get there, that somehow was stabbing people in the back.
Which it wasn't. And I want to address this by saying Astolfo seems to have the illusion that you basically always go with what I say. You want to tell them how you were yelling at me earlier?
Oh yeah, okay. So
are they talking about the tweets where Dawn said that he's done and he's not going to talk about it anymore, and then he decided to stream about this?
Oh. I think that could be that, maybe.
In hoping that we wouldn't have to do something like this video.
Then why did you? You didn't have to. You didn't have to, Lane. You could have told him. You said your thing. Don't say anything. Nothing. Bad.
Tonight we agreed to try and not make anything, not make any rash public statements, because no one wants drama. No one wants people going after one another. And
I disagree. I like reacting to drama. It's all fun. It's very fun. I'm a very small population of individuals on the internet, but I like drama, so that's very
Occo
wrong.
has one request. Feed them drama.
Just feed me. Just feed me, that's all I ask for.
Just feed me.
And no one wants to just further this toxic publicity. And then earlier tonight, because of new revelations and new info and
they're talking about me again, chat. Here, chat. Do we need to bring out the thing? Here, Lane.
Heisenberg. You're goddamn right.
Yeah, say my name, bitch. I need to rewind that a little bit more.
a very high emotional outburst. Dawn did post on Twitter. Technically not referencing what we were talking about last night, but close enough to where it pretty much was. And I fucking laid into you.
Yeah, you did.
I partially believe that. I know occasionally, like once in a blue moon, Lane will lay into Dawn. I have seen it like once or one or two times. All right.
I've seen it a lot.
Mm-hmm. And guess who doesn't learn? Guess who always keeps making the same mistakes? And guess who lets themselves get abused by being brought back into that situation every single time? These two. These two. The guys at Golden Locale. Oh, trust me. If the greater internet knew who Dawn was, there's a reason why I haven't said anything. And it's just because, like, I don't like trying to shove people into the limelight. That's not very fair. But, like, I feel like this is okay just to talk about them.
Yeah, and whether or not,
whether or not either of us was right or wrong, the entire reason I'm stating this is people, well, by people, I mean, people that like to think that, you know, I manipulate my friends. No, my friends, if anything, are my moral chain.
Yeah, Dawn.
I highly doubt. Thing is, I highly doubt that Dawn's friend been keeping Dawn's in check. Especially
he's talking about Lane. He's talking about Lane. But I'm going to tell you something. I'm very upset at Lane with how they've decided to walk forward and just decide to take the shit heel that chases every... You know, Lane has lost so many friends that would do things for them. And again, I'm not even going to talk about myself. All right? They lost Temp. They lost Yami. They've lost probably the unnamed friend that we're not going to talk about. They've lost so many people in their life over this motherfucker. Over this fucking dude.
I want to clarify here. Akko can attest, I tried sticking it out.
Kind of annoyingly, but yes, you did. And I say annoyingly because I told Temp for multiple times, and Temp really just wanted to see the best in people. But like,
it's a bit of a flaw of mine. I will fully admit that is.
And it's fine. I don't like hate you for that, but like, Lane has lost so many friends over the one. And I have to ask you, Lane. I highly doubt he's watching this. Highly doubt. I'm sure that, like Dawn, he's pretending to hide. I doubt that they're hiding, though. I'm sure that somebody's giving them information.
They are hiding for the day. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm sure. But, like, I have to ask Lane, how many friends... How many people? All right. Don't think of Dawn. Don't think of Temp. Don't think of Estavo. Don't think of me. I don't care. I don't matter. So don't think of me. Don't think of our unnamed friend. How many people does it take before you realize, oh fuck, I chose the wrong guy? I'll tell you how many it took for me. Almost 2. It took losing almost 2 friends for me to realize that maybe I was with an abuser. Kind of sad that it takes you more than that, but you know what? You were all on our own walks of life, so.
Often likes to put up the fact that they have people who tell them when she fucks up. And I was not shy about telling them she fucked up in my eyes, and probably a lot of people's eyes.
Yes, but at least now we know in regards to that, even if I did leave it up, it wasn't going to be as bad as we thought, but yeah. The main thing is that Lane and my closest friends are not afraid to tell me when I fuck up. Now, Astolfo seems...
I will also say, even though I don't trust a lot of the people that have talked to me about Dawn, I will say a lot of them have also told me, close friends by the way, that they are afraid of Dawn, that they are afraid of him, and that's sad. And the only people that are talking right now are the ones that no longer care. That's how sad it is.
Seems to think that no one ever tells me that I fucked up. Lane, how many times have I asked you or the others, was this the right decision to do?
Well, it depends. Was it something you did, or like, did you ask us after or before you did something?
Oh, it depends. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Such a stupid thing.
Before.
Yeah, Dawn does come to us on a lot of stuff. Because, let's face it, Dawn, she may have two brain cells in her chest, but she's not that dumb.
No. And
also, I will happily admit that I stole the brains are my tits joke from Dawn. I will happily admit that I did that. Afraid of the guy that gets chat. It's not the guy that gets 2 views. Because listen, the guy that gets 2 views on his stream, that's not the issue. It's the community behind Dawn that is the issue. Again, like, I still get people. Not as much anymore because I've muted all of these people. But I still get motherfuckers that are upset at me because I don't like Dawn or they believe something that Dawn has said. I still get it. So I get that not everybody is made out for the abuse. Not everybody is made out for the mob that Dawn commands. Not everybody is game for that. And I'm a perfect example of what happens if you rebel against the machine. And I understand that that makes it tough. Not everybody is willing to. And I get it. So I don't judge some of those people too badly. Like, legitimately. I don't judge it too harshly. Because there will be a time for them. And when that time comes, I'll accept them with open arms.
I know not to trust myself with my emotions very high.
Every now and then.
You need to trust yourself less.
Hey, I've been a lot better with that. You got to admit that.
But, yeah. Not only they have me, they have Noir, which, I'll be honest, is still, like, the smartest person in the room when it comes to a lot of this stuff.
Yup, they are.
I won't lie. Whenever I actually have an issue with stuff, I go to Noir immediately, because I know they have a lot more wisdom when it comes to this kind of thing.
Yeah.
They also have Josh, which he's more like lackadaisical about a lot of stuff, but he still has a voice of reason.
Yeah, I come to you as well, Hana. You're very good when it comes to listening.
Is this the guy behind the Under the Tea controversy? No, it is not. No. That is somebody completely different. You'll have to watch my stream where I talk about that. Also on my channel 6 months ago, if you want information on that. But no, it is not Dawn.
People's problems.
But yeah, Dawn doesn't always fire from the hip.
No,
untrue.
I think it's been.
Untrue. I don't believe you. You would have to prove to me. Post DMs on Twitter. Prove it to me. Otherwise, I think you're a liar.
Years since I did something like today.
Okay, so we just reset the counter to times Dawn fired from the hit 0 days.
You know what I mean.
Congratulations.
My point is, I used to be worse about that.
Oh yeah. Your constant subtweeting.
That you have to give me credit. That has almost stopped. The only time that it doesn't.
Almost.
I think I did that once last year.
Baby steps, I guess.
They're doing it less. I think here, unironically, Chad, I think they started doing it less because they realized that I still had people feeding me information, and they're doing it less. I believe. Again, this is my rat conspiracy. I think they're doing it less because they're upset that people send it to me, or people talk about it, and they don't like what people think about them.
Anyway, point is, Lain is not just a speaksperson for me. They are basically my moral chain, and I think you can speak for me on this. The reason I don't seem to make that many mistakes to others for people to lecture.
Again, if Lain is your moral chain, I have to deeply wonder about Lain and Lain's life. And again, that's a very horrible mean thing for me to say. It's a thing that I don't actually believe. But to a normal person, if I looked at this controversy looking in and I didn't have the knowledge of Lain, I would look at this and say, what the fuck does Lain have going on in their life? If this is how you act, how do they act?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's because you guys are normally the ones telling me, no, don't do this or that.
I won't lie. I have a very short fuse when I'm called Dawn's yes man. Because that's not who I am at all.
No,
it is. Lain, you are the yes man. Lain, you are the yes man. Accept it, live it, breathe it. You are the yes man until the day you die because you refuse to have a fucking backbone over anything. Again, how many friends have you lost?
I think Lain would get a little more respect if he admitted he is.
Yeah, I would respect you more if you admitted it. But because you refuse to admit it, you are just a yes man to me. Just a yes man.
Just because I don't lambast Dawn on every single decision they make doesn't mean I'm just some yes man.
It's also because the people that call you that are always wanting to just blindly take their side.
Yeah. Dawn knows this. I've always been someone who tries to listen on both sides and try to come to either an agreement or at the very least listen to both sides to see which one is more like in the right.
Yes.
I'm always trying to be more neutral when it comes to this stuff.
With that said, even you lost your mind when trying to deal with Astolfo that day.
Hell yeah. it got to the point where basically we were in that DM for so long, for a few days actually.
Actually, I think it was a few hours. It just probably felt like a few days. Felt like a few days of your life were drained late.
It was a few hours before I said, don't even bother, like, putting me in the, or like, contacting me in the DM.
Well, that was after the initial explosion, Lane. You left at some point, but you were there for the whole thing that involved, like, the explosion.
Yeah.
The main thing was, Astolfo kept trying to excuse his actions. And I'm gonna ask your memory, did he use his autism as an excuse? I feel like that was one of the things that really pissed me off.
Oh my god. the fact that she thinks that, let's see, for example, the fact that, oh, I just want to take a break, for example, is an excuse to her eyes. The fact that I, a bad guy to her eyes, aka a normal human being that prefers to take a break from, you know, being a DM group 3 times in a row, is considered a bad thing to her. And let me tell everyone is in this chat this. I get running away from Dawn's server despite you want to take a break. That's considered a bad thing to her because she will tell you that's a self. Oh my god, I'm suffering. That's a self-petty to her eyes.
There's no win condition. There's just none.
Exactly. There is none because she'll literally go to your DM, basically pulling you back into her server. I think like as if her server is dying. That's why there's over 100 people in her server.
I haven't even begun to speculate on that. That's like a rat that you can talk to me about behind the scenes, but we'll just continue.
Yeah.
I think I remember that.
The thing is, I think he mostly only did that because, in the same vein, he knew that you are also autistic, and a lot in that case, it felt like try to quote unquote evenly match.
What, they're saying Yu-Gi-Oh?
You actually got the reference.
Yeah, I watched The Three Idiots.
Hate it.
But yeah, I don't remember explicitly like him stating that his autism was the reason for all of this, but
he did throw up a lot of excuses of, oh, this is just how I am. I remember that.
Okay. The projection is like literally making me want to, like, come here, plushie. I'm gonna squish you for a moment because I need to. The projection is wild, chat. I can't believe it. Oh, did you want to say something? Oh, fuck. All right, what could you do?
No, I remember like him constantly trying to deflect away from our own stances.
Yes, he kept deflecting and deflecting and deflecting. And I'm saying this right now, I've never seen Lane as pissed off as I did that night at Astolfo.
Mostly because all, at that point, Dawn wanted was an apology.
Don't worry, Chad. It's one of those inside-out plushies.
All I wanted was an apology.
The octopus one.
And it got to the point where, basically, we were literally just saying, Astolfo, just apologize, because you were in the wrong on this. And he kept deflecting to different topics. He kept trying to turn the subject into something else, mostly about like how Dawn is.
Mostly about how it
You know what's funny is that in those tweets that Dawn made yesterday. was bad. Holy shit.
Pull-ups from me you've ever seen?
One of a few.
Yeah.
Probably in top 3.
Yeah, I absolutely eviscerated his character because I was having none of this shit. I basically brought up every issue we ever had.
Did Yami win? No, this was back when Yami just surrendered. Like I said, there are a lot of people that just surrender. Yami just surrendered. And unfortunately, I wasn't a big help back then because I was just trying to be a mediator. But, like, it was bad. Yami's great. Yami is good. Yami's a great person. Like, he's nice. I will not say that Yami is not without his minor faults, but I do believe that he will own up to them if they are real. So I think that Yami is all right, pretty much.
With him in the server,
He's pretty
how
good.
he's treated others, how he's treated the KGE admins, and I even brought up, look, dude, do you not remember the times when you weren't mentally well, wanted to leave the server, was saying some pretty crazy stuff, and I came to you? I was the only person that came to him to try to talk him out of it and bring him back. I reminded him of that.
Okay.
And
yes. That part when she said, I was the one who get you to come back. Yes, Dawn. You were the one that brought me back to your server multiple times, especially when I was very depressed to the point I want to game end myself. You were the one that did save me.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the fact, your actions, and the fact, the way how you act, and the way how you freaking handle things, that's something I do not like. And yet you want to continue to downplay all those action you cause.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
while exploding at him, I called him the R word.
Yeah.
And that's where it all...
Okay.
Ah, yes, the infamous R word. Yes.
I have to ask, is that really something that I mean, like, if you get triggered by it, that's fine. Just like, did you really take it as seriously as he is claiming that you still take it today?
At around the time where my brother was still, being rude to me to the point he keep calling me the R word constantly, that was the thing that honestly pissed me off when Dawn called me that. And I recalled from one Dawn's freaking White Knight, I'm going to call them that. They freaking specifically remember that Dawn was not supposed to say that.
Oh wait, was this Noir?
No,
it was
not
somebody
them.
else. Oh, okay, fair enough. If they're not a public person, you don't have to say it. But that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, the only reason I say chat is because coming up soon, you're gonna see something really. You're gonna see some weaselly behavior. It's really hilarious.
Indeed.
Okay, you guys are gonna like this. This is awesome.
That's where it all went to shit.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify. We do not condone the use of that word liberally.
No, and
I do, retard. You guys are all fucking retards. We do not condone the use of that word. No, huh?
We are 30 minutes into this video, by the way.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Only 2.5 hours of this to go.
Oh no! It'll be about 2 hours and 20 minutes that we would stop because they start playing Honkai Star Rail. I listened to it. I didn't want to, but I did. They really don't talk about Astolfo for the rest of the thing. The most to say is I just hope Astolfo learns during the last 45 minutes of this. It's not really worth watching. Trust me, I did.
It's not.
Link can tell you I basically have never told someone that to their face ever since I discovered how bad it is.
Yeah, it is a word that we never want to use.
Even though I grew up hearing it all the time with the same word as idiot, but that's a story for another day.
Oh, they're talking about their parents.
Oh, God.
Chat, don't ask Dawn about their parents. One, because I will ban you if you bother them. Two, if you ask Dawn about their parents, they will go into a tirade about how much they hate their parents and how much they hate how much their parents make them go do simple things like chores. You are a special little tard. Thank you. I appreciate that, Lumi. Appreciate that a lot.
Honestly, I think a lot of us did, and then it became more stigmatized to be even worse.
Yep. It honestly was a word that took me a while to be like...
Bring back the word retard that we can just use, chat, because it needs to be destigmatized. It is, for the most part, destigmatized. People are saying it in videos again. I'm saying it right now. If people have family members that are actually like medically retarded. I'm not going to make fun of those family members. That's actually kind of sadistic, and I'm not that kind of person. All right? This ain't a role play here. All right? But if you're acting like a retard, I'm going to call you one, and there is nothing you can do to stop me. All right? What upsets me the most, all right? I know for a fact that Lane did not used to be this sad sounding. I know for a fact that Lane was way more, I don't know if lenient is the right word, but Lane used to be a lot stronger than this. Now he's just a yes man. Lane is just a yes man to Dawn. He's just like, yes, master, we don't say retard in this house. We don't say that in this house because it's a bad, bad word. That's how sad and buck broken Lane is now.
Be like, all right, I'll appease everyone and not say the word. Well, actually, no. In admittance to how sensitive I can be, it was one of our mutual friends that got me to really stop saying that word. But anyway, after that, Astolfo basically shifted dramatically. Because, as they put it, it reminded them of, like, something cruel his brother or something said about calling him the R word. And he wanted me to apologize immediately. And...
except for tarded lefties. Chat. I'm not going to say anything private about Don's life. They say they're not left-leaning. Their talk about tariffs and Donald Trump that I've seen from their server says something completely differently.
People like to, you know, Astolfo likes to say that I undermine things. No, I called him that, and I will fully admit I do not regret calling him that.
So you're saying that you don't use the word, yet you don't regret using it, you fucking hypocrite.
Exactly. I like how she said, "Oh, I don't regret saying that word." Sure, despite you have freaking people in your server clearly tell you don't do it again. I don't know what year did you actually say that word to the point someone tell you that, and you have the confidence to say you don't regret it now.
This Lane guy is just as petty. No, Lane is again just like a sad individual, a sad individual.
May not help my stance, but I'm being honest. I had enough of him treating me badly, treating the group badly, treating the admins badly, not being the least bit grateful.
Oh,
for
we're
the
getting
amount
so
of
close.
Oh yeah, Lane. How patient was I with trying to make him a better person?
Gotta ask Lane. Gotta make sure Lane gives his opinion.
Infinitely patient.
Yeah.
Lane, say yes. Yes.
And
apparently not, because there was a finite point to it.
Very patient, sure.
And then after that, Astolfo held an immense grudge. And at some point, Lane left the conversation because Astolfo was just refusing to let go that I said that.
I was having too many issues of my own, too much of a mental headache, and I'm like, I do not need to deal with this right now. Like, you guys can do whatever you, or like, say whatever you want. It's still Noir and Dawn in there. Might as well, like, just keep it to those two. I really just do not care anymore.
And that's how it basically went for, like, 2 months. Like, occasional, honestly, the next few months after that are a bit of a blur, but I do know that Astolfo kept getting on me for how my relationship was with a mutual we had. But I do believe, I can't remember, Elaine, were you involved in the conversation in December where it's just like, all right, Astolfo, okay, I guess I should say he did quote-unquote apologize at some point in, like, November of last year. But then came another problem. They didn't say anything to us for like a month.
This is where the quiet time. This is where the quiet time happens. This is where the quiet time happens, where you withdrew.
Yep.
Where you withdrew from them. Do you want to talk about why you withdrew from them? I remember when this went down.
All right, so 2 fucking big reasons. I believe this was December. So
I remember that
first
time,
reason. Yeah. So first reason, it was because that whole second group DM, and after Dawn's fucking famous word of the R word before she left, I honestly chose not to freaking interact with Dawn and not saying nothing in her server for a good month. And prefer this focus on her admins that she say that they have freaking had some beef with me. Second reason, and this is the most important part, was Christmas. Christmas Day, I have 2 family party. 2. One in the afternoon, one in the evening. I didn't bother to go into Dawn's DM and just simply tell her Merry Christmas because I was very busy on that day to celebrate a family's Christmas party.
Don't go too far ahead. Don't go too far ahead. But yeah. I want to. Well, I want to reveal it in time.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
And all of us, especially me, are just like, dude, you apologize. Why aren't you talking about like lighthearted stuff? Why aren't you talking about like what game you're playing, what anime you're watching? It's like you're literally not saying anything to us.
So
like,
literally, chat. Dawn got upset that Astolfo wouldn't interact in the server. That's. I'm getting I'm very confused here. Like, do you want to be friends? Do you not want to be friends, Dawn? I don't get it.
You're the one who apologized. Why are you being so distant? Were you there for that, Lane?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Add your comment, pet. Add your comment, little pet.
I think you were involved in the conversation in December, though, where all of us came together again, and Astolfo was trying to say, oh, I need time to reflect on my actions, and all of us were just like, dude, it's been a fucking month. What do you mean you need time to reflect on your actions? It's just like... And he said the excuse was, oh, I'm trying to focus on my life being better, and it's just like, do you want to be friends with us or not? So he did try to apologize again at the start of December, and I told him, look, dude, I'm not going to... And Lane, you can tell me if this is being cruel. I told him, look, dude, I'm not going to wait like 2 months for you to start treating me like a decent person again.
Okay. So. Either way, I'm bringing up the recording now.
Yeah, you can bring up the recording since, terrible memory.
Okay, fair enough. So, chat. At some point in December, Dawn decided to record a video message and then send it to Astolfo. And they used this website. I've never used this website before. I have absolutely no idea how it works. I assume that you just point and click and record. But they sent a 16-minute phone call, essentially, a one-sided phone call, where Dawn said their piece to Astolfo. I will tell you right now, this has never been heard outside of DMs. I listened to this once. I got fucking pissed off when I listened to it, and I am super excited for you all to hear it for the first time.
9 days.
Sorry?
And you all will hear a certain part that probably pop up in a moment that pisses me off.
Yes. All right, we're just going to start listening here. I have to turn it down.
9 days.
Love the sigh.
It has been 9 days.
Oh, this phone call.
Since we last talked here. And much to my surprise, nothing's changed. You said you were going to try to talk with me more. You said I may not like how you do it. Yeah, I didn't. Because you directly avoided talking with me at all. You've talked with Mura more than you've talked with me. Astolfo, I don't get it. It's not that hard. It really isn't. All you have to do is just say something to me. Comment on something I said in Hoyoverse. Comment on something I said in general.
I'm sorry, he's just like, I don't know what's going on with you. You need to say something, otherwise I'm going to assume that you're still broken.
Someone praise me.
Someone please give me attention. I want attention.
DM me. How's it going? What you up to? Share your interests with me. Like, I'm going to use Noir as an example. There was a time
Oh my god.
where me and Noir, we were still close, but when it came to talking to each other privately, it was a little awkward. And Noir just kind of shared what they were interested in, like videos they were watching or such on YouTube, and send it to me. Sometimes I would reply, sometimes I didn't, but it led to us getting closer.
Please come back. I need attention. Yes.
Okay, Astolfo, you're not even doing that. I don't understand it.
How dare.
You're the one who wronged me. You wronged the others.
Right.
But you primarily wronged me. And you apologized. And then you said you were going to do better. An entire month passes, and you say you're on this self-reflection arc, which, by the way, that's complete bullshit. If you really were on...
I get to decide if you're on a self-reflection tour, bitch.
On a self-reflection arc, you would have learned humility. You would have learned the danger of your anger. And you actually would have valued this friendship you have with me more. I don't get it, Astolfo. I really, really don't.
Like different messages.
Did you forget the time when you were threatening something stupid to yourself and everyone just wanted to excommunicate you? You were basically almost banned from the KGE by the admins for this. And who's the one who came to you privately and tried to sort through all your bullshit excuses? Me. I am the reason that you're still allowed in the KGE.
I'm the reason you still breathe. I am the reason why you're allowed in this community. You should be licking my feet. You should be down on your knees begging to suck my dick, because I alone am why you are allowed to be here. As all I'm hearing from this man right now.
Yep.
To this day. I am the reason that you aren't just a memory in the KGE. And I haven't weaponized that against you.
But he has thought about it. I bet you diamonds and donuts, he's fucking thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't weaponized that in the sense of using it to get favors from you. But I would think that that level of caring about you, of going out of my way, of dealing with something...
Huh?
Akko immediately goes to the feet, huh?
Pretty much. What is the KGE? That is their not VTuber group.
It's like they're trying to make it like a VTuber organization without
any money.
Official.
Because they have no money, basically. Sounding like a supervillain? It does, doesn't it?
I knew was probably going to hurt me.
It gets a little better. Here's what's funny. They all act like it's a VTuber group. It's all one server. They all inhabit the same server.
Yeah, pretty much.
Indeed.
Pretty much.
Go through to help you. I would think that would have earned some loyalty from you. Maybe I was wrong.
You must bring the loyalty to me.
Your grudge against me for Vene. Astolfo, you would not even be friends with Vene if it were not for me. You would not even know they existed if it were not for me. Okay, I don't know how much of a grudge you have, but it is unjustified. When I first met...
The projection, considering how many years he has had a grudge against Yami. And he says that he doesn't have a projection against... he doesn't have anger against Yami. I don't believe it. I don't believe it, not for a fucking minute, that he doesn't still hate Yami.
met Vene, they were a little monster, willing to threaten anyone that either remotely disagreed with them or such. They were quite power hungry. And it took a lot of persuasion from both me and Lane being patient with them to get them to realize the error of their ways. You want to know how bad it is, Astolfo? They once kept track of records of everything that I've ever said in relation to them or what I've said to others to use as a weapon against me if I ever turned on them. That was year 1 or year 2 of knowing them. Do you have any idea, Astolfo?
Some pretty personal information here.
Both me and Lane had to fight to have Vene be even remotely close to the person you are friends with now. Do you understand that? All that anger you have against me for how I decided to handle Vene makes no sense, because if it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be friends with him. And if you did meet him, you would not have wanted to be friends with him. And in case you try to show this...
We're not going to speak about it, but schizo behavior.
To Vene, to make it sound like, oh, I don't even know how to say it. In case you try to show this to Vene, which obviously you shouldn't, unless you want to cause more internal...
Hi, Don. I am listening to this right now.
Well, so you finally show up, Don.
Are
you finally gonna at least...
Oh, no, he's not in chat. He's not in chat. I'm just saying that, like,
Oh.
Because, like, in the thing, he says, don't show this to people. And I'm like...
Yeah. She's like something else. Like, she thinks I'm going to freaking show this around to people. Like, this is what happened when you piss me off to the point I'm definitely gonna show all of this to people just to see how much
It's abusive behavior. This is extremely abusive behavior. They're going to berate you. They're going to say very nasty, horrible things to you, and then they're going to expect to say, "Oh yeah, you can't share this with anybody. Don't show anybody how much I've verbally abused you, because that'll be really bad for you. It'd be really bad if you shared this."
No drama.
Don's here? No. As far as I know, they're not here. I'm just talking like at the recording.
And absolutely guarantee me axing you from my friends. Vene's a better person than they were back then. They've still got their issues, but they're a way better person compared to how they were back then. I'm bringing this up because, Astolfo, as much as you want to try to internally villainize me, to make me sound worse than I actually am, as much as you want to say, oh, Dawn is never wrong, yeah, the reason it seems that I'm almost never wrong is because I have Lane, I have Noir, and I have my boyfriend as my moral guidance. Because I'm incredibly stubborn. And I know it. You haven't seen the amount of times I've DM'd them, hey, how I handle this, was that good? Could I have handled it better? Do you remember when I got on your case for being insensitive towards Josh that kind of started this whole mess? Yeah, I DM'd the admins being like, was I too harsh or something? And they're like, no.
Bad admins.
You don't have that.
I wonder why they didn't say it.
Okay, you don't have a person you're willing to just trust to tell you, no, you acted bad, or no, you could have done this better.
I will say,
I do have people.
Yeah, you do have people. And I will also say myself, there are some ways where I feel like you probably could have been more tactful and better. I've already said them during the stream, but
yeah,
you do have people. At the time of this recording, you did have people. Occo, is this a Canadian? No, this is not a Canadian. They are sadly an American. Your new empire?
Like
Dawn, my allegiance to the Republic, to democracy.
Yeah, I'm about to say, like... This sounds exactly like the Anakin Obi-Wan scene in Mustafar.
I want to share this with Medicare and say nothing. I obviously can't stop people, but I don't want poking the bear to happen at all, obviously.
But it would be funny. But that's all we can say.
If Medicare watched this, I don't know what I would say. I can imagine Akko gripping and breaking the mouse. Oh, chat, trust me, I've been holding on to a lot of soft things right now. Like when I first heard this, again, I was doing my work. I was doing some standing and moving, and I wanted to crush something. Legitimately, I wanted to crush something because I know for a fact I've had these dumbass conversations with him before. I know it for a fact.
I have the same autistic struggles. Maybe not.
Oh my god. Oh yes, I have the same autistic before.
Oh,
please.
Then get off the internet, motherfucker.
Wait, get off the internet. Take a break or something. Stop freaking forcing yourself being on the internet all the time. For God's sake.
There's something comically ironic about Dawn's basically basing their model off of Fate's BB, the series psychopathic AI of the moon cell. Yeah, you know what's funny, chat? You want to know what's funny? Tim, do you have an original picture of Dawn's old model?
I should somewhere.
Chat.
Hey, chat, you want to know something?
Go ahead.
I designed Dawn's old model.
Dawn had a good, absolutely fantastic old model that they used. It was beautiful.
Honestly,
it was good.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see that old model, to be honest.
You've never seen it?
I know they post it. Hold on.
Oh, it was
Let me see if I can find it.
Here, let me see if I can find it too. I know I had a funny little picture of it.
Oh yeah, the one with the friendship with Dawn is over.
Not that one. Not that one.
Oh.
That one does exist though. Oh, where is it? I'm noticing they're using it less and less these days.
Yeah, they don't really use it that much anymore.
Yeah, they only use the model that we're all seeing to this day. Which they did say they plan on to like adding some better upgrade.
You find it?
Even if it's a fan art version of it.
That's fine. I just want to see the original version of it because the original version is fantastic. Chat, you want to know something? Temp knows how to make really good looking OCs. Really nice looking OCs.
This is the one I found. I know he commissioned it.
That's a good one. This is what Dawn 1.0 looked like, chat.
You should show it in. It's a small version.
This is what Dawn 1.0 looked like.
Chat, I designed that.
It was pretty good.
Out of my head.
Really good.
That's pretty good, Tim. Not gonna lie. Kind of wish.
Do you use autism as a crutch? You need serious help? Yes. Yes, you do. Dawn seeking help.
Not gonna lie, I honestly want Temp to do something similar like that with my character one day.
One day. Yeah, Temp is really good. Oh no, they're cute. Oh, the old them was cute. Now they're just retarded.
I have identical struggles. But the difference is I surround myself with people that I trust.
Not enough good ones, I'll tell you that much.
Would? Then there's you go, chat.
I recently cut things off with Vene. Because I don't like who they are under the surface when they're put on pressure. It outright scares me.
So it's V1?
That's one of the reasons that's one of the reasons that ended.
Oh, chat, we're not done with the phone call. We're only halfway done.
I am done making the mistake I did for the last 8 to 9 years. And what is that mistake? That mistake is when someone wrongs me and then they apologize. No, let me rephrase that. When someone greatly wrongs me and either they don't apologize first or I forgive them first and then they just act the same as they always been, or they repeat the same behavior 2 weeks later. And it repeats again. That side of me is done. Do you understand me? That side of me is gone. So let me make this clear to you, Astolfo.
Yes, there's 5 more minutes, chat.
From now on, when you greatly wrong someone, including even me, I'm just going to ignore my phone for now. When you wrong someone, including even me,
oh, fuck.
And you don't apologize, or you don't at least try to make amends, you're going to be on my shit list. I'm done with forgiving first and then hoping they be better later. No, from now on, it's apologize, then say whether I'm willing to forgive you or not, and that I want to see you earn my forgiveness. Right now, Astolfo, you have not done the slightest in earning my forgiveness. You have not DM'd me. You have not even tried to talk to me. You have done nothing. The scars of what you did are still there. And they were starting to heal after your apology.
You ruined it, don't you know?
But the month of absolute silence got rid of all of that.
You didn't say Merry Christmas
and now
to
I
me!
basically feel the same way before you even apologized. Well, maybe a little bit better than that, but still. This is not hard, Astolfo.
It just continues!
This is not hard.
I can't believe it still continues!
All I'm asking is just for you to be nice to me. To just talk to me the way you used to. Before you started judging my character for how I decided to handle others. There was a time where we were close. Where I considered you a close friend.
Oh.
Now you're on the verge of possibly no longer being a friend. And it's all up to you, Astolfo, how this ends. Because all I want from you is just friendship. All I want
I do
is
not forgive
for
you because you do not give me
talk
friendship.
to me the way you used to. When you were friendly. When you were wanting to know what I was up to. When you wanted to share your interests. Even sharing, like, hot hentai or something. It is not that hard. Okay, I'm not asking you to, like, do, like, this super tough sponsorship for me to prove you're sorry. No, I'm just asking you to be a decent human being towards who I thought was a close friend to you.
Oy.
And if you can't look past your unjustified anger towards me for what happened between me and Vene, if you can't look past that I actually held you responsible for your cruel actions towards me and the others, then I'm not going to be the one to fix that. It's up to you, Astolfo. It's not hard.
It never ends.
Okay? You just need to actually be friendly towards me. To actually show me that you still want to be friends. To show me you are actually remorseful. That you are actually willing to swallow your selfish anger. Because you know it's wrong. And it's just leading you down a worse path. Astolfo, you didn't even personally wish me a Merry Christmas.
Right there! Right
one of the...
fucking there! Yep, that's the part right there that pissed me off.
Hey, let's replay that.
How dare.
And it's just leading you down a worse path. Astolfo, you didn't even personally wish me a Merry Christmas.
You didn't wish me Merry Christmas! You didn't wish me Merry Christmas! I'm so upset with you!
How dare me that I didn't wish you Merry Christmas where I freaking were busy on that Christmas day. Oh my god. Oh.
That was one of the easiest things you could have done, is DM me Merry Christmas. It's up to you, Astolfo. I've learned from my past 8 to 9 years that it's not worth offering forgiveness immediately for those who greatly wrong me. Because all it will mean is that they will do it again. If they don't work towards that forgiveness in some way.
Is this serious? Okay. Tio, I know that you sometimes watch Dawn too. Yes, this is 110% serious. Dawn is being serious right now. And the fact that people are okay with this blows my fucking mind.
Exactly.
Again. Because I'm too forgiving.
I'm too forgiving.
And that stops now.
He is right there. He is too forgiving.
I hope we can still be friends. But if you're not willing to even try, don't expect me to. And don't expect to stay in the KGE anymore. Because I can't remain associates with someone I once considered a close friend.
I'm waiting for him to say brother.
I still want us to be close friends again, like we used to. But if you're not even going to try, I will excommunicate you from my life. And from the KGE. I don't want to do that. I hope things with us can be better. But all I want from you is just basic human decency and actually showing the slightest bit of care towards someone who
Basic
I thought
human
was a
decency.
close friend.
Give me attention is human decency.
There you go, chat.
Yep, there you go. That's the official 100% no edit of the freaking voice message that pissed me off. And although before we continue this live stream, because anonymous friend of mine gave me a permission to talk about the whole group DM in.
Okay.
So basically, they tell me, and they state that sometime they feel like they need to back up away from Dawn whenever they go too far into their whole vengeance drive. To this person, Dawn changed after being diagnosed with autism, and it made them look like a villain. Sometimes they go, Dawn, fucking stop, move on, just walk away from this bullshit. Much like this person, yesterday was extremely furious with Dawn, wanted my comfort. Me, Alto, and of course my anonymous friend, which they shall be remain, but they really hate how Dawn gets a lot of time. End quote.
Is it okay if you tell me? I won't say who they are, but I mean you don't have to. But I'm just curious who it is. Like I said, I won't tell anybody. If you do tell me, I won't tell anybody else. But you don't have to tell me. I'm just kind of curious. This is Waco, Texas. Cole.
Sadly.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Anyway, that was a phone call chat. We're 33 minutes into a 3-hour live stream. I'm slightly worried we might not get to finish this because I have a stream in 4 hours. But
I do want to clarify something. I saw some people in chat. I designed it. I did not draw it. I'm not an artist.
Yeah, Tam's not an artist. Before we continue, I really gotta pee again. I really gotta pee again. So
same here. I gotta pee.
So we're going to let me find here, chat. One thing that I will play. Because people, including Dawn, when they get upset that I mention anti-bully, we are going to play the anti-bully song. We'll be back in about 2 to 3 minutes.
You were picking on a guy weaker than you, weren't you, Jim?
I might say it's because you're a loser who's playing to an audience of children.
I'd like to join your posse, boys, but first I'm going to sing a little song. He's the very best. He's the rudest, rudest cowboy in the Okay. Oh, fuck.
You have a bully cabal that you have created to attack people.
Outer heaven.
What else would you call it?
I'd call it the Swedish Squad. We spread hugs and love across the internet.
Bullshit. You know that's not true. You know what you do.
What am I? Name the bully. No. Name the bully for Bully Hunter will help you.
You don't want to build a wall. Instead, you want to use a military approach and run sorties over drug cartels.
Sure, and work with Mexico to rebuild its country. Yeah, sure. If we're going to invest money into something, why not in making Mexico better so that a bunch of fucking people don't run away from that country into ours?
Okay. That's brilliant.
This is like the ultimate condescending argument from somebody that's never ever been in a shitty position in their entire life. Like, I can't even believe that somebody.
What the fuck you're talking
I don't. You can't. Either that or you lack zero empathy or have zero intelligence.
I'm not part of your lying, doxing, harassing teenage fan club. I'm someone doing something in real life.
And I have an army of mercenary children wreaking havoc on web forums from here to hell and back.
You understand I'm a person, don't you? You think white people act like this? White people are meant to be polite and respectful to one another, and you guys can't even act like white people. It's really, like, amazing to me.
Jim, it's people like you that need to get a bullet to the head. Because you're promoting hatred, bigotry.
Is it bigotry against pedophiles? Pedophobia. It's pedophobia.
You're low rent, low IQ trash. I was 100% right to call you a religious bigot. It's what you and your fans are.
But as a white person who is male, you're never told that there's anything you can do. You have no idea what it's like to be told you're not supposed to do that. That's not the kind of job for you, because the sky is the fucking limit.
What I was saying was that there's this YouTuber that I admire very much, that I used to admire, but I realized that his game is to punch down. But he always mocks people who are weak, who are small. I can't stand the big guy who bullies me, or tries to bully me.
There is a toxicity that has developed among gamers.
Okay.
All right? It feels somewhat fascist in the way it's working.
That's amazing.
Oh, goodness. Are we back?
Yeah.
Was that bathtub, Ross? It was. All right, let's continue.
Already have immense issues with you. If you want to have our friendship be mended in any way, you gotta start actually treating me like a friend again and actually talk to me. I don't think that's too hard of an ask, do you, Lane?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Like,
and here's the thing. Oh, go ahead.
Given all the time that actually happened between all of that, there's plenty of time to reflect, plenty of time to reach out and try and mend things.
Now, here's the thing that personally pissed me off. He tried to mend things with you during December. He tried... What?
I said, oh yeah.
He tried to mend things with Noir during December. You know what he told me when I confronted him again around the end of the year? He told me he was saving me for last. Do you know
How dare you?
how much I was
dare
like,
you? kind of expect that.
First incident I had to deal with was one of my mutuals was reporting to me that Astolfo was shit-talking me a lot, and I mean a lot, in their own server, and I was just trying to ignore that.
I think I know who too.
One of the first strikes was this person... Oh, hi, Noir. One of the first strike, and you're muted, by the way.
I think Noir eventually leaves.
One of the first strikes was... I don't know if it was around January or February. Wait, with just Alpho? We're not giving the at. Just know that's the name they go by. We're not talking about, like, we're not saying that Fate Astolfo is a bad character or anything. Okay, it just so happens that's the avatar they use.
And the moniker they go by.
Yep. Okay.
And again, this is not a thing of, like, we're not deliberately, like, targeting this person. We're not trying to harass. This is just a getting our side of the story.
Yes. I think the...
So is me. You can't claim I'm harassing you because I am giving our side as well.
First major incident where things started to get bad was... It was either things with me and a mutual of ours getting worse, or it was the incident where that one person that was once part of the server sexually harassed one of our members and made them really, really uncomfortable.
I don't know what this is about. I don't know who this is about. I would need more information, so I'm not going to speak on it.
Oh, well, I actually remember that.
Yeah, you know where this is going. That person... Actually, you know what? I'm not going to go into the whole story. That person was insane. That person was absolutely insane. Agreed, Lane?
Agreed.
Yeah, we're not going to go into the full story, but know that I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. I tried to clear up misunderstandings. Actually, you want to know something funny?
If you don't want to bring it up, why the fuck did you bring it up? Why is Astolfo here? Because Astolfo needs to... Well, not needs. Wants to speak their piece. That's
yeah.
Elaine, you want to know what triggered that person?
What?
Was the fact that when I was lecturing them, I called them an idiot.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Don, you are in a server of Hugbox fools. I feel bad for every single individual in there, because if you say anything negative about them, they will like, legitimately.
And trust me, saying freaking, let's see, for example, because I have a pleasure of being hound on, because, well, it's me, if I say something negative about Don, or do not appreciate their opinion, you're gonna have people freaking get on your case, and Don sometimes will be busy when people freaking dogpile on you.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Don trying to make a serious statement, but leaves his VC open for anyone to join and derail is very serious. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure this is in their private VC, too, where it's just like the 5 or 6 of them that are around. I know for a fact that they're not like in a public space where anybody can join. That is kind of crazy. Let your boyfriend walk in when you're trying to talk about drama. I mean, like, it's your boyfriend, but you already had your second boyfriend in the corner sucking you off while you're talking, so I don't know why you need the second one in there. Or the first one, excuse me.
Anyway, they, in our rant channel, started to say some really mentally unwell stuff. And, I absolutely dug into them, telling them how stupid, how selfish, all that blah 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 stuff was. And another person in our server, I'm not gonna name them because they've gotten a lot better since we first had issues with them. But that person thought I was being too harsh on this insane person and ratted it out to Astolfo, which is what led to Astolfo DMing me being like, what the fuck are you doing? How can you be so cruel? How can you be harassing this person? And I don't even remember if I replied. I think I just blocked them again. Now that I think about it, I don't think I blocked them when I ended my friendship. I think I just removed them from friends. But that time I did block them. But you want to know what the funny thing is about that chat? Is the person that ratted my behavior to Astolfo, literally one day later, realized how insane and insensitive this person was, as that person, the one that was insane, they were trying to start drama in their own server, trash-talking me, and even in our friend Kala's server, where Kala had to ban them. So yeah, that was incident number 1 that made Astolfo think I mistreat people. No, I just know when to put my foot fucking down.
No, you don't.
And just be like, hey, enough of that shit. All right. What was the second incident? All right. The mutual server. There might be something else I'm forgetting before that.
Oh boy, here we come for the mutual
this
one.
is really when I was starting to lose my patience with them, but I still didn't start anything. Me and Astolfo were in a mutuals server.
I'll be right
and
back. I'll
I was saying,
play.
yeah, I really hate this guy you guys are talking about. You know, joining in on the hate brigade of just talking about how much we hate a certain person. Lane, you know who I'm talking about.
Yep.
And that was
say
it.
the
To be clear,
fucking name,
I am
Don.
not part of this server that Don and Astolfo were in at the time. So anything that involves this server, I have no first-hand knowledge of.
Yeah, I'm not gonna name the server, obviously, because yeah,
I
while they
think I
hate
know
what
the
happened,
server.
I don't want them to deal with this shit. But anyway, what it mainly came down to, and I showed you screenshots of this, Lane, was I was showing that joining in on, yeah, I dislike this person for all the cool
Say the
shit they've
name.
done. This person did something controversial.
Okay. I'm gonna say it. It's Usagi. It's Usagi! The beautiful Usagi. The one that did the Nazi thing. Which, again, don't know if I'll have to say it again and again. I don't mind. I think that's fine. I don't care. Free speech and everything. But Usagi doesn't know timing. Doesn't know how to fucking not make themselves or other people look bad. And I know that Don won't mention that it's the Nazi thing because it'll look really fucking bad for Don's community if they say that. But it's Usagi and the Nazi uniform. I know for a fact that's what it is.
And I can't even remember what it is. They do so many controversial things that I lose track. Or maybe I'm just becoming more like Emmy and I block out the bad stuff.
Yeah, they were doing some controversial stuff. You were just saying, yeah, I don't like this person.
And that was enough for Astolfo to be like, oh, you should stop.
Oh, they're talking about me, by the way. They're in Usagi's server talking about how much they don't like me, by the way. I remember when I got these DMs, because they were talking about, again, why I was able to repair my friendship with my friends. It was really hilarious. Really, really, really hilarious. Like, they were all talking about, oh, Akko sucks because they don't like free speech, and they're basically a Marina too, and people had Twitter spaces talking about it, and it's just really hilarious, because Don Mox is like, oh, I can shit on Akko too, and nobody will say anything. Oh, this is awesome! And then they do it. And then I received the DMs from an anonymous individual. In fact, I received them twice, because I had two anonymous individuals that are just like, hey, I saw this in another person's server. Hilarious.
Talking about them. And I'm like, no, I clearly hate them, and everyone else is talking about their issues with them. Now, eventually, one of the mods did say, okay, let's actually stop talking about the person.
Me.
And, you know, that's what everyone did for a while. Until they did something that got everyone talking about it again.
Me.
And I added on, I'm like, oh yeah, I completely expected this from them. And then Astolfo got mad again, and everyone could see that it was an unusual anger. And I was trying to tell
I wonder
Astolfo,
why, Don.
Look, I know you're specifically gunning after me with looking for any...
I remember those DMs. I remember them. They were sent to me too. Not DMs, messages. They were sent to me too. Everybody was like, oh, you might want to get a little upsetty spaghetti there, buddy. Why you going this hard?
Slight slip up I make. And then Astolfo started to air out what happened between us personally in that server for everyone to see. And even a lot of the server people were just like, hey, wait, what does this have to do with anything? And they kept trying to trash talk me again and again. And I gave Astolfo a warning, being like, you don't realize that the first person to try to take a shot out of nowhere at someone while they're just trying to coexist, they're not going to be seen as a good person. And even the mods were starting to get on my side, because I wasn't saying anything to smack Astolfo back. I'm just literally saying, like, look, I'm just going to point out when you're throwing shots at me. And everyone else could see that. One of the mods at one point was threatening Astolfo, being like, hey, you're going too far. And Astolfo didn't like my, I guess you could call them taunts, of me telling them things are going to get worse for you if you don't let go of this hatred. And
yeah,
just
that's
let
it.
me, you know, exist here.
That's a taunt. You're threatening them. I don't know what you... They don't like me saying that things are going to get worse for them if they keep doing... Really? I'm not surprised.
I honestly not.
They started to threaten.
Why do you think?
There's something I could do to hurt you, but I'm not gonna do it because I'm a decent person. Oh my gosh, we'll get into how that didn't hold up later. And then they got banned from the server. Oh, I guess I should be fair because for some reason Astolfo got on my case about this.
Yes,
you might laugh at this. They said, no, I didn't get banned, I left. Right before they were going to ban him.
Hold on.
The crazy part is she still thinks I got banned, despite I literally freaking just left the server and told the server owner that I left before they even think about banning me. And the time with the server owner was live streaming, playing game.
Yeah.
So I had to call Dawn out about lying that part. And the crazy part, she wants to say that, Lynn, I want you to hear this part because this is probably gonna make you laugh.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, it's gonna make you laugh, all because I chose to run away instead of, okay, maybe this is getting too much because understandable, the server owner want to make sure their server is, chill and all. So I will leave before they even think about banning me. Now, don't see this woman. I get my.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like, congrats. Technicality win, I suppose. Anyway, after that...
You didn't stab me. I thrust my body onto your sword.
No, it's literally the equivalent of a bad employee doing a really bad job, getting lectured, and them saying, you can't fire me, I quit!
You can't quit?
I just did!
It reminded me of an ASDF sketch.
I was reminded of a Dragon Ball Z thing where Tao Pai Pai was assigned to guard against this one thing, and then he realized the person that he was going against was Goku's kid.
Goku. Oh,
it was Gohan, and he's just like, oh no, I'm not dealing with that. As for me, I quit. You can't quit! And he's saying this as he's flying on a tree. I just did!
Yawn.
The film of Dragon Ball Z is kind of magic at times.
This is why
anyway,
I
after that,
didn't care to watch Dragon Ball Z Abridged. Just because of the constant referencing to it.
Dawn does that. They like to ruin things for some people. Chat.
Indeed.
I will, I say this half joking, half true. There's a reason why I don't touch Fate. Or Honkai. Or a lot of other things.
Mostly Fate.
Mostly Fate. Honkai, I will not say is all Dawn's fault. And this is more or less
you
just...
started playing it before them.
Yeah, more or less I just say that just because I just don't like them. But like, I can't watch Fate because every single time I do, I just think of them.
Astolfo threw a fit in his server.
Do they show any screenshots? As far as I know, absolutely fucking no. 0 screenshots are ever shown. None. Astolfo's the one who actually, like I said, they spent times getting me screenshots, and I feel bad because they have a lot of them here. Dawn doesn't have any.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? Dawn is one of those kinds of people who's like, you keep screenshots of my behavior? How could you? How could you do that to me? Why would you not let it go? Dawn is one of those people that will get upset if you keep things for a while. They try to shame you into deleting it. Sorry, go ahead.
Besides, I did have a good reason why I freaking screenshot what I do, because I at least have some evidence to prove it.
Yeah.
Unlike Dawn, that want to have a big talk saying, oh, I have a screenshots. And yet so far, in this entire freaking 2 hours of stream, no screenshot has shown, just Dawn speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. Versus me. At least I do have a screenshot now to prove your stuff, Dawn.
Pretty much. Oh fuck, we have 3 hours left.
And even people in his own server, even Kala was
we gotta hurry this along.
This, and some people even started to call him out, just being like, okay, you're going too far with this. And you know, things seemed to be calm after that.
Okay, we're not.
No, they were not. And I will remind you, Lane, I was doing everything I could to try to be mature about this.
Everything. I was doing all the right steps.
Documentaries that they put into on TV. They were friends until they weren't.
People are gonna love this. They did not.
Anyway, without going into too many details, because again, we don't want any stray shots thrown, I ended a friendship for good. And Astolfo got really, really pissed off at that and really started to, like, try to defame me in his server. And
he's not going to say how he defamed you, or how you defamed him. He's going to say that. We're not going to mention who he's talking about, but I call Cap, Don.
That's where it was supposedly going to end. And now... Say what?
Supposedly.
Yeah. Now, this next part I do hold blame for. After I had realized I had gotten rid of all the people in the past that gave me such immense headaches, to quote Josh from Drake and Josh, headaches! You give me headaches! Anyway, I kind of had like a mental snap. Because it was just like, I don't know, my mind was used to being tied down by these people for so long. When I was finally seemingly free of them, I just kind of yelled in the rant server. It's like, I'm finally free. And I went into like smaller details of like why I was really upset at them. There was one person in particular I really went in on, but you know, I fucking hate them, so I don't care.
I'm pretty sure that's me.
You know, they hate me, so the feeling's mutual.
Me!
Anyway, Astolfo had a mole in the server, who screenshot that to them.
Oh boy.
And where things really started to get worse was when Astolfo ranted about me in Kala's server, where I could actually see it because I'm a member there. And
wait, if I heard that correctly, he ranted in 2 servers at once. What a chat.
Yeah, basically. But yeah, I saw it, immediately called it out, and I'm just like, can you literally just leave me alone? It's like I had one final rant about all the people in my past. Can you let it go? And they kept trying to.
Until next month, when he does another rant, because he can't deal with it again, and he has to rant again and again. You know how many times he's had final rants about me? So many times! It is never over!
You start shit. And I felt bad. I felt so bad for Kala because, you know,
Hey, Don, stop saying that you're going to have final rants. Just say that you're going to rant about me for time in memoriam. Please. Please, please, please!
Were close to both of us, and they hated seeing us fight. Like, they genuinely got upset over that. But again, and I even told Astolfo this. It's like, look, I'm telling you this now. I don't want to continue this, and I'm also aware that I know how to, like, make you, like, ruin yourself. Like, I said flat out that if I really wanted to cause damage with you and others, I could literally just keep talking in this server, not respond to you, and that would get under your skin. And I'm like, but I'm trying not to do that. I just came here to tell you to please.
I've been informed that apparently Dawn is live watching this right now.
Wee.
Apparently.
Apparently. I didn't get no notification about it.
Could be wrong. Could be wrong. But I have been informed by not Astolfo, obviously, that Dawn or people around Dawn are live watching this right now and talking about it right now. So wave, chat, say hello. And obviously that's all you're going to do. Hello, Dawn. My invite is open if you still want to join and talk to me about this. Defend yourself. Although I know you can't.
Yes, Dawn.
Please, come do it. You can talk to Temp for the first time in like 10 bajillion years. You can come talk to me as well. I know that it'll be absolutely fun for you. Please, I'm giving you an equal side.
Please stop slandering me everywhere you go.
It's not slander.
And Kala actually agreed with me that Astolfo was going too far, because Astolfo even said, they tried to claim they're a good person because they're like, oh, it's like, they were threatening that, oh, I could hurt you, but I'm like resisting the temptation. It's like, it's not exactly what a good person said.
Like, for real right now, the person that is DMing me is very confident that that is the case.
As you know.
No, that's what an edgy person says.
You said it, not me. Anyway, even Kala finally got... let it go, let it go! Okay, legitimately, I love that song.
The only good part about the movie.
What the fuck is wrong with you? I love that movie.
Cringe.
I think it's great. Now, if you were to say the second movie isn't as good, I would agree with you.
Yeah. I'm also still more of a Tangled person.
Fucking Disney princess ass shit. Give me
It's good.
I like,
Sleeping Beauty.
I like a lot more visual comedy than I do Olaf.
I will say Tangled gave one of the best internet memes of all times.
No live action.
On the sword around him.
No, it's when they're doing the I Have a Dream song and they all turn to Flynn and say, "What's your dream?" It's like, "Nah, guys, I don't sing." And then immediately all the swords just point at him.
And that became a meme.
That became a meme. It's like, what's an opinion that would get everyone to do this
Like
to
this.
you?
This.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. Okay. Anyway, even Kala was getting tired of this and told Astolfo to cut it out, which, Lane, you know Kala. They are not the type to get
confrontational.
Yeah, confrontational, especially with their friends.
YouTube chat rose?
Kala likes to...
No, it didn't. YouTube chat looks just fine. I feel like you're lying to me, chat.
Just chill. They like to be goofy and supportive, but yeah, it takes a lot to get Kala to be
Extremely
like,
supportive.
Extremely supportive.
Oh, it might be on YouTube. Oh.
So far, I didn't get no notification.
It might be stuck on YouTube. Refresh the page, chat. I mean, if it doesn't, like, it's I can still see it.
YouTube chat move.
Well, I think it's on like the YouTube stream page itself.
Maybe.
Either way, I can still see it on my end.
Killer.
No, that's just simping.
Anyway, yeah.
But yeah, it takes a lot for Kala to be actually
Nope,
serious.
it's not. Not anymore.
And yeah, to my surprise, after Kala said, "You need to cut this out. You can't just threaten Dawn like that."
Oh, I wonder if
Astolfo
Restream is having
mentioned leaving
issues.
the server, and Kala's like, "No, don't you go anywhere."
Fuck.
And he actually left.
Yeah, I think
Which,
YouTube,
after
I
that,
think Restream
I
is
had to
having
comfort
issues.
Kala for a while because, as
Yep,
I told you
Restream's
at the
dead.
time, that had to fucking hurt.
Aw, poor baby didn't want to get scolded.
Well, no, we're more talking about Kala needing comfort, not Astolfo.
Yeah, I know, but he left because he didn't want to get scolded.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let me see if I can refresh it, chat.
And okay, am I misremembering anything, Lane, or was that the final thing before what
Now
happened
I'm
yesterday?
upset.
As far as I can tell, that was the final thing. I got no idea, like, if... As far as I understand, the only other things that happened are within Astolfo's own server, which I don't really have, like, any eyes in.
Yeah. Okay. Then, yesterday happened. I was in the middle of streaming Honkai Star Rail, having a fantastic time, and then, all of a sudden, I get an apology from Astolfo. Like, literally in the middle of the stream in...
I'm sorry,
stream
chat.
house.
I'll try to pay attention to you.
Yeah, I didn't want to make a big dramatic deal of it. And, oh, by the way, I'm gonna ask you this, Lane. At this point...
Moral compass. Lane, gotta bring up the moral compass once again. Little dick sucker Lane.
Did I even want an apology from Astolfo?
I'm pretty much sure that you didn't. It's just like...
Stop slandering me.
Yeah.
So, Astolfo apologizes for all that they've done. Even though they tried to be like, I wanted you to take back the R word, which, my gosh, I can't get over being that upset at called a word. But anyway, I didn't make it a big deal. I literally just said, apology accepted.
And I continue the game.
Yeah, I continued the game. And I even showed in our private server, I screenshot what Astolfo said, and I said, the good ending.
Okay, I have to pause here. Lane, because I'm seeing your messages right now. Astolfo is not keeping a grudge alive. I know for a fact Astolfo is going to walk away from this because it is good for their mental health to do so. Aren't you, Astolfo?
Yep.
Dawn is keeping this grudge alive by continually trying to talk about people. Yes, Dawn, you are continuously trying to talk about people. Okay? Okay? Don't pretend that you're trying to walk away. You don't walk away every single month. Probably not every single month. Sorry. I don't want to, like, give hyper generalizations. But it is often enough that you just come out and say, I just can't move past this, man. I have to keep talking about it so much. Like, legitimately. Grow a pair, motherfucker.
How little we know.
I did make it a big deal. Dawn is still talking about it. This is true. I mean, like, Dawn's allowed to talk about it. Stop being a pussy about it. I mean, I don't need you to come on stream in order to validate me. I just think it'd be funny. Plus, it'd be useful if you want to, like, actually defend yourself instead of, like, being in the fucking corner.
Yeah. And,
you have to be in the corner because you know you don't have an argument.
This is where things break.
So, I'm gonna go through this because this is technically... this is what I saw. While Dawn was streaming, and I was at work at the time, I spied on one of my accounts we can actually, like, mention this? Like, name and all?
I think we kind of have to at this point.
So yeah, we saw a post from MommaOcco doing a full call-out post.
Here, I have to do it again. I think, he finally did it.
So you're doing the ding.
That's right. Now, say my name. Heisenberg.
You're gosh damn right I am.
Against Dawn, which involved screenshots from the rant chat. A rant chat that at this point in time had been locked to a role that you have to opt into. So, like, we know who has access to rant, because a lot of people don't want to see that kind of thing.
Which is
but that means that someone was in our server and opted into the rant chat and had taken a screenshot from that rant chat and given it to Occo.
Yes. And at the time, you didn't know who it was.
Yeah, this happened a few hours after Astolfo's apology, and I brought this up with Noir. I didn't bring it up with Dawn at the time because they were still streaming, and I'm like how I'm going to, like, ruin the mood of their stream.
I'm very glad you chose to do that, by the way. 3.2 was an amazing story. Absolute peak.
But at the very least, I did...
Echo finally watched Peak. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I see what people saying about Breaking Bad. I don't know if I would call it, like, the best TV show ever, because that's what a lot of people say. I haven't watched a lot of TV shows, so I can't agree or disagree with that. But what I will tell you is it was a pretty damn good show, and that's my favorite scene to bring up. Very good.
I did put it in our admin-only chat for later, because regardless of doing it now or like, regardless of when, we had to, like, address this because it did involve Dawn. And after stream, we did start talking about this more.
And at the time, you guys didn't know who could have been the one to tell Occo all that.
Yeah, it was early in the morning. Not many people awake. We were still, like, contemplating of, like, who this could have been. And Dawn actually put the proposition that one of them, or, like, the person...
No, Lane, this is not going to be a lynching. This is actually going to be a debate. I'm sorry you don't know what a real debate is. But I know how to be a respectful individual. So, if you want to debate or to actually talk, okay? Not Lane. Lane's not welcome on here. I'm fucking done with Lane. Lane is a fucking snake, and like, in my personal opinion, they deserve to live in the sty that they've decided to create with Dawn. But Dawn's welcome up here. They're welcome to come up here. Hi from Albuquerque. Hello. People can simply move on and block/mute the account. Dawn and the rest of whoever is self-victimizing themselves because they have nothing better to do. Yes, that's what you should be doing. Yeah. Okay, I've blocked Dawn on Twitter, and I think Discord too. You should too.
For me, I didn't block that Dawn out at all because that was her choice. Like, she did block me after I taunted her in that first group DM, which I sadly never gonna grab the anyway mini piece.
Yeah, just like block and move on. Now they're casually saying, yeah, in DMs they are. Yeah, they are. Yeah, unfortunately, YouTube chat, I don't know why you're not showing up. That really fucking upsets me. But say hello. Say hello to the KGE.
Might have been a Astolfo.
Yeah, and what?
By the way, this is where the lying starts again, where they claim without knowing. They're going to infer based off of information they don't know. Now that you guys are watching, by the way, I don't know if you guys were watching earlier, but did you guys know that I had to try and coax out of Astolfo because I was afraid that Dawn threatened their life? Do you know what I had to try? Like, I already showed the DMs. I'm not going to show them again. But, like, I had to ask him, are you okay? I feel like you made a deal with the devil. How the fuck are you gonna justify that? Justify that to me, Lane. I had to make sure this man's life wasn't in danger because you're a fucking friend. Sorry, I'm getting too mad.
It's understandable. It's understandable since at the time I honestly could have freaking, at least eased you when I said all that, but instead I was, I was honestly freaking sad at that point.
Mm-hmm. Also hearing Lane say that I am akin to a biased journalist. Oh, Lane. I got nothing. I got nothing.
Honestly, I'm gonna freaking say this for Lane, because I honestly did feel bad for Lane yesterday after Dawn made that freaking video tweet that honestly could have freaking destroyed her,
Mm.
And same time, they willing to freaking join on this stream regardless after they have to take themselves a break. Like, Lane, it's not hard to walk away from Dawn. I get it, you guys were friends for God knows how long now. And yet, seeing you freaking want to keep hurting yourself like this, I just don't even know what are you anymore nowadays with signing on a person that willing to freaking do this crap. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I mean, like, Lane isn't the main person of debate, but like, I think what's really depressing to me, as much as it is to admit, they've always been like this. They've always been like this. Apparently. It's really depressing. If it isn't with Dawn, it's with other people. They will bend. And it's really depressing. Because I really respected Lane. I gave a lot of stock to Lane. I wanted to do and this is like very dumb gay bullshit here that I'm spouting out, but like, I gave a lot of stock to Lane because they were somebody that I respected a lot and I wanted to help. And maybe this is the first time coming out, but like, I legitimately just, I don't know, I kind of cried. The first time I just saw that Lane decided to choose an abusive asshole that chases away all of your friends. All of them. Again, I will ask you, Lane, how many friends do you have to lose before you see who the abuser is? Do you literally have to be alone with him? Legitimately. Legitimately, do you have to be alone with just Dawn before you realize who the abuser is? Again, I'm never going to claim that I wasn't a perfect person. I definitely had mutual combat in some of this. But where's the line for you? I desperately want you to think about that. Where's the line for you? What if Josh is next? What if a lot of your other close friends are next because Dawn decides that they're not cool the next day, or he gets a hair trigger up his ass and decides that they're not cool? When is enough enough? Legitimately.
What really made me realize it was that 2 of the screenshots were from the mutual server we were once both part in.
Usagi's,
and it especially didn't help that one of the screenshots showed
it was Usagi's.
Although being upset at me talking about Occo in a negative way. But again, it was in private with people that already hate Occo.
The main issue that we were having is Astolfo was not in our server, yet this one of the screenshots was from a recent outburst that Dawn had about Occo in our private rant chat. So that meant that someone in our server had screenshotted that and then given it to Occo, or in what we later found out, was given to Astolfo. Now, I'm not going to, out this person, because...
We're not going to out them.
We talked.
I'm not going to out them either, because they are a blameless victim, in my personal opinion. And Dawn has, in my personal opinion, done a lot of shit. They don't deserve it. Okay? Okay? But, I don't know.
We understand the situation that they were in, and things about that have been cleared up. We are not going to hold them, severely accountable for this.
Let the person sit in the prison of their moment making. You're right, Lumi. You're right. I will say this. The time that I felt bad for Lane ended a long time ago. A long time ago. I stopped feeling bad for Lane a long time ago, and now all I am waiting to see is when the plane crashes and everything has happened. Because I'm going to stand there and say, I just wish you pulled up sooner. Not going to gloat. Not going to be upset. I'm just going to watch and say, I wish you pulled up sooner. Because you were worth so much more than that. It's not even sad, it's just disappointing.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt this. And Astolfo tried to say that that person was the one that manipulated them.
When from what they themselves said in their confession about the entire thing, it was more likely a state of fear.
A state of fear of if they didn't do what they wanted to hear, their mental state might suffer. Something Lane knows far too closely, as do I.
Actually, I know who this person is, but why did they do it? They just want to. They didn't do it with bad intentions, right?
Basically, they didn't want to call out Astolfo for their bad.
Also, since I just want to make it known, I'm not begging for Dawn to get on. Somebody asked if I'm begging. I'm not begging. I want Dawn to have a proper shot to explain themselves. If they don't want to, totally fine. But I do not want any single one of you motherfuckers, not you chat are amazing, but I don't want you, Dawn, to say that I didn't give you the opportunity to explain yourself. I don't want anybody to say I didn't give the opportunity for fair ground. I let up one side of this conversation. I'm willing to let up the other. If you don't want on, fine. I'm going to stop offering right now. But that door is closed. So, cool. Also, enjoyed that phone call.
Behavior because they thought that it would only lead to worse thing.
Okay, gotcha.
And that's why I forgave them for their actions, because, like I said, me and Lane are intimately familiar with that feeling.
Yeah, and so, okay, I do kind of need to rewind a little bit, because, like I said earlier in the stream, when we were trying to debate on how to go about this with the post that I had reported, we originally agreed to not do anything, because the last thing we want to do is give...
Why? Should have stayed doing nothing, because I would not have streamed this. My boss told me one tweet, and then you streamed, and then he said, open season. I'm not actually going to make it open season, but like legitimately. Chat is saying,
Again, chat, no one go after Dawn. Look,
no,
I
absolutely
get it.
not.
Please,
You are fair to be upset, you're fair to be angry, but let them sit in their own poo.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
Lumi says, Don does need to get a real job and make friends IRL or just get out of his computer chair, breathe some fresh air, and get a life. You know,
Yes.
Lumi, you want to know how often people suggest that to Dawn? I know Temp has suggested that. I'm pretty sure I have suggested that. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have suggested that, but Dawn cannot do it. Dawn is perpetually stuck in their life.
That is one of the things that made me actually leave their circle, is just they didn't want to listen to the whole, you could even get a really simple job and just make some money on the side and it'd be easier to support yourself. But no.
Yeah. So it's just like, Dawn will never leave that existence. It's really sad. Really, really, really sad. I mean, like, I have my job, but I like have friends outside of work that I talk to, and I'm trying to do things outside of work. Like, and I'm planning to go on trips and do other things. I don't even think Dawn is capable of that. I think all Dawn is capable of is just existing. And, you know, again, I'm not going to judge you for that, but it's pitiful.
I almost had intentions to go see Dawn physically.
Glad you didn't.
I'm glad I didn't. That is one of the things that I'm glad COVID happened for.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
The red meat to the people who want to dig in.
Which I will state, despite us saying this, they have said, despite them being the one to post about it, which is, you could argue, not good for my reputation or whatever, they have said, oh, don't go after this person, in their own words, let them stew in their hatred, which, you know what, they can say whatever they want as long as it means they won't try to bother me.
Yeah, and that was a more recent thing, which honestly I feel like makes it a little bit more genuine rather than just a cover their ass type deal.
Yeah. Okay.
But
let's
even after that,
let's get into what happened when I realized it was Astolfo that did that.
Yeah, I'm waiting for this explanation.
Yeah. So
is Dawn on SSI? I don't know. Even if I did, I might not say because that's a little bit more private information that I probably
And
would
people
just not
can
say.
find that information.
Yeah, I would not say that information online. I will not say a lot about their specifics behind the scenes. All I will say is what I know they have said to the public. They live with their parents. I know that they have said that. They live with their parents and that they do chores for their parents. So.
And these days, sometimes it's okay to do that. I still live with my father.
Yeah,
and
there's nothing wrong with that.
him.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with living with your family. I almost moved in with my family because I know that my mother was going through some stuff last year. But there's nothing wrong with living with your family. It all matters what you do when you live with your family. It all matters how you contribute and what you do. And I'm not going to mention specifics, but I really don't think that Dawn contributes. Not meaningfully, anyway.
But we also don't know that for sure.
No, we don't
know this.
We don't know
the
that for
specific
sure. I'm
behind the
just saying
scenes.
that's one of the few things I'm gonna take back because it's me speaking out of malice and not speaking out of truth. I apologize about that, but yeah.
Like we could say one thing and we could be completely wrong.
I'm welcome to be proven
But
wrong. I
we
don't know if
don't know
Dawn
that.
actually has a secret life outside of this where they actually go and be a productive member of society. I don't know.
I'm gonna say it, if they do, good on them. Love it. Fantastic.
They're debating going live right now, pretending like nothing is wrong. Go ahead.
Exactly.
Oh.
Continue to say nothing is wrong. Wrong
Nothing
with
is
y'all
wrong
and
in
pretend to
Bossing
be
Say.
good.
Don't touch the poo. Yes, chat. Don't touch the poo.
Don't touch the poo.
Again, if I see if any of you
Touching poo
do,
is bad for you.
if any of you do, I would like for you to not.
Realized it was him. It honestly fucking devastated me. I think the only reason I'm not tearing up right now is I've had like 5 hours to stew in that feeling. No, not 5 hours. I've had all day to stew in that feeling. When I realized that they had apologized, seemingly genuinely, on my stream, and I was ready to just let everything move on. And then when I connected the dots, that Occo made that post 2 hours later, after that apology.
Yeah. Because I was like, manager, I want to say something. This motherfucker can't keep my fucking dick out of his mouth. Maybe if you did, I wouldn't want to talk about it. It just so happened that me being worried for Astolfo pushed it over the edge.
And when I realized there's only one person that could have had those screenshots. When I realized it was...
Not true. Because the original mole does not message any of that stuff anymore.
someone who did a genuine, heartfelt apology while also hiding the sinister action that they had attempted to rat me out to Occo just for the sake of hurting me. It kind of broke my mind. I'm not gonna put words like.
Salvo, you mind raped.
Huh?
You mind raped Dawn.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I'm the mastermind the entire time. Yes, I manipulate my mole. It's a fear. Sure. I'm the one who manipulate the mole to be in the fear. Which, in reality, they were the one they did. Even though they did apologize to me afterward. And yet, Dawn is just going with that, which is fucking hilarious.
Oh, Astolfo, I do gotta berate you for a moment. You gotta pick better friends, because Kala is now getting on your case too, apparently.
Yes, she is, because Kala, she's... I'm gonna fucking say this. She's a goddamn white knight towards Dawn.
Oh, I know she
Not
is.
gonna lie.
I've seen all she do is bark, yip, and whinny to get a bit of Dawn. It's really hilarious. It's just hilarious.
It really is.
The circle of Dawn is like a circle jerk that looks more disgusting. The longer you look at it, and it's kind of depressing.
And not only that, I like the fact Kawa do like me back then, and then ever since all the way to this incident, she just immediately flocked back to Dawn.
Mhm.
And I can't blame one person, and Dawn server even hates Kawa as well with the way she's acting, to the point they literally want to punch her.
Well, we don't advocate for violence. Violence is not good whatsoever. Fucking ever.
I know.
All I will say, Stolfo, you need some better friends. All right. Not gonna. Some of the people in your server are just fine, but you need to pick some better friends.
Trust me, I've been trying to find better friends.
I won't hate you. I'll just be mildly I will mildly critique you.
You're good.
Why don't you describe how I reacted to that, Lane?
Acted in such an emotionally driven way. Like, again, to be honest, I was at work for most of this up until you made that post, and I was already going through my own like issues with this. And I don't think I can do your own like reaction to this justice.
Well,
like,
I don't know what
this is something that.
Yeah. Did you say something? Okay.
Apologize because your own consciousness made you realize you went too far, and you wonder why I'm hurt? What is fucking wrong with you? And Lane, you may explode a little at this. I don't know, Dawn. Maybe if my own sanity wasn't broken, because you could have at least taken back with the R word, maybe I would have at least realized it a lot sooner than late. At least I did give you what you wanted, an apology. A genuine apology and a sign I moved on.
Hi, Pot Meat Kettle. Yes. Thank you, Yami. Pot Meat Kettle to the max.
No.
Yeah, all you have to do was just not call him R. Right?
Felt like a pirate day, my fucking god.
Hey. Your fault.
Okay. Now that I've told you that, what are your thoughts? Because honestly, when I saw his...
We'll call him a royal.
Okay.
No, it's obviously all you're doing. Obviously.
The funny thing is, I originally was not intending to make this, because this whole string...
I wasn't planning on making this video, but I have to. I'm forced to do this at gunpoint.
I just wanted to make
Akko mentioned counter 3. Yes, thank you.
that one video of me showing how pissed off I was at him. And then he threatened me, being like, oh, I'll expose more, which I've already shown you that you don't have anything.
Drama videos in my Empress Dawn channel? Oh boy.
And when I saw that the combination of Akko posting about me again, now granted, I will say again, they did leave a little thing at the bottom saying, don't go after them, blah, blah, blah. So I will give credit on that. But when I saw the combination of that, and I saw that Astolfo wouldn't be willing to hold one L for the sake of moving on, I was just like, it's like the combination of... I didn't even go into that. Just so much happened within the last day. The combination... I gotta go back to when I found out. Again, sorry, jumping all over the place. This might be where I actually start to get a little emotional. And I mean like sad emotional.
You know what this feels like to me? It feels like a one-sided therapy session.
It is definitely a one-sided therapy session. Here, you guys talk for a moment. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Like, in my freaking honesty about this freaking streaming particular, I feel like this is more so of not emotional whatsoever. Because Dawn did state, and I'm pretty sure she did probably said it in her tweets before, though I could be wrong, that she was going to let out all her scream and cry, even have a thumbnail of her character rolling some tears. And yet, so far, where's that scream part? Where's her crying? Because I don't honestly hear that at all.
It's kind of interesting how he mentions the tweets but does not show them. Exactly. Look,
exactly.
Like, please, like, if you're gonna do this, at least please sit down and have the time to be able to show receipts to back up your statements, instead of just having people have to go into your Discord server and have to click all the buttons to get into whatever chats you got to do to get into them to see the receipts. If you're doing this, you might have some people coming on who don't know what's going on, so you should show the receipts. And if you have done it and they're come afterwards, tell them, rewind the stream, go back. But I haven't seen a single bit of that.
It's interesting how he mentions tweets but doesn't show them. Yeah, like legitimately. Dawn is the individual that will say something happened, but he has no proof of it. And here's the thing. There are some instances where they could be right, but because they never show it, it's just, you're not right. Sorry. You got to show it, or you show your work, or I don't care.
As I said.
By the way, we've got about another hour-ish or so before the video substance is actually over. Yeah, it's about right 2 hours, 20 minutes. We got about another hour.
Never had.
And?
Yeah.
We have, what, an hour until we both have to prep?
No. So stream starts at 11. Lumi, I know you're still in the chat. It's at 11, right? 11 o'clock my time.
Someone in my
time zones
apologize like that while also doing something that underhanded.
Pretty sure it's at 11.
Okay, if it's at 11, I need to update my stream time.
I do too.
So to see that Hana did call it out. I am a very trustworthy person. I took Astolfo's word as them wanting to.
I'm not trustworthy.
I'm both.
Temp, you've been here longer. You can talk about that.
Yeah.
The amount of times I had to call you on that bullshit. No, you're not.
9 p.m. CST.
9 p.m. CST.
I don't know, probably. Okay, it's at 11
no,
then.
No, well, hold on. CST. No, that's 10.
Lumi, we're going to have it at 11. If it's okay with you.
That's 10, because that's 7 p.m. for me.
Okay. Let's have... If we want to have it at 10, we will. But... 11 would be better, but we can have it at 10.
11 would be better.
Well, yeah, but what you mean in this case?
Okay. Yeah.
Streaming again after this? Yes.
I kind of lost it when
we're
I
doing
realized that someone
repo collab.
an ex-friend was capable of apologizing like that and leaving out that they literally went to what is basically my biggest enemy on the internet.
I can't. Yeah.
What? Oh, God, Frank. Now, say my name.
You're Heisenberg. You're goddamn right I am.
Right.
Okay, so Lumi isn't streaming.
I'm not streaming on my side because my main one. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay. Well, tell Mizu it's at 11.
Hurt me.
He's
Literally within the same day, apologize, and try to slander me.
That's when we normally stream it all our time anyway.
Thankfully, isn't trying to like smear.
Then I will change my time for an hour later.
I suppose. But it was they still made the choice for me to take that apology that I accepted.
Don, my biggest enemy, Akko. Who are you getting? No, I know who Don is. That's not the issue. The issue is just like that's so much that's so much energy into an individual who tries their best not to think about you. I'm forced literally at gunpoint to think about this individual. Literally, this is hilarious.
Genuinely.
Admittedly, chat, the only time I think about Dawn is when Akko brings up Dawn to me.
Because of Dawn bringing up their stuff.
I'm like,
yeah,
I just done. I don't care.
Yeah,
but
yeah, pretty much.
And then either a few hours before or after, stabbed me in the back like that. I was furious. I was angry. And I cried over it. Because I just could not believe someone could do something that scummy. Could you, Lane?
Oh, gotta ask Lane. Gotta make sure we get a Lane special opinion in here. Lane, can you please tell me the right opinion? Pretty please.
It's
Akko has his own Lex Luthor.
I do.
Akko has a lot of Lex Luthors. Akko has a rogues gallery, and
I
it's growing.
do. I don't like to think of myself as Superman though. That's kind of gay. Can I be Batman?
I don't know. Superman pretty good.
Can I be Batman? Like literally.
No, you're too dumb to be Batman.
I repeat, there are two ways you can see it. Either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
A list of Mercante levels of pettiness? Well, no, Dawn has to sue me first, but I highly doubt that would be possible.
Sue Akko first, and yeah.
I don't think Dawn... One, I've not done anything to warrant it whatsoever. I've just laughed at them on the internet. Two, if they did that, I would win. Just because there's legitimately no reason.
I mean,
I have
I
have a lawyer
see
too.
Dawn exploding at the judge, and the judge being like, "You don't do that."
I'd show all of the dumb shit. Anyway.
Don't,
when are you streaming?
I'm looking for
that's one of the X chats.
And just to be clear, Dawn is a very autistic person.
I am.
This isn't a dig of, like... This isn't a
Yes, so Dawn shouldn't be on the internet then.
dig without understanding how one feels about it.
This is one of the reasons it hurts so much, because as an autistic person, and Lane, you've seen me say this multiple times, I have a stupid
How many times are you going to keep saying autistic, this and that? Jesus Christ.
As an autistic person, Dawn, I definitely think that you are fucking like lying about some things with you. All right? I definitely think that you could try harder. Okay? Discovery would be fun. It would be. Notice the stuttering? He's trying to come up with a lie. Yeah, pretty much.
For people that were once in my shoes, where they're not bad
I'm in your shoes, Dawn, and I think that you're fucking wrong.
people, it's just they word things very terribly, and they don't realize it. I've tried so hard to help people that were once similar to me. I'm still doing it now with some people in our server. And I feel happy to say that I have actually seen genuine improvement from them, though I won't lie, the only reason I'm able to continue doing it is because, and this is not for the sake of my ego, I literally need to see them praise me and be grateful for the amount of patience that I've shown for them. And again, not for my ego, but it helps me see that they're learning to be more and more humble, rather than just taking an apology as is. Because I've realized...
As an autistic person, I don't reference my broken brain process this many times in a single sentence. No, and neither do I. Sometimes I may mention, man, sometimes growing up really fucking sucked, but I try to keep it on the fact that I've been able to get a full-time job. I've been able to live on my own without my family. I've been able to do all these massive things. Like, if somebody complains this much, they are a fucking, like, perpetual victim. And it's just like, there is some, like, you can be upset a little bit at life. But, like, this much is just, like, you're just a perpetual victim. And it's just, like, if you're this much of a victim... Go ahead.
Move on and do something about it. Don't just sit there saying, oh, I have autism, so I can't do anything. If you have autism, do something about it. There are methods that help you deal with it, that help you live with it, and learn how to live with it. Instead of just twiddling your fingers and saying, oh, woe is me.
I want to be on, be humble and praise you. Oh, hell no. I'm such a good person to look at the fire I started. Exactly.
An apology, it's worth shit if they don't actually improve on the things.
I can, like, even though you say not for ego, it does sound a little egotistical.
You can view it as that, and maybe a little bit of it is, but it is literally the only thing that keeps me from giving up on people after all that I've been through. It is the only thing.
I can
Glad you're not a perpetual victim. I try not to be. Listen, I am definitely a victim of my ISP. Try not to be. Try not to be. But I'm not a victim of myself, all right? Listen, I have a lot of stupid little health problems that I definitely try not to mention. One, because they're gross. Two, because you don't really need to fucking know. And I don't want to sit on here and beg for money. You're like, guys, I need you to pay me money because my health issues keep me from getting a job. Like, literally the most pathetic thing I've ever said. Like, for some people, if they literally are stuck, wheelchair bound, they can't do anything, and all they can do is stream, I think that they should stream. And I think that if they can try and raise an audience that will support them, great, fantastic. But what Dawn does is disgusting.
I know some people get mad when you like use the Iron Mouse example because
Iron Mouse doesn't
so
count. Iron Mouse doesn't count. She is good.
But right, but it's the same circumstance. So it's like she is disabled to a degree, and look where she is now. Like you can use those disabilities to an advantage, but in a case like this, it's like you really can't.
Why is she not black anymore? I'm not. I never was black. I don't know what you're talking about.
Why is she painted white
Understand,
now?
like, people being grateful and thanking you for your help.
Yeah, it's basically
It's when you say the word praise that I'm like, going a little egotistical there.
Praise, thankful, basically same thing in this context.
They should be thanking me for being too kind.
Yeah, basically. Not gonna lie.
You're literally just making fun of you, Don.
Oh yeah,
I ain't
this
lying,
is something that I knew back when I knew Don's boyfriend. Don's boyfriend makes fun of them a lot, and they don't even recognize it sometimes. It's kind of sad. Don's boyfriend was kind of funny. There's somebody that I kind of regret not getting to talk to anymore. And there's somebody that like I chose to not talk to anymore just because like when you're attached to the hip with Don, it's just can't. It brings me back in, but they were cool. They were cool for the most part.
Look, if I'm going to try to help people be better after all the shit I've gone through, the only thing that keeps me going is people recognizing that, yes, I'm being very patient with them and I'm being very kind with them. If you keep apologizing for the same thing over and over, the apology will eventually become obsolete. That's exactly how it is, Snowfall. 1000%. But yeah,
the apology does become more hollow when when you're apologizing for the same thing because it keeps happening.
Exactly.
Because if the effort is real, things wouldn't happen so consistently.
Exactly. Yeah.
for that long, it's unreasonable. I understand like not wanting to be called that, getting angry about that, but having that fuel like yourself for that long, it just boggles the mind.
It is boggled the mind. Holding on to the hate for that long will rot your heart and make you seem way too bitter. It's pathetic. Exactly. Funny enough, do you want to know the first time in my life I realized that revenge never ends well? Especially if you just let it keep festering. Believe it or not, it was an anime. I, for the longest time, loved the Naruto anime. Sasuke Uchiha was one of my favorite characters. He was so damn cool. But his chain of hatred and revenge just kept growing and growing, to the point where I realized a life lesson when it had grown so much that when an enemy of his had taken Sakura hostage, who didn't even do anything to him, he attempted to kill her without hesitation. He literally said, "Sakura, stand right there," and stabbed her through the chest, just to get to him. That was honestly eye-opening for me to realize how far of an inhuman monster you can become if you let hatred and desires for revenge grow without control.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my fucking gosh. This is hilarious.
I like the fact Dawn comparing me to Sasuke. That's honestly funny.
But this is even funnier. This was sent to me by Anonymous. None of the individuals mentioned in this actually sent this to me. But like, people asking why Dawn isn't listening. Dawn says, "Why on earth would I waste my time watching their stream when my friends can just tell me the insanity as I listen?" Literally, Dawn wants people to tell them the Cliff Notes version.
Yep.
Congratulations. Congratulations. You are being fed only what you want to hear, Dawn. That's so hilarious. They're not even going to see. It's hilarious. All right. Like, I mean, I don't care if they don't watch this, fine, whatever. This is so hilarious.
It is, because you see right here, this is a prime good example as to why I've been warning Dawn that, gee, I know you should focus what people have been trying to tell you. And nope, instead, what's what my community tell me all these things.
Your community is built up of dick suckers. That's all I'm going to say.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you can't hate someone, but just make sure you keep it under control. Because, you know, everyone... You know, I wish there wasn't hatred in the world, but, you know, people be shitty people.
No one wants hatred in the world, but the problem is, can't exactly control that.
Especially when it comes to personal stuff. But yeah, that's basically everything that's happened, and I mean, you've heard like quite a number of it. What's your thoughts?
Which one? There's a lot of topics.
Well, what's your thoughts on how I've tried to handle this and how Astolfo has tried to handle this?
Well, he's in denial. Yeah, I think he just wants to put his head in the sand. Good luck. Fine with me. You know, do it. Totally fine. It's fine with me. I think that's funny, is what it is. You know? You can't run away from reality forever. All right? Sorry, but you can't.
I think the stream is going a little too far, and me myself, I'm someone who just like either tosses aside or gives people way too many chances. Or it can go either way. And if Astolfo did that to me, I'm like, oh, okay, fuck you too, bitch. Goodbye. I'm sorry for giving.
Now they're debating. Now they're debating in their rant chat about my debate with Nyara and talking about intersex people, which is...
It's crazy. They still bring you up every time. It's like they never leave you alone.
It's really hilarious is what this is. Oh, I didn't think that Dawn, or not Dawn, like, again, like, I think, I expect this from Dawn, but seeing Lane be so bad faith like this, it's kind of disgusting.
It is. But you know, Otto, and this is my friend told me this before, but you should tell them, thanks for support.
It's just so sad. Dawn relies too much on Lane. Lane is like, without Lane, Dawn is fucking nothing. Dawn is fucking nothing. It's really sad. Dawn is nothing without Lane, because he even admits it in some of these DMs here that he needs Lane in order to get up and speak. Ugh.
for thinking I should have given
By
you
the
a
way,
chance. I didn't realize.
Go ahead.
By the way, also the anonymous person that I told you before, they're also watching this stream too.
Yeah.
There was a lot more going on in your heart. I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was a piece of shit hidden under the real friend I thought I had. I'm sorry. And goodbye.
Didn't I want to talk about what Akko said behind your back? I don't even know what you're talking about, but no, not really. This is primarily towards Astolfo.
Yeah, we're not wanting to like get more into more drama.
Why do you keep bringing up Akko?
Because I am the nemesis that they must slay. I'm losing brain cells. Chat, this is the second time I've had to listen to this today.
Like, when we mention nemesis, we actively go out of our way to avoid mentioning who, because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, pretty much.
Besides, I hate him, they hate me. It's like, I don't care. I don't care if they hate me. It's like, I'm sure they don't care if I hate them.
Akko mentioned Counter 6, yes.
But again, it all just... I do want to ask Lane. Do you blame me at all for never giving Astolfo what he wanted, which was a apology for the R word?
Honestly, at this point, no, I do not blame you.
Yes.
Snake.
Yes. You don't.
Snake.
You don't. You don't blame Dawn whatsoever for fucking saying the R word.
What a fucking snake.
Akko lives rent free in Dawn's head, plain and simple. Yeah.
No. Yeah, because I can go to bed and stop thinking about this individual. I can get up and do my job and stop thinking about this individual. This individual has to mention me in order to command my attention.
I mentioned this to Akko before, but ever since I started streaming, Dawn has not mentioned me once, even though I have actively called out their bullshit.
I don't think Dawn's afraid of you. I think that Dawn is just kind of embarrassed off of what happened with you. Dawn is more cringe than Kenneth Copeland. I don't know who that is. Yami Speaks True Akko is the tenant in both of their minds. Yes. I should start charging them rent. If
you started charging them rent, you know how much money you'd get?
Nothing, because
I'm pretty sure,
Dawn doesn't have any.
Even you said there would have been a time where you would have apologized if Astolfo just matured a little.
But he never did. Anything.
So anyway, I don't care about calling people names and shit. I know, it's whatever. But Lane is saying that because of how he perceives Astolfo has acted, okay, because of how Lane has felt slighted by Astolfo, he is okay with Dawn not correcting the issue, which makes me worry that Lane would be okay with a lot more other heinous things if that person slighted him. It's really sad. The worst thing is it's over petty crap. Yes, it is over petty crap.
Everything is petty.
Literally, chat. I'm gonna do this right now. Give me the Under the Tea channel right fucking now. You know how many people have actual issues wrong with them? All right, actual stupid ass people that actually do stupid ass things. You know how low, okay, not to, do ad hominems here, but you know how low on the totem pole this motherfucker is. And the only reason I'm talking about him is because he is trying to abuse other people. Probably not intentionally. Can't say that. But do you know how bad it is? I only talk about this man because I don't want him to be as prominent as some of these other horrible people that I see. Let's see. The bond line thing doesn't really count. This guy. Oh man, I remember when Lumi and Mizu covered this guy. The guy that won't fucking take showers and he has that natural musk that was a VTuber sex pest. Yeah, that guy fucking sucked. There are people that are way fucking worse. Oh, the evil toaster guy. Oh man, that guy fucking sucked. Let's see here. I mean, Laura's a constant. Oh, this guy. The God. That guy sucks a lot too. Oh, TFM John. Don't want to forget about the Minecraft trees. The Minecraft trees.
Perfect.
And but there's so many people that have done so much more worse shit. Yeah, this person takes so much shit seriously. So much shit seriously. It's insane to me. If I knew that I could command this many people to feel this way towards me, I would start a Findom account. I would Findom and make these people start paying me for my attention. Like, legitimately, the next time Don starts talking about me, I'm gonna ask him for money because he needs to pay me if he wants to be using my name.
So why would I take it back? At that point, I would just be lying to myself. And if Astolfo is watching this, I think Lane will back me up on this in saying, if you continue to do this, to continue to, like, try to slander me, you're gonna lose friends. They already lost Kala.
I don't think Kala's a
it's
friend.
Not even like Kala wanting to break it off. It was Astolfo
Kala's
breaking
not
off
a
with
friend.
Kala because...
No, it wasn't.
Wait, what?
Once Kala saw what Astolfo did, apologized, and yet at the same time telling Occo what they did, Kala was done with them.
Oh.
Yes.
I was under the impression that this
Fucker!
Oh, sure. I'm the Edge Lord, Dawn. Ooh, yeah. Look at my edgy power.
Hold the line, chat.
Hold.
No, he's gone. You made him seem like a bad guy, and now he will leave.
Hi.
Like I said, it's your fault.
Thing is, I don't know if they're being like facetious about that or not.
What did you say, Lane?
I don't know if Emmy's being facetious about that or not.
Yes, I am. I mean, ironic, don't worry.
You see, sometimes I can't tell with you. Sometimes I know you're like actually making jabs. You're making jokes.
Yeah, I am. I'm not... What was I supposed to do? Actually mean it? Actually mean the fact that all of this started because you didn't take back calling him can I say the word here?
I don't think you can. Don't chance it.
Yeah.
R word. Just say R word.
No, say retard. Say it. Say it. You're so buck broken that you can't even say it. Oh my gosh, none of these people would survive in real life.
Hey, Octo. By the way, Lynn said, okay, after confirming it, hi, Octo. Love you.
Oh, when was this?
Just now.
Where?
Hold on. I'll send it to you.
Oh.
I hate limitations. You
blink Twitch on that one.
I'm going to say the N-word and you can't stop me.
Aw. Hello, Lane. Hello, Lane. Thank you for the comment. You're not welcome in my chat. You're not welcome here. Only Dawn is welcome here. All right. You're not welcome here anymore. Well, not anymore. You've not been welcome for a while.
My dog needs to go out.
You enjoy doing that then.
That's not gonna work.
This is not welcome in a school environment.
And you're not welcome because I don't want Dawn's handler. Okay? I don't want Dawn's handler to speak for him. I only want Dawn to speak. And if Dawn can't speak, I definitely don't want Dawn's handler in here. Okay? Heart emoji, heart emoji, heart emoji.
Okay, let me just put you.
But look, I think it speaks volumes that people are just as upset at Astolfo as I am over this. Alright, let me read what Hana said. Whatever, trying to bring reason to a petty person who refused to listen is pointless. Do whatever you want, Astolfo. I don't hate you. I'm actually genuinely surprised to hear that. I don't wish anything bad.
He can't understand that other people don't hate other people. My goodness, the projection is so hilarious.
It is.
At least I'm able to move on from something so petty. Yeah, we all agree this is petty as fuck, right?
Oh yeah, especially his response.
Yup.
Did he actually like leave the chat?
I don't know.
Do you know?
Maybe.
Can I just say, by the way, I really hate that. Like, I think Persona's a cool game, but like when streamers use this kind of shit, when they use the little Persona things or the other game things, like, bro, it's so fucking cringe. Make your own brand. This is not making your own brand. This is just being weird and giving free advertising to a game that is way bigger and more cooler than you. So, like, legitimately, get your own fucking chat. Do what I do. Look at that cool little chat bar I have down there. Unfortunately, my chat's kind of broken right now, but there's where my chat is. How many people hate him? I would like an actual counter. Hate Astolfo? I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. You talk about Dawn, slowly growing. Obviously, I don't believe in hating people. I believe in hating actions, all right? I don't believe in hating, so no hate. Hate actions, not people. Okay, chat? Okay, thank you. I will say this, unironically and as a joke. All of you in the chat right now, all of you collectively agree with me and have decided, all 112 of my beautiful people on YouTube and all 20 people on Twitch, you all agree that you hate Dawn's actions. You don't hate Dawn, you hate their actions and how much of a king of pull they are.
I can always look, but I'm currently fighting a chain dragon.
All right, because Lane was playing Monster Hunter.
I was not playing Wild this entire time.
No, he's here.
Dawn's purse puppy. That's so mean. That's so mean. Oh, I wouldn't say that. That's mean.
The thing is, the damage is already done. Like, I don't know how it's registering what you did lost you Kala as a friend.
Kala's not a friend. Kala is definitely not a friend. Seeing what I see about Kala, they are not a friend. They are Just a terminally online individual. You know I hate them. Well, I can't speak on behalf of you, Yami. I can't speak on behalf of you.
Do you not even care about that? Does the consequence of that not even register how bad your behavior?
Okay, that's hilarious. Threatening death? Oh. Oh, man.
Oh.
Threatening death? Oh, apparently apparently you have a micro dick. That's funny. That's funny. I don't know who. This is hilarious right here. This is very hilarious.
It is. It's something else. This is something I don't get with Don's community nowadays. Like, they always acting like something like this nowadays.
This is like Niji Sanji behavior. These people are terminally online. Holy fuck. Go actually like into the real world. Don being king of paws. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. That's I wouldn't say that. But man, this is funny. I love how Kyle is like, I dodged a bullet. That is hilarious. That is really hilarious. People are just like, when you can't actually come up with a real reason, you just have to cope and say, well, I dodged a bullet. I dodged a bullet. I refuse to hate. Well, you don't have to hate people. You can just dislike what they do and hate what they do. Because I don't hate people. I dislike what they do. Touch grass, yes.
Same here.
Both these people. Touch grass. Touch grass.
Here was? Like, I'm being genuine. Because, Lane, you know that I almost, before the KGE even existed, my actions almost destroyed the friendship group we had.
I remember those days.
Now, granted, I still say the other person helped.
I remember those days. Me and Temp can very vividly remember some of those days. I'm sure Yami can too.
But
I helped to try and keep it together, which was a bad idea.
In fact, I think my actions is what kept it together.
Mm-hmm. We should have left a long time ago.
least be the timid Dawn.
At least be the what? Oh, timid?
Timid
Yeah, you're
Dawn.
right. Okay, right.
Which,
Black
by the way,
screen
didn't
with,
change a
timid
thumbnail.
Dawn, you didn't feel like crying because you already got it out when you felt like you didn't need to cry over what he did. It's more that I was kind of stewing in this
MommaOcco,
feeling
hello.
since late
Hello,
last night.
hello. Welcome to the stream.
Actually,
Unfortunately, if you're coming in right now, this is kind of reaching towards the tail end, so I apologize. You would have to rewind to the beginning to hear this mess from the beginning. We've included a lot tonight. Yeah, we've included a lot tonight.
Okay, this hasn't happened to me ever since I had my incident in 2020, but I haven't cried to anything internet related, and since that incident, because it's with people on the internet. What should it affect me? They're not in front of me. They can't affect my life in any way, shape, or form unless they hack my computer. Which that has happened 17 times since then, but that's a completely different story.
But I was about to say, it's like they can't affect me unless they have control of my computer. How many times have you been hacked?
I was about to say, maybe don't jinx it.
Oh, okay, then just go on Game Banana again. Hold on.
Big agree, the internet can't hurt you. I wish.
The internet can't hurt you, hackers.
The internet that can hurt you is not real.
Okay, once or twice is understandable.
Real men don't cry. We bottle it up for eternity. That's not true. That's not true.
17 times.
It's funny though.
Yeah. Okay. Stuff happened. I don't remember the exact amount, or the exact happenings of all 17, but I can tell you that among the many 17s include Twitter, X, yes, before and after Elon, my Switch, my PlayStation account, and my Discord account.
Yeah. Freaking keep your stuff updated and don't click sus links, Hana says.
I promise to heaven, the only ever time I actually clicked on something sus was once.
Amen. Take this from Temp, who's going to give you a little bit of education right now about what you should not do on the internet.
Yeah. Sorry, that was like on the spot. I'm like, what?
You're welcome. Just say the basic shit that everybody says.
Yeah. Well, don't make it all yourself open. Have intricate passwords. Don't be public about who you are.
Don't click links.
Yeah, don't click links.
I like Temp click all my links for me. He's clicking links for me for lots of stuff right now. Akko, you're really gonna have to put in the work. That's the level of your villains. This is true. Also, Dama, thank you for the raid. Welcome. How can you be so bad at cybersecurity? I'm not gonna again.
Okay.
Don's boyfriend does not deserve really any criticism. They're an alright person. I've kind of liked them. I've enjoyed my interactions with them. I just can't talk to them because of who their boyfriend is.
Same, but they are pretty good. Honestly, a good, kind person.
Thank you for the raid, Dom. I appreciate it.
Out of the 17, only once I actually clicked on something suspicious. I promise.
Was it the last time because you tried to do a hacked game and you didn't update the engine or something?
No. The very last time why my Discord account got hit is because apparently, and I will not fault myself for this one because I just had no idea. Apparently, in Game Banana, some mods, if they're not updated frequently, viruses can sneak in. So, and I'm not gonna fault myself.
Absolutely.
How the fuck was I supposed to know that?
I mean, to be fair, you're downloading mods off the internet. I would be very careful with that.
Well, I will be now. I don't download anything that has not been updated in at least a span of a month.
Because most things that are up for a month are actually, like, valid.
Bro got hacked by Sonic. Actually, the funny thing is, you did. That was actually the game you were trying to play, was Sonic Unleashed on PC.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, we need to... Hey, Temp, would you be able to look into that for me as well? Add that to the list. Because I would love to play Sonic Unleashed on the computer. Or the Steam... Oh, Steam Deck would be so much more fun. I don't know.
That depends.
You know that you would enjoy it on the Steam Deck, though.
No, yeah.
I know you would.
We'll see. I'll look into it.
Wait, it wasn't the new one, right?
It requires emulation to a degree.
Yeah. I mean, if it's again, you can add it to the thing where I'll pay you money for it. You can add extra.
Yeah,
I'll add an extra $20 for that game specifically.
I'll look into it.
Okay.
It was an Unleashed recompile. I tried to mod it, and then
so it was a hacked mod.
Yeah, one of the, like I said, one of the mods had a virus within because it hadn't been updated in a long time.
See, kids, what we're trying to say is, don't mod your games.
Okay, tell that to Josh. See what happens.
I will lie. It's like I did actually recently ask him, "Hey, is there like any Star Rail mods for Balatro?"
Bruh.
Yeah, I guess Lane is into Balatro now.
There isn't. That doesn't surprise me considering he's into cards.
Yeah. Doesn't surprise me either.
But there's a difference between doing mods and having a trusted source for mods. A lot of the modding complaints people have today is Minecraft specifically. A lot of Minecraft mods back in the day had a lot of viruses. A lot of them did.
Mm-hmm. I bricked one of my old computers.
Emulation. It's not. I thought it was. Although, yeah.
And Chad, I do have to correct you. Dawn did technically wish threats, but it was in such a backwards way where it didn't sound like threats. But everybody knows that's what they were doing. That's what makes it kind of more disgusting, that they have to walk around it being a threat. Yeah.
Okay, I know.
Because he asks us, like, would adventuring like Balatro?
I know safe locations for mods, and that is, if mods require you to join a Discord server, those are safe, because those are actual, you know.
Not always true. Not always true. But, again, I'm not going to criticize his boyfriend.
Mods, the people in the try not to get their own shit destroyed. Yeah, moderators, not get their own shit destroyed.
Okay, I want to ask real quick, because you guys agree that someone who is intentionally trying to, like, either downplay what they've done or just maliciously attack someone to defend their own ego, people don't tend to believe that type of accusation first. Would you agree?
Yeah.
That is why I don't know what Astolfo is planning on doing, but I feel like he's going to self-destruct himself by doing this. Whatever.
I think Astolfo is pretty okay right now. I will say again, like, I told Astolfo this morning that I would not be actively doing anything with this stream until I got permission, and I would not show anything unless I got explicit permission, because I don't make attack streams, and I don't make hate streams. I make streams about information, and I know some people are going to say that's cope, mostly just from Dawn's ilk, but this stream is not an attack stream. This is a stream to warn people, all right? Dawn is a dangerous individual.
Exactly.
Dawn is somebody that you should not interact with, because if you do, you're going to get hurt mentally. I have enough people behind me that I know that have been hurt that I feel like a message is important to put out there. And I know it's taken me a long time to evolve from the I did want to be petty to I just want to inform people. But that's where I am. So, take it however you want it. I want people to know of the depravity and the hatred and the abuse that Dawn does. And so, and I will do that. Excuse me.
Whatever it is he's planning on doing. Because it's like, I basically went over everything that I said and admitted to.
He went over everything and nothing at the same time.
Like, gosh darn, the worst thing you can say is, yeah, I blew up on ya, severely.
On the flip side, I went over things, showed screenshots, showed a fucking video call. I think I shared way more than him.
When you were being insensitive to my friends and me, and not respecting the roles of the KGE. Also, by the way, I will just say a number of people have come out and DM'd me and just be like, I'm gonna be real, I didn't like Astolfo for the longest time anyway.
My man.
You know what that feels like? Oh god. Like you have like the group of women who all hang out together, and then just the one woman after like the one leaves, and it's like I didn't like them at all. It's like, that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Like just gossip and just
Yep.
Look,
We got about 6 more minutes of this chat.
I fought for people to remain in the KGE while I'm trying to help them be mentally better. Also, it depends on the influence they have on people. Like, Dawn, I'm on your
any of Astalfa's DMs, which you are allowed to upload yourself on Twitter, by the way. It's up to you. I'm not going to tell you to or not. Just telling you, because we didn't get to look at that. If I had more time, I would. But...
Yeah. I made a post a couple days ago, right when Occo made their post, saying I couldn't find my receipts. I found my receipts.
Oh yeah, Temp found his receipts too, of just both Dawn and Lane trying to push and bully Temp about information. Yeah, it was kind of gross. Kind of gross. Kind of gross.
Let me turn on my fan and then put on Star Rail real quick.
At this point, I think this is when it's over. I'm waiting for Star Rail to show up before we end it.
It's like right now.
Dawn's gonna have a meltdown. Dawn's trying. Listen, I'm watching Dawn's chat right now. They're trying to pretend it doesn't exist. They haven't been watching it. They've had people feed them incorrect information.
Yep, show us the receipts. That is up to Occo. Occo is the one who's allowed to show the receipts. I have sent them to Occo.
Well, we have a little bit of extra time. Just a little bit.
I will note, with my receipts, I did do mild editing, but the only editing I made was swapping out because Dawn uses my real name.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's what's changed.
Well, that is pretty much it for the video content here. I need to use... Oh, my food has arrived. Here is what I am going to do. I am going to go grab my food. I'm going to use the restroom again. We're going to take another short break, and then we're going to go through some screenshots.
Anti-bullying song.
Yes. We're going to play...
Well, I thought about doing a speech at once we get back.
Okay, that's fine. I know that you probably have other things you need to do today, so I'm trying to respect that. So once I come back, we'll let you say your speech, and then we'll let you go if you need to.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. We will be back in a few minutes.
Yay!
Oh, hold on.
Hello, everyone. You know who this is. Yet you have absolutely no idea. Of course.
Wow. Somebody gonna be famous.
You have a bully cabal.
You don't find people being bullied into suicide on 4chan.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
Okay, if he says any more bad words, I'm gonna hang up on him. He doesn't own Kiwi Farm, and he died less than me. A little kid named Moon owns Kiwi Farm.
How do they make this more and more epic every time? We're defend ourselves!
I'm sorry, I'm a soy-filled bitch and like videos.
Aim. If we get Donald Trump just to tweet out, I mean, just a tweet that mentions the hashtag Gamergate, it doesn't even necessarily matter how we use it. Man, the blue check marks are going to shit their fucking pants.
It's 2019. I can't believe anybody believes in a silly fucking ball of water.
True. I bet you when Jim finds out, he's gonna just give me so much shit.
One never knows when the homosexual is about.
I've had over 1,000 rejections in real life, 2,000 rejections online, so that's 3,000 rejections total. I aim as low as possible. I aim for obese women, ideally ugly and obese. I would do anything just for a 300-pound ugly white girl.
I said it's not even hot. You are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No, you get no permission to fucking do it.
You gotta be kidding. It's just like this declaration, right, of male dominance.
Put that in your pipe.
I definitely cheated on Super Mario with Sonic the Hedgehog.
Stop doing this stuff.
He's like the blue seductress who takes me out into the night and does wonderful things to me.
Enough! Stop!
How can a Yorkshire Terrier live in the wild? It's in plain sight, but you just don't see it. You know what I mean?
Yay!
Straight back on.
Okay. I heard my stream choked for a moment there, chat. I have been streaming for a while with no issues, so that's kind of crazy.
I mean, a little hiccup every now and then is okay.
Mm-hmm. All right. Stolfo wants to give a speech. Then if you want to jump out, totally understandable.
Yeah. So, before I do actually bounce for now, I will say this to Dawn among with her community. Dawn, I look at you as a goddamn good friend when we first met. I look at you as a person that I say I finally that I can relate to. And as that time goes on, I know we did argue. I know we have some scuffles. And then we'll just be friends again. But over time, those scuffles and such goes down into portable. And what I mean by that, I mean to the point you start treating people that was once your friend are nothing more but a monster to you. You start to demonizing them, believing they can never change. And when I freaking decided to step the hell up and clearly tell you all about it, that's when I seen you as a different freaking person that doesn't want to freaking understand the reality they put themselves through. You can say this is revengeful. You can say this is a bait, quote unquote, to you. You can deny, and just deflect however you want. However, I did the best of my ability I can to have every last fucking evidence on you. And that's exactly what I did. Do I regret freaking doing this? A little, but at the same time, not anymore. Not anymore with how your community in that live stream that I stayed awake last night, with how y'all treat me as if I'm a goddamn monster that can never change, that never move on because the hatred filled in my heart. I'm honestly am glad that I have a fucking better friends than you, and how your people are truly showing their true color nowadays, especially with me. So you can be slick however you want. You can be murky however the fuck you want. I'm not gonna wish death upon you, because no, I am not that type of evil person that want to wish death. I hope to God that there will be more people that someday come out. That someday they come out to you showing more evidence of your shitty action, the way how you treat others, the way how you downplaying the incident however you want. And I'm simply gonna watch you crumble slowly but surely, and then sooner everything will fall apart when you have no more powers left, when you have no more rooms left to defend yourself. And as for your community as a whole, all you people understand this. This is not exactly how I want to see server community White Dawns, for example, where if someone freaking do something wrong, you don't go on ahead and just freaking hound on them over one dumb opinion, or if they disagree on the things to the point you think it's fucking annoying to you. I get it that I'd talk shit like Kala, for example, because I'd called him a white knight. For the truth be told, I have to say what is true. But do I truly hate Kawa? I don't. I know Kawa will still going to be with Dawn to the end of Earth. To the point, Kawa too will wind up losing people with the way they acting. I know there are some people, some of which are in neutral sides, and there are some leaning onto Dawn's or leaning onto us people that have been trying to help Dawn for a couple of years, or like Otto and Temp were 10 fucking years, to the point Dawn never changes. I hope you all are understanding all of this. I hope to you, Dawn, that you fucked me up so fucking hard that I am doing my best not to scream. I'm doing my best not to go completely crazy, or like you say yourself, artistic explosion. And finally for you, Lynn, because I want to say this to you as a whole, because I never have the guts to tell you exactly what I want to say in your DM. I honestly felt bad for you. I truly do. Truly do feel bad for you. That you're willing to go that route. You're willing to want to burn any other bridges of a people that are good to you, to only siding with Dawn, to only being a yes man, despite you want to say you're not a yes man, that you're not honestly trying to be Dawn's right hand, to my eyes, to Octo eyes, and Temp eyes. You're starting to become one. And you're starting to be one. To the point you may not realize it, because all you've been doing is hiding and doing the confirm that you're using alt right now, watching the stream or reading the chat. I am honestly disappointed with you. I am really disappointed that I thought you're better than this. I thought you were a goddamn.
We all did.
I thought you were a goddamn person. But sometimes I'm crushing about your own motive and your own mindset of things like this. For that, I bid you, Dawn, Lynn, Kawa, and everyone in the KGE server a farewell. Because knowing now I am a villain to you people's eyes, I don't fucking care if you want to bring my name. I don't care if you want to keep on talk about me, because it proves to me that y'all can't let go of Octo, despite Octo doing her damn hardest not to go all out on you people. And I'm doing my damn hardest not to freaking go all out. But considering all you people are stuck in that freaking chamber, stuck in that god-forsaken mindset that you cannot let go, I don't know how you people sleep at night with all of this crap. And that's that.
Thank you. Well,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Again, like I said, if you need to go at any point, you're more than welcome to. What we're gonna do now?
I will.
We're gonna briefly. I mean, I don't really feel like it's important to read all of these, but because I want to get a break before my next stream. I want to eat something. I just wanted to kind of show really quickly, just like I don't know, depravity is not the right word, but just how rude, how horribly rude I am. Not I am. I mean, I'm rude sometimes too. Dawn is. When Dawn is like, you're the one. Or Dawn is like, are you the one sharing my rant chat? I don't know, this is whole funny.
Oh, yeah.
It's really funny.
Yeah, no.
You didn't say something. Shit would have gotten worse. That is hilarious. It's like if you didn't confirm something right here, right now.
And chat, these are mine. Like,
oh, thank God. Oh, yes. Yes, I can't believe it.
I made sure to grab those. You're welcome.
Can you send me this picture of this one? I want to keep this. I want to keep this. If you can, get it.
Maybe.
If you can, if you can, if you can, if you can. This is like what? This is what I said originally. Well done, Astolfo. Yes, I think Astolfo jumped out, which is fair because they probably need some rest after this. So this is what I originally said. Like, let's say this was back in December of 2023, and I said, "Makes me depressed for our generation. I worked for every penny that I have now, and minus a few vacations my parents paid for. I've been on my own without their help. Times get tough. It makes men and women out of all of us. And if you can call do Dawn is." Let me swallow first. And if all you can do, Dawn, is sit here and whine that your parents aren't bankrolling your life even though you live with them now, then all I can tell you is to get on the road and start begging. You might make more money than what you're doing right now. Here, let me zoom more. Is that a whole ass novel? Yes. They don't make them a lot anymore, but this is a whole ass novel from Dawn. We're gonna read this again for you, chat. This is beautiful. Oh gosh, damn it.
I'm grabbing it right now. Hold on.
There we go. It's a little blurry. I'm sorry.
Here.
Oh, do you have it?
Hold on. I have it. There you go. There you go.
There we go. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. A little bit less blurry now. I'm so badly damaged mentally. Or, excuse me, I should read this in Dawn's voice. So badly damaged mentally. I was always encouraged to never tell anybody how upper wealthy, though not rich, my family is. Well, that is Dawn confirming that his family is rich. So yes, his family is rich and he still lives with his parents. So many people think that growing up wealthy family means you could have everything you ever want. You could not be further wrong. You don't have any idea the amount of pressure that comes with that. Being drilled into your head since you were young that your value to others is how much you can give to others. Being told over and over your whole life that it doesn't matter what makes you happy. It's how much you make. And it comes with an ego you obviously know better. Need a drink. Being told over and over you can't trust anybody but family. Well, the same family scorns you for your slow mind. A family that thinks it always knows better and has the right to cut you off from whatever is getting in the way of grades. Grades, grades, grades. That was all that mattered to them. Excuse me. Bro is rich. His parents are rich. He is not. He lives with them. There's a difference. There was no talking about why I struggled, why I practically gave up. Just punishment. I do not want money so I can one day live with my sweetie, but I don't want money just so I can but because it makes me actually feel like I am worth something. Oh, and if you think growing up with a wealthy family means I got everything I wanted to, fuck no. Absolutely not. After middle school, I never saw a game console as a Christmas present like I did when I was younger. I had to do chores to ever get any games around the house.
Oh,
I had to pressure I had all the pressure? I had all the pleasure of a rich family and none of the monetary benefits. I'm getting pissed off right now. I read this a year and a half ago and it pissed me off. Holy shit. You have no idea. By the way, chat, this is why I posted this. Glow in the chat. I know some of you glow in the chat.
Glow.
Glow. Glow. Don't say anything. You have no idea how much that messes with your mind. I was literally told that Christmas gifts' special meaning was mostly for kids and to not expect too much going forward. That is kind of fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. But again, like broski. And I questioned so badly.
Not chores. I know.
And I questioned so badly. Did my own happiness matter so little to them, even though I know it's not nearly a big sacrifice for them compared to others? It fucked me for a number of Christmases. It was never about the price. It was about just wanting to do what made their child happy. And I felt for so many years that my value in terms of happiness was not worth it to them. They flat out forbid me from ever asking for anime and manga for so many years, even though they knew it would make me happy, even if it was cheaper than game consoles. And I could never even return the favor. When I tried to give them a movie I know they wanted, I got lectured for wasting my money on them. That is kind of fucked up. Gift is a gift. I wanted to make them happy and show how much I value their happiness. And I got lectured. And you want to know what really solidified this? When I was younger, I wanted Neptunia Mark II limited edition, which was $60 to $70 for my birthday. And I got lectured for even thinking of asking for something so pointless when I was struggling in college. Lectured for just wanting something for my birthday from a family that could effortlessly pay for that.
Oh. Again,
I'm not.
Grow a pair, please.
Dude, if Mr. Bedecker got this, he would fucking eviscerate him.
I know. I kind of hope Sparky does hand his vote over.
I don't want any harassment. None whatsoever. No harassment.
No, but it would be funny to see the reaction.
I cannot relate to Blank's issues. I cannot relate to fighting for survival. I can only relate to the fear I have when my parents gave me a choice of being homeless or joining the Air Force. I try so hard. I'm sorry. I didn't grow up like everyone else. I didn't ask to be a spoiled child that never once had to hear their parents wondering if they can make it paycheck to paycheck or such. Wait, they can make it to the paycheck or such. I try to understand people, but I was born in a different world. I'm sorry I never went through the same stuff as you guys. But I promise that while I grew up spoiled in safety, my mind sure as fuck don't. I'm fucked up. That's the first time I'll agree with you. I'm sorry. I don't want people to think I'm greedy when I talk about money. It's just so intrinsically linked to how I feel as a value, as my value as a person and the security of the future. Now, let me bring up the second one here. Oh, this is just me talking about my own struggles. So, chat, I made this kind of like right after, where I was like, I have, because I did have moderately rich parents. They didn't like suffer or anything. Like, there was some times when my family kind of suffered, but like eventually my parents kind of like got into it, and they're doing good for themselves. They're doing good. They live in a nice place. They have a fantastic house that they've sent me pictures of. They go participate in fun things all the time, and you know what? They earned it. They fucking earned it.
Absolutely.
I didn't. So I have to go work on my own. Do you want to know what my first job was, chat? Once I finally got back from back home from being a missionary, I went to go work for the post office. Then I moved into my own apartment and worked security for 2.5 years until the pandemic hit. Then I was forced to move back in with my parents because I couldn't afford it because of my own health issues and the masking shit. But as soon as I could, I moved out. And now guess what? I'm back on my own again. I live in an apartment alone. Is it expensive? Yes. I hate how expensive it is. But am I surviving? Yes. And it is proof that it is possible. Do I have a slow mind? Sometimes. Sometimes my brain is just like, what? But I am living proof that Dawn is wrong. My personal opinion. I could be wrong. My personal opinion. That's it. That's it. That's the Dawn stream. I will leave you guys off with my bit because again, I know that Dawn's not ever going to see this because Dawn is so afraid that to see the truth or to show the truth to their audience that they're just going to try and ignore it and hope that it never comes up again. Air Force is the coziest job. It is. It is. It is. I knew a guy that went to the Air Force. Not going to say his name, but I knew a guy that went to the Air Force. And he quit. It wasn't Dawn, though. Anyway, here's my closing bits. Dawn, you never mention me again after today. You never talk about me. I really have no reason to talk about you. On the flip side of that, you keep hurting people. I am going to have reasons to talk about you. I'm going to have to re-expose you like I re-expose a lot of other people that I consider to be predatory and abusive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Okay? So, stop doing that. Maybe consider taking a break from the internet. I don't know. I know it's source of money and you're going to complain that if you can't make your money that your parents are going to get down your throat. But actually, you know what? I've tried to leave out Myra Rats, so I'll put this one in. And I know that I know that this could be disproven, and if it's disproven, I will gladly retract it. I don't believe his parents will ever throw him out. I don't.
No.
I don't. And people can...
You remember that... I don't remember if you were the one that showed it to me or not, with the guy laying in the bed and his mother fell over and he refused to get up and help her. And
are you talking about? Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I think of when I think of Dawn.
Mm-hmm. You're talking about Andy Ditch. Dawn is an Andy Ditch. Dawn is like literally 3 or 4 different locales in one. The DSP. He's low tier, not low tier. He's King of Pole, and now he's Andy Ditch as well. Damn, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I don't believe in any actuality that Dawn will ever get kicked out. Dawn likes to often cry that their parents are coming down on them, but that happens like every single year. I am not convinced that Dawn will ever be forced to get out of the house. I am convinced that Dawn's parents just don't care enough, and they will continue to use their parents as an excuse for people to give them money until literally at the very last moment. You can't make money off of it anymore. Now, I'm not going to speak ill of how Dawn makes money. I really don't care. I really don't care how much money Dawn makes. If they're successful, cool, great. But
yep,
yeah, that's pretty much it. Pretty much it. Like, again, you stop hurting people and I won't have to do a stream helping the victims if they want to be helped. Again, there were people that didn't want to be mentioned that were harmed, and I respect their decision. But if they ever want to come forward, they have a front row seat. If I watch the new Content Cop, that'll be on Saturday. Oh, you meant Andy Dick? No, Andrew Ditch. Andrew Ditch. Anyway, that's it. I have another stream of 45 minutes, chat. I am rating you over to there.
And chat, both of us are streaming, so if anyone's who wants to see different angles, we're both going to be live. I don't know who else is going to be live tonight.
I think Mizu might, and Ava could be as well. Don't know for sure. But that's pretty much it, chat. Could I send you to somebody on Twitch? No, I'm just gonna... If you want to come back to me on Twitch... I'm just gonna leave it blank. So if you want to come back to me on Twitch, you totally can. Anyway, chat, I will see you in about 45 minutes. Hopefully I will have eaten just a little bit of something before we get to playing some Repo. Until then...
Yay! Trash can
Until then... I noticed we're like 22 seconds behind, so I'm gonna give it a moment. Oh, really quickly, I'm gonna raise super chats. I'm gonna raise super chats because I'm a dirty whore that needs to take your money. All right, really quickly here. We're gonna put that up. Woogie, thank you for becoming a new member. I deeply appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Sparky for $1.99. This is the rhythm of the night. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Kyoko Kikagiri, thank you for becoming a new member as well. Magma for 2, dropping by to say iDubbbz posted the Content Cop. Yes, we will watch that on Sundays. It'll be fun and exciting. AI Mr. Medicare for $5 dues says, I'm honestly wondering what the next search in Hunger for outlines. That's the that is the logical next step. Let's see here. Sparky's Tech Corner for $1.99 says, suck it up, Buttercup. Nobody cares about your Fifi. Devastator 2000 for 2 Canadian says, my OC is based off of Octoling Majin Hybrid. Congratulations. That's pretty cool. Mr. J for 5 says, I just got back from dinner hanging with the fam and this is still going on. Holy cow, I'm sorry for all this garbage. Again, you don't have to apologize to me. I don't care. I am not a victim. Like, I was a victim in the very beginning, but I decided that I'm not a victim anymore. I am just somebody that will report on the bullshit as I see it. And as I continue to see the bullshit, I will continue to report on it. Same, legitimately, same rules apply to any VTuber that is bullshit and stupid. Dawn is no different. And as long as I don't bring pettiness into it, which I feel like I did decently, it's probably... Pretty good. I feel like there are bits... Okay, you're just saying that because you're my friend now. Don't pull don't.
I'm not going to be a lane here.
Thank you, I appreciate that. But
it was way more professional than whatever the hell Dawn did.
I tried. I woke up when the stream started. Now I'm tired when the stream ends. I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, I'm not a victim. And my job is to help the victims no longer be victims so that they can live better lives. Let's see here. And then Billy Aoki, thank you for being a member for 6 months. Very much appreciated. All right, chat. I'll see you in about 45 minutes.